theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight, A Story of the West with Lorne Greene as your host. Here's a preview.
I tried to tell him why I quit football, but he wouldn't listen.
Your father will listen in the morning when you two put the feed out. He always does.
Ma, this time's different. I let him down in front of everybody at the stock show. That ain't something you forget like yesterday's rain.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
This is Lorne Greene. Welcome to the Joslin County Fair, biggest little state fair in the great state of Texas. Oh, we may not attract the plethora of high-rolling cattle buyers who promenade the Houston Fat Stock Show, but Joslin laid the chunk. And to a Texan, that hallmark of tradition is top draw. The fairgrounds, a tad damp from last night's hailstorm, will be open well past midnight. Sorry to disappoint, though, the stock show judging just ended. All the winners were duly recorded, our latest shareholders in Joslin's rich history. Ned Hartridge's Aberdeen Angus bull, they call him Boo, took first place for the third year in a row. I guess that's what's causing Leland Foree to raise such a fuss. Losing to Ned is hard for Leland to swallow after 3 generations of feuding. Considering the land the Hartridges and Forees are feuding over, well, it's surprising no blood has been spilled in the name of folk justice.
Sheriff, it's a sorry day when Joslin judges seal their votes on a bull just because the owner's stone broke. Leastways, the law knows where it stands.
I came over to extend a cattleman's regrets, not to take sides, Leland.
I grant you, Boo is a hefty monster for an Aberdeen, but he ain't worth 3 years of blue ribbon. Those backslapping judges turn my stomach green.
The judges are appreciating the man. Ned's family's been through a hard year, and God bless them, they haven't forgotten how to laugh.
Well, I'll hand him a thought to remember.
Why don't you leave what is be? You'll have another shot at next year's fair. Boo can't last forever.
I aim to own Ned's bull before next year's fair or see him out of the county, Sheriff.
And that's only the beginning of our story. In Texas' turbulent past, a fuss over nothing has been known to lead to a feud. Texans have a name for a feud that ends in violence. They call it folk justice. It's not uncommon to hear stories of families feuding for generations. The cause of their fuss buried long ago with their ancestors. But in Joslin County, the Hartridges and the Forees well remember the spark of their land feud. Leland Foree is in a sour mood after losing to Ned Hartridge's stud bull at the Joslin State Fair. It's easy to tell when Leland's angry. There's more bounce to his step. And he's bouncing pretty good now on his way to the Hartridges, who walked their bull, Boo, out of the show ring.
Oh, relax, Boo. Bobby, you drive the pickup round back to the exit. Your mother and I'll walk Boo out of the show tent.
Yes, sir.
If you'd move out of the ring, Boo, we'd all go home. Watch the gate, Marcy.
It isn't going anywhere, Ned.
Well, congratulations, Aldrich. Blue ribbon 3rd year running is something to crow about. You're blocking the gate, Leland. Kindly step aside.
Well, it's a nice surprise hearing congrats from you, Leland.
Boo is a surprise. Imagine the judges naming him a masterpiece of Aberdeen breeding and him coming from simple folks like yourself. We ain't exchanged more than a stray cow past 20 years. No point in straining neighborliness tonight. Well, Sandy and I talk about how little we see of our neighbors. Ever since your oil rig came in a dry hole back in 58.
Well, please tell Cassandra how everyone missed seeing her pink caddy parked outside the fair tent.
Will do. I phoned Sandy in Paris this morning, and she was all tears over missing our stock show. Sandy decided she spent so much of my money on her Paris originals, she had to sacrifice this year's fair.
Oh, poor girl. I know how much Cassandra loves cows.
Of course, Sandy's animal appreciation pales beside your own, Marcy. Odd, ain't it? You being a New Yorker and all.
Pittsburgh. I'm from Pittsburgh.
Well, then you must be glad to be in Texas.
As sheriff of Joslin County, it was my responsibility to stop any trouble those two feudists might start. So when I overheard Leland toss that Far Easterner dig at Marcy, I fully expected to arrest Ned for rearranging Leland's jaw. But Ned just sort of bit his lip and walked Boo past Leland. Step aside.
Now hold on a minute, Ned. I heard you folks had a hard year. The crying shame Uncle Sam don't underwrite you cattle ranchers the way he does us oil ranchers. Talk around the fair is you're considering selling booze.
Took a lot of hot air to scatter the fog, but I finally see what Leland's after, Marcy. Boo is Hartridge raised, and Hartridge he'll stay.
Hey, watch who you running over with that bull.
I asked twice, now I'm moving you aside.
Tell me, neighbor, you ever plan on buying your little wife a dress she can promenade in?
Don't answer him, Ned.
I'm standing rock still with my back to the man for everybody to see. I've got to answer him.
I'm offering enough cash flow to buy that dress for Marcy and cover next year's feed bill.
I'd be paid with money that comes from land that belongs to my family. Boo stays put.
How much you worth, Ned? I bet you ain't got enough assets to bait a mousetrap.
That's a limit.
Ned, you know Boo spooks easy under fair tents.
Lead rope is tied through Boo's nose ring. Now hold him.
Make a wise decision for once, Ned. Sell Boo to me.
I said hold the lead rope. Boo causes any fuss, you twist his nose.
It isn't Boo's nose I want to twist. Now stop it. Sheriff, you're as bad as the rest standing around watching. You stop them.
Something has to happen for me to stop Marcy. People have a legal right to insult each other in public if that's what they want to do.
Leland, your great-granddaddy might have been keen to cheat my great-granddaddy at poker, but I won't have no fool rub my nose in it. Boo stays put.
Hell with cheat. Great-granddaddy Hartridge signed deed over to us Voorhees himself.
He was stone drunk. Every living soul in Jocelyn County knew he was a temperance man. How does a temperance man lose 40 acres of prime grazing land in a drunken poker game?
Even preachers been known to down a few now and then. Forget what happened a chunk of years ago. I'm talking about buying Boo.
You're talking about buying Boo with money from Hartridge grazing land that come in 4 oil gusher. God forbid the bank could be foreclosing on my ranch tomorrow. I still wouldn't sell Boo to you.
Yeah, it's only natural for you to dry hole when you sank pipe, neighbor. The oil game smiles on a lucky man, and there never was a lucky Hartridge born yet. I'll own Boo someday and cut him up for market.
What's he talking about? He ain't ever laying hands on Boo.
Your father and Mr. Forey are having a discussion.
Oh, I'm glad you came back, Bobby. Take Boo's lead rope. My arm hurts from holding him still.
Well, here's a sight. Backless Bobby Hartridge holding Boo's lead rope.
You chasing a bloody nose, Leland, or are you going to apologize to my son?
Apologize to a quitter? I'd call dropping Joslyn High football a week before the season opener pretty backless. My son's told me how Bobby walked out on the team.
Now, that ain't true. Bobby quit football, he'd have told me.
Cool down, Ned. Wouldn't do to start something you'd regret later.
Sir.
You don't believe me? Ask your boy.
It's true, sir. I left the team last week.
Boy hasn't even got the courage to tell his own father he quit the football team. How backless can you get?
Bobby, walk Boo out to the pickup.
No, I want Bobby clear of that bull. I want him clear of me, too.
Between the Hartridges and the Foreys had been going on long before I became sheriff. Folks all across the great state of Texas know the story, how Ned Hartridge's great-granddaddy lost a patch of oil land to his neighbor, Leland Forey's great-granddaddy, in a drunken poker game. The Foreys built themselves quite a bankroll off that land over the years, enough money to buy anything in Jocelyn County, except, of course, Ned's prize Aberdeen bull, Boo. I think it was spite that made Leland do the next best thing he could to hurt Ned after Ned refused to sell him Boo. Leland stole young Bobby Hartridge's pride. Marcy told me later how angry Ned was on the ride home from the fair.
Why'd you turn off the highway, Ned?
This is the rig road.
What good will looking at a busted dream do any of us?
This ride's for me. When we reach the rig, you two stay in the truck.
Why?
I want to look at where I've been, okay?
I mean, why alone?
Because it don't come back no other way.
I feel rain in the air. Nice to be home and dry when it falls.
You'll be dry in the truck.
I tried to tell him why I quit football, but he wouldn't listen.
Your father will listen in the morning when you two put the feed out. He always does.
Ma, this time's different. I let him down in front of everybody at the stock show. That ain't something you forget like yesterday's rain.
What's that sound?
The wind banging the oil rig's drill pipe against the structure. What's Dad got to stare at his dry-holed rig for?
Maybe the rig helps him think.
Nobody needs a rotted monument reminding him of a dry hole. Not when you have a 4E pumping jack 60 feet away working double time on black gold. Besides, the next twister will finish what the first one started. Tearing down that old rig's rusted cross beams and girders.
Your father knows he can never get back the oil land your great-granddaddy lost to the 4Es. He's considering right now.
What kind of considering?
Moving.
Off the ranch?
Out of Jocelyn County.
What? He can't do that.
Bobby, you already gave up football for the ranch. Down the years, wouldn't you want an easier life than what your papa's facing right now? 14-hour days, 7 days a week most times of the year, and never enough earned to pocket. Always spending on this bill or that repair for the ranch.
But I enjoy ranching. It's what I know best. I hope to raise my own prize bull like Boo someday.
I read in the Jocelyn Herald how more young girls are moving to the big cities than ever before. They want no part of a rancher's life. It's too hard.
You married a rancher? Then you ain't even Texas born.
I married a man, and I've lived with a rancher. I love my man, but sometimes I don't understand the rancher.
Ranching's what I like. I don't want to move.
Well, we'll see what your father decides.
Your mind's already made up, isn't it?
Yes.
Hey, easy with that trailer ramp. We can't afford a new one.
Yes, sir. Can I bed Boo down?
There's no call for you to worry about Boo anymore. Boo's no longer your responsibility.
You're punishing me because you think I'm backless like Leland 4E says.
I'm punishing you because you had me believe you were still playing Jocelyn High football when you wasn't. Now bed yourself down, Bobby. Morning chores fall on your shoulders.
Good night, sir.
Some chocolate drops left in the kitchen. Leave 1 or 2 for your father.
Now, he can eat 'em all. Fiddle players ain't my pleasure tonight. I have to admit, those DJs play some decent music on the radio after midnight. I just ain't in the mood to hear it. That's coming from the barn. Oh, come on, Boot, get back on my foot. You fit this morning. Yeah, there. What is going on in here? Well, look who's busted out. Boo! Boo, you miserable prima donna, move your tail back in this barn. Boo, you sure played one mean carpentry number on this barn door. Boo, get back here. I hope the rain soaks you to the bone for busting down the barn door. Ah, rain won't irritate a dumb bull. It's Dad and me'll be miserable looking for you in the rain. No, Boo? I think we're going to let Dad sleep. I'll bring you back myself. And no one, not even Dad, is going to call me backless.
Sears Radio Theater will continue after this message from your local station.
Chills run up and down your spine. There's a creeping sensation at the back of your neck. You're listening to CBS Radio Mystery Theater. I'm E.G. Marshall, your host for these hour-long dramas of suspense, adventure, and the macabre. Heard 7 times a week on most of these stations. Here's a sample of what we mean.
This very room reeks of dejection, despondency, undusted cobweb furnishings, black drapes covering the window. Here, let me throw them back and at least get some moonlight, if not sunlight, into this place.
In the doorway. What is it?
Madeline! Am I that horrifying to look upon? Dear brother.
Listen here for CBS Radio Mystery Theater 7 times a week on most of the CBS Radio network stations.
The high school teenager carrying the wrangler's rope across the grassy expanse of wet Texas plain is Bobby Hartridge. In rain-soaked blue jean jacket and pants, he doggedly stalks Boo, the escaped Hartridge prize bull. But Bobby is caught up in much more than a quest to rope a 3/4-ton bull. He's fighting to win back the respect he has lost in his father's eyes. Respect Leland Foree, the Hartridge's feuding neighbor, destroyed when he showed Bobby up as a backless quitter in front of everyone at the Joslin County Fair.
Boo, will you quit spitting away? Boo, you're backing up into Dad's rusted old oil rig. I've been chasing you more than a mile. Ooh. Oh, blind your Aberdeen Angus eyes. You moved and I landed in the mud. I don't appreciate eating any more mud tonight. Leland Foree stuffed my belly full of the fair. That's the way. Turn to the right. I get you cornered against Dad's dry-hold rig. We'll discuss this further. I said right. You're supposed to be the finest bull in Joslin County, not a jackass. That's it. Back yourself up against the rig. Won't hurt a bit when I tie this lead rope through your nose rig. You gotcha. Now hold still a minute and we'll walk home where it's dry. Move! Move! The rig's collapsing!
It was only my second day on the job as Joslin sheriff when I was introduced to the feud between the Hartridges and the Forees. Ned had found a stray Foree calf out on his rig road and asked me to return it, explaining his vow never to set foot on Foree land in the same breath. That was the day I first suggested to Ned he'd tear down his derelict oil rig. I said, Ned, that rig's an accident waiting for a time to happen. Ned answered,
It's my dry-hole rig on my land, and I'll do with it what I please, thank you.
When Ned walked out earshot, his son Bobby came over and told me not to worry.
Next twister so much as breathes on that worthless rig, it'll fall.
But Bobby was wrong. All it took to crash Ned's rig to the ground was a hard rain and one escaped bull named Boo backing up into the rig structure. Of course, me and Bobby's parents had no way of knowing that at the time.
Ned, it's after midnight. Why are you getting dressed?
Thunder woke me. I went into the kitchen for a drink of water and noticed the barn light on.
You turned that light off before you went to bed.
Bobby must have left it on. Boo's busted out of his pen. Bobby's gone, too.
Oh, I'm coming with you.
No, honey, you stay in bed and sleep. Bobby and I'll bring Boo back.
I'm coming with you. I'm worried about Bobby. Boo sours in the rain, and Bobby's out there alone.
I don't see what the boy thinks he's proven by bringing that bull back on his own.
I'd say it has something to do with the fuss you and Leland Foree had at the fair.
Yeah, sure. I understand that. All right, if you're coming along, you best rest for the weather. Rain like this should last all night.
You won't find Bobby but driving around in circles.
Just slow down, Marcy. Bobby's old enough to handle Boo on a wet night.
You saw what Boo did to the barn door. Tore the hinges out of the wall. Foul weather turns that animal temperamental.
Lucky thing for us, sons and bulls don't melt. We'd have a real problem if they did.
Where do we look for Bobby first?
Well, we'll head out back of the barn, work our way out to the road. Rain's blowing towards the road. I've never seen an animal yet that enjoyed having the rain blown in its face.
Think he could have gone as far as the road?
Depends on how long Bobby's been chasing Boo. Could be more than a mile away.
Ned, when you were standing alone out at the rig tonight, what did you decide?
Nothing. I told you I was looking at where I've been.
But you promised to consider moving off the ranch.
I was considering.
Living on the ranch keeps Bobby shut inside himself. No girl, no more football. Only Boo and the rest of his chores.
Yeah, well, who's to say moving would do Bobby any good? Running from a problem don't solve it. Hey, here's the road. Besides, where the ranch stock is now, only one who'd give me a fair price would be Leland Foree. He'd do it just to tell folks he ran us Hartridges out of Jocelyn.
Bobby's our only child. I want him to be happy.
Well, he's happy in his work. Many a wealthy man wished he could say the same. Yeah, I'll give Bobby a call.
What are you listening to?
Ain't you hear it?
What?
That.
I still don't hear anything.
It's Boo. He's out there calling somewhere.
Oh, I hear him now. Boo only moans like that when he's scared.
Well, that thunder sounded awful close. Means more rain.
Did you see the rig?
I was watching the light.
The oil rig's half turned on its side. I saw it in the lightning.
I'll drive by the rig. Bobby might have come out that way for a look.
Look, there's Boo.
Why is he kneeling down beside that collapsed rig leg?
Ned, Bobby's pinned under the rig.
Bobby, you don't have to hold Boo's lead rope no more.
The girders are crushing his leg.
Quiet, quiet.
I sort of made a mess of myself, sir.
Your mother will take Boo's lead rope, son. She'll tie him up on the other side of the rig.
We need help, Ned.
I'll handle it.
Is Boo all right?
Not a scratch on his blue ribbon body. Come on, walk over here, Boo.
Son, can you feel your leg?
Yeah. That's the reason I've been crying. My leg's broke for sure.
As long as you can feel your leg, you cry all you want. Ain't a thing to be ashamed of with all that steel crushing your leg. Now give your old man a few minutes and he'll tow this whole damn rig away.
Hurry!
I'll work as fast as I can, but these girders will have to be dragged off one at a time.
Oh.
Marcy, tie this tow rope to the bumper hitch on the pickup.
Okay.
Now, the other end of the tow rope is hooked around the top girder. You watch Bobby while I drive. Yell when that rope's taut.
Okay. Make sure your window's open.
I'm moving the pickup forward.
Taut! The rope's pulling on the girder now, Ned.
Right. Here goes.
Stop! It's crushing my leg! Stop! Stop the truck! Oh.
What's wrong?
The truck pulled the girder down on Bobby's leg.
Here, let me see.
We need help. Bobby's face is chalk white.
That's to be expected. Bobby ain't as strong as some young men.
He's a lot stronger than you give him credit for. I'm calling for help over the CB.
Use Channel 9 then. The emergency channel.
Breaker! I have an emergency on the Hartridge Rig Road. Need immediate assistance. Come on.
You have a what, Marcy?
Oh, Sheriff. Your voice is sweet as the song. One whole side of Ned's oil rig fell on Bobby's leg. He's trapped under the rig.
Is he bleeding?
I don't believe so, but we can't see Bobby's leg under all the steel. His leg broke bad.
This sure hasn't been Bobby's night. I've more bad news for him. I haven't left the ferry yet. I just got in my car when your call came over.
But that's 70 miles away.
I'm on my way. I'll radio ahead for help, but just about every emergency vehicle in Johnson County is out here on the fairgrounds. What do you need to free Bobby's leg?
Tell him we need a winch.
Ned says we need a winch.
Well, Leland Foree's pickup has a power winch. He's your best bet.
I asked the Forees to stay on their side of my barbed wire fence, nothing more.
Marcy, do you read me?
Hand me that mic. Sheriff, this is Ned Hartridge. You're putting me between a rock and a hard place. I'd be much obliged if you brought a winch with you.
I don't carry one in my pocket, Ned. Winches aren't cigars.
What'd you turn the CB off for?
I ain't asking Leland Foree for squat.
I should wait for the sheriff. Bobby, stop playing hero for your father. I don't want to scare you, honey, but you've got a compound fracture, and your legs bleed.
It ain't bleeding. I can tell. Sir, I want to explain why I quit football.
Forget what Leland Foree said about you in football. You're showing yourself a tall man. That's what matters.
I told Mom I quit so's I could help more around the ranch. Wasn't true.
Save your breath. Save your breath. You hear?
I quit football because
I never seen him hurt so bad before. And Ned, we need that winch.
Because I didn't like hitting people no more.
He's passed out.
Did you see how he held Bo's lead rope when we drove up?
Yes, I saw. But how brave are you? You aren't man enough to ask Leland Foree's help, are you?
Where do you think you're going?
To borrow Leland's winch pickup.
Oh, the hell you are. Now get down out of that truck.
Is your pride more important than Bobby's leg?
I told you to get down out of that truck. My pride stays here with you.
Are you saying you're going?
Sheriff said Leland has the only power winch around. Leland will want the pleasure of hearing me ask for his help, not you.
Do me one other favor before you go. Leave the shotgun with me.
Now, what makes you think Leland won't shoot an unarmed Hartridge? Yeah, I'll leave the 12 gauge with you.
God take care of you, Ned Hartridge. And our son.
Lorne Greene again, and here's the concluding act of Bull's story. Texas sheriffs keep track of feuds, routine part of our job. So I knew the feud between the Hartridges and the Foreys to be a classic, even by Texas standards. That's why the needle on my speedometer crept higher and higher as I drove out to Ned Hartridge's collapsed oil rig. How I expected Leland Forey to lend Ned his winch pickup truck just to help young Bobby Hartridge free his broken leg from under Ned's dry hole rig is beyond me. Asking Ned and Leland to cooperate in a fevered situation like that was knocking down trouble. So I pressed toe to pedal and fought the slick highway. Later, out on Ned's rig road, I found the trouble I expected. But that was later. At the time, I was still wondering what kind of greeting Leland would give Ned when he came to call.
Anybody but the IRS pounding on my door this time of night better have a damn good reason.
It's Ned Hartridge, Leland. Bobby's broke his leg, pinned it under a pile of metal out on the rig road. I need to borrow your pickup with power winch.
What sort of metal is he buried under?
My rig collapsed on him.
I knew that rusted old rig of yours would cause you grief someday. You see what's in my hand?
Yeah, I see it.
This here is my personalized 44 Magnum. Has my initials monogrammed on pearl handles. You walk away from my door and stand out in the yard where I can see you.
Look, the sheriff sent me to you because you're the only one nearby with the power winch.
Remember tonight at the fair when I told you my wife was dress shopping in Paris? Well, my two boys ain't home neither. Ain't no witnesses around.
It's far enough away from your door for you?
That's real fine, neighbor. Now, this key's the one to my winch pickup. Now, I didn't say you could fish them keys out of that mud puddle so fast. You might make my 44 go boom, you do that.
You want to hear me say it? I will. I'm in your debt, Leland. Now, that don't matter to me. All I care about is helping Bobby.
I'm an oil man, Ned. I don't accept no debts, especially when I can have something I want in payment.
I'm picking the keys up now. I'll return your pickup.
Uh-oh. The trigger sort of slipped. Lucky for you, ain't it? The gun was pointed at your feet. You want my winch pickup? I want what you wouldn't sell me at the fair. Boo. You pick up them keys, and I assume we made even trade. You keep the pickup, and I collect one Aberdeen Angus bull named Boo.
I got no hands for trouble.
I said drop them keys.
You're bargaining with the wrong man. Boo ain't mine to trade away. After tonight, Boo belongs to Bobby.
I ain't afraid to shoot you in the back.
It's just your style, Leland.
I'm coming for that bull.
The keys are in the ignition. You can follow me out to the rig in my truck. Save me the trouble of returning your pickup.
I'm collecting my bull, Hartridge.
Made your father proud. Where you hung on to Boo's lead rope when we found you.
What's it going to be? Dad decided to sell the ranch?
Well, I'd like him to. We moved to a nice city. One with scads and scads of pretty young girls for you to choose from.
That's no place to keep Boo in a city.
He's back, Bobby. What did Leland
wasn't excited none about me borrowing his pickup, wanted me to trade Boo for his winch pickup.
You didn't trade Boo.
No, I told him Boo ain't mine to trade. Boo belongs to Bobby now.
Bobby'll be so proud when you tell him.
Bobby, this crossbeam up here is solid enough for me to use as kind of a pulley. Drop the winch cable over the crossbeam so the winch will be able to lift them girders off your leg.
I'm waiting.
You hang in there, partner. The Boo's yours forever and a day.
You mean it?
I'll give you my word on it.
There are headlights coming down the road.
It's too soon for the sheriff to show up. I expect that'll be Leland.
I'm here for what's owed me, Hardridge. In 5 minutes, I leave either with that bull or my winch pickup.
You can't take advantage of Bobby like this when he's hurt.
Marcy, I'm collecting my end of a business deal.
He ain't taking Boo. I'd rather lose my leg than lose Boo.
Son, neither of them things are going to happen. Are they, Leland?
I'd say your boy's got some grit after all. Hell, it's a sorry day you can't depend on a neighbor in a life-or-death situation.
I won't forget you lent a helping hand.
Bobby puts me to shame the way I've been acting. Here, let me run that cable. I can handle a winch better than you.
I was doing a good job with the winch.
Are we going to argue about this too, Ned? I mean, it is my pickup.
The keys are in the ignition. Okay, let out the cable.
Be with you in a minute.
Ned! Leland's driven off!
Where's the shotgun?
No, Ned, you can't shoot him.
Sir, no 4E's worth of murder charge.
Get out of the way, Marcy.
Ned!
Get your hands off the barrel.
No, Bobby's right. It'd be murder. Much as Leland deserves it, you'd still be in the wrong.
You let him get away.
It's too late. Leland's out of range.
Leland's gone, Ned. There's nothing left to shoot at but the night.
I'll see Leland's time come for this. I buried my pride to ask that skunk's help.
You buried your pride for Bobby.
The sheriff will be along with help any minute.
Oh, damn fool, I didn't tear this rusted rig down years ago.
Oh, Ma, please stop crying. I can wait for the sheriff.
Yes, it's your fault. I told you to sell this junk heap for scrap 20 years ago.
None of us are to blame for what happened to me. It was an accident.
Or there's blame. Land's to blame.
No, it's good land. It's Hardridge land.
Land's all dried up like this rig. Gave us neighbors with hearts of stone and nothing to show for our hard work but one pretty blue ribbon at the fair every year.
But we got Boo.
Your mother's right. Boo ain't nothing. We've seen a lifetime investment turn into a couple of callous, empty hands. I'm sorry, Bobby. We're selling out.
With Boo, we can build up the stock again, and then we'll be in the money.
You come off telling me what this ranch needs.
What are you doing?
Leave me alone.
You can't move steel with your bare hands.
I'm rocking the top girder. Now try moving your leg, Bobby.
No good, sir. My leg won't move.
You ain't trying.
But I am too trying.
You've gone crazy. Somebody's coming down the road.
Oh, it must be the sheriff by now.
If it is the sheriff, why'd he come alone?
No, that ain't the sheriff. Somebody explain to me why Leland's coming back.
Put the shotgun down, Ned, please. Leland's come back to help Bobby. That's what matters.
Not to me.
I didn't drive all the way from the fair to get shot,
Is that
Ned.
you, Sheriff?
It is. I met Leland out on the highway. He insisted I ride with him back here. Seeing Ned pointing his 12-gauge explains why. Now, my job isn't to play Solomon and decide who's right or wrong in this feud. I'm here to help Bobby.
I ain't asking for nothing else.
Then stow your 12-gauge and let's set about freeing Bobby's leg. Hold the winch there, Leland.
That good?
Yep. Looks to be enough clearance for Ned and me to swing this last girder out of the way.
That's done it. Bobby's leg is freed.
Okay, Leland, let it down.
Bobby, your poor leg's like a bent twig.
Sure hurts. But it is nice to see my toes again.
The way that steel hit you, I'm surprised you don't have a compound break.
I expected you to bring some help with you, Sheriff.
Well, the entire Jocelyn County Fire Company is heading this way. I just outdistanced them when I left the fair.
The whole fire department, huh?
Wasn't a man who didn't volunteer to help when they heard you were pinned under the rig. You and your father have a lot of friends in Jocelyn.
Oh, we thank you, Sheriff, for making Leland drive back.
I only had to explain the situation a little to bring the Good Samaritan out in Leland.
You mean Leland made you pull your gun?
Not quite, but almost.
I heard that. That ain't no way to be thankful. I didn't have to come back.
You didn't have to come back until I commandeered your pickup on the highway.
Hey, when folks hear what you done tonight, they'll judge for themselves who's backless, Leland.
Yeah, folks will ask who moved all that rusted steel off Bobby Hartridge's broken leg. And you'll tell them I did it.
And I'll tell folks how you tried to steal Boo.
Keep your bull, son. You got 1 full year to crow about him. Because at next year's fair, I'll own me an entry that'll make Boo a faded memory in the judge's mind.
Never happened.
Leland, I think it's time you dropped the lead in your britches and drove home.
Boo beat any animal that belongs to a 4E. Dad, tell him.
Watch the leg, Bobby.
Dad.
I told your mother we'd sell, son.
You don't want to sell the ranch no more than I do.
No, I don't.
Then you tell him, Ned. Leland?
Something on your mind, Marcy?
Before you leave, I think it's only right for you to know what to expect at next year's fair.
You making excuses already?
Boo will beat any 4E entry hands down, as is the custom.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that.
Next year we'll beat the pants off you, Leland.
It's odd how money makes some men so cantankerous. Don't see how Leland can stand living with himself.
Leland 4E ain't so bad a man.
What? I ain't sure my ears are working.
What was that, Bobby?
Well, way I see what happened tonight, Leland 4E's the man I ought to thank for helping the Hartridge family decide to stay in Joslyn County. Why, I'm much obliged to him.
Oh, get out, Boo.
The Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears, Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. Bull Story was written by Bruce Martin, produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Your host was Lorne Green. Our stars were Norman Alden and Parley Bear. Featured in the cast were Tommy Cook, Mary Jane Croft, and Barney Phillips. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. This is Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
This is Mel Blanc, and voices are my business. In Warner Brother cartoons, you probably know me as the crazy little character...
Daffy Duck.
or,
Porky Pig.
or...
Bugs Bunny, Doc.
We all have a voice in matters that affect us in our community, and it's necessary to speak out to get the best possible community services. One community tradition, which really deserves vocal support, is the library. The library has been serving up all kinds of information ever since this country began. After all, you can get thousands of voices in the library's books, on film, records, and tapes, and you can borrow these voices freely. But the library can't give you such good service without a lot of vocal and personal support from you. This means you need to write or call your community officials and speak up for the library.
It's all there, folks. At the library.
A public service message from the American Library Association and this station.
Tomorrow's Sears Radio Theater will be a comedy with Andy Griffith as your host. Let's listen.
A divorce? Just because I want you to have the best things in life?
Look, I know you love me, and I love you.
Talking about a divorce is no way to prove it.
But sometimes people just... loving each other isn't enough.
So be sure and tune in tomorrow to the Sears Radio Theater.
Adventures in Research. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Today it is the dramatic story of the cow that stopped a plague. Of all the dumb animals that stalk the earth, few hold such a place in history as the cow. Primitive man counted his wealth in cattle. They furnished him with milk and meat, served as beasts of burden, plowing the soil and threshing the grain. The Romans punished the mistreatment of cows by inflicting severe penalties. The Hindus hold many of the species as sacred. It was a cow that allegedly instigated the Chicago fire. Indeed, just a cow that started one of mankind's greatest adventures in research. Of all the diseases that scourged mankind in the Dark Ages, the Black Death, St. Anthony's fire, leprosy, typhus, one of the most horrible ministers of death was called smallpox.
It never goes.
Another one, I vow. The sign on the door.
Aye, 'tis the smallpox. It's got another.
Is there no end of it? My woman tells me Widow Humphreys lost another child to the smallpox. 5 of them, mind you. 5 that were all well and alive when I saw them last, not over a month ago.
The plague, they call it. Plague comes and goes and waxes and wanes. But not this. On and on it marches with no end in sight.
'Tis true, old Wilkes. 'Tis true. In faith, you cannot walk down the streets of London without seeing most of those you meet pock-pocked.
Aye, and they the lucky ones. The lucky ones that live to tell of it.
'Tis a cruel visitation, and it spares none of us. I have heard that... but one must not speak of it.
Heard what, I ask you?
I tell you, one must not speak of it. But if you promise not to breathe a word, I'll tell you what I do.
The king himself?
Shh, not so loud. One must not speak of the king and death.
But smallpox? His Royal Highness?
Aye, George III. Even now on his deathbed.
Who will be spared?
'Tis a cruel disease, old Wilkes. For it was the smallpox that carried off his Highness's parents, the both of them, and his uncle, the Duke of Gloucester, and his wife and 2 of his cousins, and even now wrestles with his Majesty.
Who will be spared? Who will be spared?
Yes, unlike the plagues that swept over Europe, smallpox never relented. It was well called the most ruthless minister of death. It is one of the most contagious of all diseases. And in the 17th century, 50% of those afflicted died of smallpox. And then, toward the close of the 18th century, a physician in rural England paused on his rounds in Dorchester.
Here you are, Dr. Jenkins, sir.
Thank you, Howley. Tankard of milk.
On a hot day like this, you need something to cool your innards, Doctor.
Yes. Very refreshing, Mr. Howley, and most generous of you.
They're the finest herd of cows in all Dorchestershire, if I may say so. Look at them yourself, Doctor. Aren't they fine and strong as ever you laid eyes on?
Yes, indeed. And it's a pleasure to look at something healthy.
I imagine it is, Doctor. You've been busy.
So many calls. Since the smallpox has broken out here, I haven't had time to close my eyes. I'm trying to attend to them all.
Cool. Well, Doctor, begging your pardon and knocking on wood, you need not worry about bringing your black bag to our farm. Nary a one of us here at the farm has got the smallpox. The good Lord willing.
Well, you're most fortunate. You know, that is odd, Howley.
I don't know, Doctor. My father told me to be around cows, and you'll never fear smallpox.
I guess the old gentleman had something there. And now that I think of it,
There's not a dairymaid in all Dorchestershire that ever had the disease.
I guess it's something to do with the cowpox, Doctor. Seems so once you get the cowpox, the smallpox stays away from you.
Yes. Cowpox. Yes.
Care for another tank of milk, Doctor?
No, thank you, Howley. It was most refreshing. I'd better be on my way. Cowpox.
And country doctor Edward Jenner pondered the odd medical fact that dairymaids who had contracted cowpox seemed immune to smallpox. This was not a novel idea. 20-odd years before, a Dorchestershire farmer had noticed the same coincidence and had actually transferred the cowpox virus to a human being, the first successful vaccination. And a German physician, 5 years earlier, had vaccinated 3 children against the disease. But it remained for Jenner to make the first practical test. And May 1796 finds him back at the Howley Dairy Farm.
Mr. Howley, I'd like your assistance in a rather important experiment.
No, say now, Doctor. I don't want you doing any of your fancy experimenting on my cows. There's healthier herders in all the county, and they don't need no doctor.
No, Mr. Howley. I'm not going to experiment with your cows. I need the help of one of your dairymaids.
That's all? For a minute you had me worried. I guess I can spare one of them if it would be helping you any.
It would indeed, Mr. Howley. I might well be on the trail of a cure for smallpox.
Cure? Smallpox, is it? Oh, Doctor, if it's helping you any, you can have the whole farm.
All I need is the help of one of your dairymaids. I'd like to examine their hens. Can you get one of them in here?
In 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Hey, number girl. Come with you a moment.
You want me, sir?
Your name's Edna?
Yes, sir, Edna. Edna Polk. I ain't done nothing.
Your hand, Edna. Well, how did you get this cut on your hand? Now, don't hide them. Just answer me.
I don't have no cuts, sir. Oh, that little scratch. I got it on the thorn bush, I do believe. But it's nothing.
And it's festering. You've milked cows while that cut was open, and you've got it infected.
Oh, it ain't nothing but cowpox, Dr. Jenner.
Nothing but cowpox? My dear man, that's everything.
Then I ain't done nothing wrong.
My dear Edna, you may be helping save the world from a horrible disease. Thanks to you and that cow. Now, look, Jimmy, what are you crying for? I haven't hurt you, have I? I just asked you to bare your arm. Now, how old are you, Jimmy? Now, look, Jimmy, you want to be well, don't you?
Ain't nothing wrong with me.
No, and you don't want to have anything wrong with you. You don't want to get sick now, do you?
No.
Well, that's what we're going to prevent. Why, what I'm going to do to you will keep you from being sick from the smallpox. You don't want your face all pocked so the girls won't like you, do you?
Don't like girls.
Well, now, this isn't going to hurt a bit. And your name might even go into books for helping me.
In books?
Why, yes, indeed. James Phipps, age... Now, how old are you?
I'm 8.
Now, there. It's all over, Jimmy. Well, part of it. And who knows? Your name may be in the history books. And it didn't hurt, did it?
No.
Good. Now, tell you what, Jimmy. 8 weeks from today, you come back to my house, and we'll finish our little test.
A few weeks later, in July of 1796, Dr. Jenner inoculated the boy with matter direct from a smallpox patient to prove the value of his cowpox vaccination. James Phipps did not get smallpox, nor did he when the entire experiment was repeated a few months later. Then Jenner inoculated 10 other persons who had previously had cowpox. none of them caught this most contagious of diseases. And so, in 1798, Dr. Edward Jenner, country physician of Dorchestershire, published his findings, and the news spread around the world.
And as chairman of the Board of Health in Boston, I thought you ought to be informed.
It is amazing if true, Dr. Boylston.
I'm not the first to try this vaccination in America. My good friend, Dr. Waterhouse...
Yes, I know him well.
He vaccinated his 5-year-old boy against smallpox. And the boy hasn't caught the disease. And it's been over 2 years now.
Dr. Boylston, I'm sure you know how we of the Board of Health feel about smallpox. You're acquainted with the figures. 5,000 cases out of a population of 15,000. Now, that's what we had 40 years ago, and it hasn't improved much.
No. Well, as I say, I vaccinated 19 boys according to the method used by this Dr. Jenner. Then I inoculated these boys with smallpox. They didn't catch it. But 2 other boys I did inoculate with smallpox, 2 that hadn't been vaccinated, did come down with the disease.
Well, Dr. Boylston, I shall recommend to the Board of Health here in Boston that we make further experiments in the light of your discoveries.
Splendid, splendid. I'm sure you'll find, as I did, that...
Though I must say that cowpox seems to be a complete security against smallpox.
I believe so. And I'm delighted that you, as chairman of the Board of Health, have taken such an interest. Some of the other cities should have an organization with a chairman as helpful as you. Thank you, Paul Revere.
Test after test was made of Jenner's amazing disclosure. 3,000 persons were first vaccinated and then inoculated at the London Smallpox Hospital. And the pitiless plague passed them all by. The disease that once trapped 1/3 of the population of Boston, that once killed half of whom it touched, that ranked as the highest cause of death in all London, was at last captured. And praise and gratitude were heaped on the shoulders of the man who had brought about vaccination and put the name of 8-year-old James Phipps in the history books. One such letter to Dr. Jenner said,
Indeed, sir, if I had my way, every man, woman, and child in the United States would be vaccinated against this horrible, prowling, malignant disease. Your discovery of this safe, sure preventive of smallpox ranks with the greatest discoveries in the annals of history. I am certain that your findings, and mark you, I say this less than 10 years since your first test, your findings will eventually stamp out smallpox. I myself have taken the opportunity to be vaccinated and will champion the cause of vaccination throughout our United States, of which I am, with greatest admiration, President Thomas Jefferson.
And thus, one of mankind's greatest scourges, the pitiless plague of smallpox, was subdued. Thanks to Dr. Edward Jenner, a helpful dairy farmer, a small boy with an urge for fame, and a certain anonymous cow. And that's today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Join us again next week for another transcribed story by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research.
Dodge City. West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Jackson. Dry as a bone. Our last hope of water for the herd.
Not quite, Pecos. Cottonwood Pond is just over the rise ahead of us.
Well, it may be dry, too. Bet they haven't had a rain on the prairie for 6 months.
It won't be dry. I've been bringing cattle up here to Dodge City for 12 years. Drought or no drought, the pond's always had water.
It better have. We're losing 15 head an hour now. We can't push them much farther.
There'll be water. With luck, if the railroad's got the cars for us, we can start loading this afternoon. By this time...
Hey, sounds like the boys up ahead run into something.
Yeah, come on. There's a pond, Pecos. Plenty of water.
Yeah, I guess you were right.
Wonder why the herd's piling up. They ought to be stampeding for that pond. You think you have to... Hold up, Pecos.
A barbed wire fence. Somebody's fenced off the pond. Mr. Jackson, it looks like we've got a fight on our hands.
I don't like it, Doc. It's too quiet. When things get too quiet in Dodge, it always means a blow-up's coming.
Yeah, just sit down, Matt. You're just getting yourself a case of nerves. You've been a law officer too long. Shot at too many times. You're getting so you just act like a spooky old horse. You're jumpy and you're gun-shy. Hand me those forceps, man.
Oh, yeah. You mean this?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah. Now, you take me, Matt. I don't rant and rail against fate. I just sit back and take what comes.
Yeah, sure, Doc.
Mm-hmm. If I get a patient, fine. I steal him blind. And if I don't, well, I keep my hand in setting a broken leg on a dog. Yeah, there. That splint ought to hold him. Matter of fact, I could use a fee or two. Not planning to shoot anybody, are you, Matt?
Yeah, if this drought doesn't break, I'm in the mood to shoot myself.
That's a bad one, all right. I don't think I've ever seen the prairie as dry as it is this year.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Dillon.
Well, come on in, Chester.
I've been looking all over for you. We've got trouble, Mr. Dillon.
Huh? Trouble?
Old man Howard just sent a rider in. A trail drive's pulled in from the Big Bend. They're threatening to cut his fences so they can water the cattle at Cottonwood Pond.
Well, there's your blow-up, Matt. A real head-on smash. A thirsty herd against that skinflint Howard. I bet I could get myself a few fees out of this before it's over.
Good old Doc, always hoping for the best, huh? Now, come on, Chester, let's ride out to Cottonwood.
Dyke Howard had no call to fence that pond, Mr. Dillon. There's enough water there for all the trail herds in the next 10 years.
That's on his ranch, Chester. He's got a right to fence his own range.
Got a right, maybe, but no decent rancher would take advantage of it. Howard's mean. Just downright mean.
I think it's more than that, Chester.
It's the old business of making $2 grow where $1 grew before. I think Howard figured on something like this when he strung that fence last month, but the trouble is...
Look yonder, Mr. Dillon.
Huh?
Must be 50 or 60 riders facing each other across that fence.
Yeah.
Looks like a couple of armies.
Well, that wouldn't be the first range war that started over water rights. Come on. Over.
Who says so, mister?
I do.
Who are you?
Dillon, U.S. Marshal out of Dodge.
Marshal, that man and his gang are threatening to break through my fences and trespass on my property. I demand the protection of the law.
You'll get it, Howard. You the owner of this herd?
That's right, Marshal. Jack Jackson from the Circle Z spread down in the Big Bend. Maybe you can make this fella see reason. I got a herd of cattle here that's dying like flies for lack of water. Over there, 100 yards is plenty of water. Only this sneaking crook has fenced it in. How about it, Marshal?
Well, it's his land, Jackson. The law gives him the right to fence it.
Law? Right. Everything I got in the world's tied up in that herd. There's 25 trail riders there in the saddle I can't even pay wages to if I lose these cattle. Does the law uphold pushing a man against the wall and wiping him out?
It wasn't intended to. Howard, why don't you ride up here to the fence and talk, huh?
Sure, Marshal. No objections at all. My fence, ain't it?
Well, nobody's doubting it. Now, look, is there any reason why you can't get together with this man and let him take that herd in and water it?
I made him an offer. He turned it down.
An offer, $1 a head a day for water, or buy the herd himself for $3 a head.
That's a pretty stiff terms, Howard.
Better than losing everything like he's gonna do.
Why, you dirty
All right,
load.
hold it, both of you. Now, look, if there's any gunslinging starts, I'm going to be in on it, too, you understand? Howard, I just don't understand you. Most people out here on the frontier stick together when trouble starts. They don't kick a man when he's down. And they don't look on a drought or a blizzard as a chance to make a personal cleaning.
Now, just a minute, Dillon. You call yourself the law in Dodge. All right. Does the law say I can fence in my own land?
It does.
And never mind your opinions, Marshal. All I want out of you is enforcement of the law.
All right, Howard, you'll get it. And that's all you'll get. Jackson, you better have your boys start the herd circling.
Does this mean you're backing him up, Marshal?
I'm backing up the law, that's all, Jackson.
Then I don't think much of your laws up here.
I only enforce them, I don't make them. Now, you better circle that herd.
I say you better. I'm ordering my boys to shoot the first man or steer that comes through that fence.
Chester, you cover Howard.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
And if he orders any of his men to fire a shot, kill him.
Be a pleasure, Mr. Dillon.
What's the idea, Marshal?
You wanted the law enforced. All right, you're getting it. But I'm going to do the enforcing, Howard, not you. So if you're smart, you won't give any orders about shooting.
All right, Mr. Dillon, you got a tough job. I guess you're trying to do it fair and square.
Man does what he has to do, Jackson.
I know. It's like with me. If that herd of mine beds down without water, most of them won't get off the ground in the morning. So law or no law, we're going through that fence tonight.
Matt.
Huh? Oh, hello,
What's the matter? Bad liquor or a busted steak?
Neither. How are you?
Eager. But you probably noticed that before. Seriously, though, what's wrong?
Plenty. One of the bloodiest little range wars you ever saw is just about to break.
Out of Cottonwood Pond, I heard about it.
Did you hear, too, that I'm back on the wrong side?
Here, pull a stool up to the bar. Harry, a drink for Mr. Dillon.
No, thanks. I can't stay, Kitty. I gotta try to round up some deputies, and try is probably about as far as I'm gonna get. Old Ton will be siding with the Texas boys against Howard. And against me.
Maybe you ought to switch sides, Matt.
Oh, sure, I oughta. I know, but I can't. If I started making my own rules, it'd mean the end of law and order in Dodge City. Yeah, I just can't do it, Kitty. Much as I'd like to.
Well, not for me to say. You're the one who has to decide.
Yeah, Chester. What'd you find out?
Mr. Hightower down at the railroad depot checked clear through to Topeka. They can't get enough cattle cars here to load that herd out before day after tomorrow.
Well, that's that. It's an outside chance anyway. Yeah, I just can't do it, Kitty. Much as I'd like to.
Well, not for me to say. You're the one who has to decide.
Yeah, Chester. What'd you find out?
Mr. Hightower down at the railroad depot checked clear through to Topeka. They can't get enough cattle cars here to load that herd out before day after tomorrow.
Well, that's that. It's an outside chance anyway. I thought we might load them up fast, Kitty, and run them up to Walnut Creek. It's still got a little water in it. But
Matt, there's something wrong with the law that upholds a low-down scheme like this.
Well, what Howard's doing is wrong morally, but it's right legally. I gotta find a legal way to stop him.
I bet a lawyer could find a way of some kind. Too bad this town doesn't have one.
Oh, heaven forbid.
Just the same, Matt.
Yeah, what is it?
My name's Fenton. I'm range boss.
Yeah, I know. You work for Dyke Howard. Well, what's on your mind?
Well, Mr. Howard figures you ought to be arranging to protect his property.
Jackson gave me his word he'd lay off until 9 tonight.
His word, sure. But Mr. Howard figures it'd be a good idea if you deputize his riders.
Fenton, get out.
Now, wait a second, Martin.
Go on, get out. When I want Howard's advice, I'll ask for it. Now go tell him that.
Well, yeah, but...
Go on. Get out. Move. Deputize his riders. Sure, he'd like that.
Well, it just may come to that, Mr. Dillon. I couldn't get anybody else.
You know, I ought to throw this badge away and go out there and help Jackson cut that fence.
Matt, I still think what you ought to do...
I know. I ought to get a lawyer.
Well,
Kitty, the only lawyer Dodge City ever saw was that young fellow from Boston who died here last year on his way... Hey,
what is it, Matt?
Chester, what happened to those books of his?
Well, nobody never claimed them. They're still in the back of the jail there somewhere.
That's a long shot, but... Kitty, I love you.
Matt.
Come on, Chester, let's find those books. I don't know, Chester. Take a man a year just to learn what these words mean.
Well, I sure can't help you, Mr. Dillon. Looky there. Tort. Replevin. Statutory malfeasance. Why don't they write the laws out in English?
There'd be no work for lawyers. The only thing that might do it is this one. I'm not too sure what it means.
Evening, Matt.
Oh, Doc, come on in here, will you?
I figured I'd bring you a little courage for the battle.
What?
Might be snakes out at Cottonwood Pond.
It's very thoughtful.
Yes, sir. Calomel and Irish whiskey. No doctor west of the Mississippi ought to be without him. The calomel's for the woman, you understand?
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm. Of course, a bottle of Jameson might not cure a patient, but it sure makes him enjoy his illness.
Yeah. Look, Doc, you've been to school. At least I guess you have.
Oh, well, I browsed through a couple.
Well, listen to this now, and tell me what you think about this paragraph right here.
This? Well, let me see. A schedule of territorial ordinances and judicial precedents. Handbook for local administrators. Well, I didn't go to law school, man.
No, but you've read books, and you know big words. Now listen to this. The local administrator or other duly constituted authority in a territorial division is hereby empowered to declare a state of acute emergency in case of riot, rebellion, or any natural catastrophe which threatens the general welfare. Now, Doc, would you say I'm a duly constituted authority, huh?
Well, Dodge City, I guess you're about the only authority.
Yeah, now, would you say this drought we're having is a threat to the general welfare?
Well, I've never seen a worse one, but...
All right, now listen to this.
Yeah?
During the period of such emergency, the officer in charge is authorized to seize, confiscate, allocate, or otherwise administer critical materials and facilities in accordance with a common need and his own discretion.
All right, Matt. Water is a material.
Yeah?
And as far as keeping cattle alive is concerned, Cottonwood Pond is a facility.
That's all I wanted to know.
I don't see how it'll help you, though, Matt. Howard will never stand for it. You're still going to have a pitched battle on your hands.
Maybe so, Doc. But at least I'll be fighting in the way I want to fight. Well, come on, Chester, let's go. It's 8 o'clock. It's dark now. Must be pushing 9 o'clock. Hope they don't jump the gun on us, Chester.
I figure Jackson will stick by his word, Mr. Dillon.
If Howard lets him.
You know, we might get a break in this drought if that storm comes this way.
No, I'd say it's only heat lightning. All thunder and no rain.
Well, if it goes on a few more weeks, this prairie will be dried right down to the nubbin.
All right. Hold it. Pull up them horses.
He's right there by the fence, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I see it.
Who's there? Well, speak up.
I usually answer bushwhackers with a 6-gun. This is your lucky night, Fenton.
Oh, Marshal, I didn't know.
Where's your boss?
All right here, Dillon. About time you got here. That mob may try to rush the fence any minute now.
Not yet, Howard. I said 9 o'clock. You got 5 minutes yet.
Come on over here, Jackson. I want you to hear this, too.
I kind of wish you'd stayed out of it, Marshal. Rather not have fought against you.
Never mind. Mr. Howard, by the authority vested in me as a U.S. Marshal, and under the territorial laws and ordinances of the United States, I'm hereby declaring a state of acute emergency due to the drought.
What are you talking about, Dillon?
The U.S. Territorial Ordinance Schedule of 1858, Section 721C.
What are you trying to say?
Just this. For the duration of the emergency, I am taking charge of Cottonwood Pond in the name of the United States government. And I'm allocating use of it to Mr. Jackson here to water his herd. Now, if you want to try to make a deal with him, you got 5 minutes before I cut the wire and open the fence.
I've never bought water before, but I'll give you 10 cents a head, Howard. How about it?
I'll see you dead first. And I'll be struck dead myself before I see one head of your stock onto my property. Dillon, I don't know what's behind this move. Maybe you've sold out, made a deal of your own.
Easy, Howard.
If not that, then you've lost your mind.
Your 5 minutes are running out now. What are you going to do?
Fight! What do you think I'm going to do?
Going to resist the law?
You call it the law, I don't. Dillon, I'm giving my boys orders to shoot any man who lays a hand on this fence. And that goes for you.
Listen to me, Howard. You got a chance to do something that costs you nothing and means life or death to somebody else. And you're refusing to do it. Well, I'm sorry to see it that way. But in any case, this herd gets water.
Maybe they will. All right, boys, you heard it. Keep that fence covered. If they want to fight, they'll get one.
Jackson, I guess I'm going to need some deputies.
Well, I got 25 men here, Marshal. They're yours if you want them.
All right, boys. Will you all raise your right hands? Do you swear to uphold the Constitution, ordinances, and bylaws of the United States to the best of your ability, so help you?
I do.
All right, you're all temporary deputy marshals acting under my orders. Now bunch the cattle in this way and start them through the fence as soon as I open the wire.
They won't need much starting, Marshal. They've been smelling that water for hours.
Now don't shoot unless you're fired on. If you are, protect yourselves and your herd. All right, let's go.
Hey, Gus! Keep those flankers closing them in toward the opening here. If they crowd on that fence, they'll cut themselves to ribbons.
Right, boss. Over this way.
Chester, come here, man.
Yes?
You got the wire cutters?
Here you are, Mr. Dillon. You know, I think we got a fight on our hands.
Yeah, I guess. All right, keep me covered.
I'll watch the left over here. All right, Mr. Jackson.
Well, There's one strand.
They're cutting the fence, Mr. Howard.
All right, fire at the flash, Chester.
Yes, sir. Oh, my gracious, I wish there was a moon.
There's one more strand.
I spotted him.
And here's the last one. Now.
All right, boys, the fence is open. Bring them through.
Come on through, boys. Come on. Heads up, Chester. They won't give in this easy.
Yeah, you can hear them out there, but you can't see for the dust.
Yeah. Wind's coming up off that cloud. Well, come on. Let's try to find Howard. I'm going to take him in for attempted murder.
Last time I heard him, he was down along the fence here, Summers.
All right, boys! Fire the glass!
What the...
Look! Look at them torches, Mr. Dillon. They're setting fire in the grass.
Yeah. As dry as it is, they'll start the whole prairie blazing. Jackson! Get your herd through the fence. They're trying to stampede it.
It'll take more than fire to turn those cattle away from water.
I guess you're right. Look, send as many of your boys as you can to help me. We got to get that fire stopped and fast.
I don't know, Mr. Dillon. I don't know if we're winning or losing.
Well, if that backfire holds it, we're winning, Chester. Otherwise...
Couldn't have been a worse time. The prairie's dry as gunpowder.
Well, at least the herd's safe. They wouldn't leave that pond if the whole world caught fire.
Any orders for the boys, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, just have them keep working along the edge of the backfire, Pecos. Beat out any sparks that get across.
Right, Marshal, I got you.
Have you seen anything of the Howard gang?
Oh, not a sign. I guess they figured they'd done all they could.
Yeah, maybe.
Mr. Dillon, I'd swear a storm's going to break. I can halfway smell the rain.
I don't know about that, Chester. But it's doing one thing it won't help us.
What do you mean?
Look, the wind's shifting. It's starting to drive those flames across the backfire.
Well, if it catches there again, it'll get clear away from us.
Yeah, it sure will. Now, come on. Let's grab some of the boys and start working behind it.
Yes,
Let's go, Dillon.
Well, Fenton, I figured you'd be halfway to the Mexican border by now.
Well, you figured wrong. You keep your hands still, both of you. One move and it's your last move.
That's about the way you planned it anyway, isn't it?
You wiped us out, Dillon. That backfire of yours took the ranch house and the barns. There's nothing for us to do now but drift. Only first I'm going to kill you.
Hit the dirt, Chester. Fenton, drop the gun. You're under arrest.
I'll drop it, you dirt. Dillon,
Well, you warned him, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it doesn't matter much now. Look, Chester.
Yes, sir. It's jumped the backfire. With that wind driving it, it'll burn the whole prairie from here clear to the river.
And Dodge City along with it. Not a way in the world of stopping it either.
There's the shot, Marshal. You all right?
I'm sick at my stomach, that's all. Dodge City's gonna burn, Jackson, and there's nothing we can do.
I sure didn't figure on this. I let him have the herd, gladly.
No, it's my fault. I should have jumped him first.
A man does what he has to, Marshal. I don't think that's your way.
Well, maybe my way's the wrong way. When it leads to burning 10,000 acres of prairie in a whole town, there must be something wrong.
Wait, Mr. Dillon.
What is it, Chester?
I told you I could smell it.
Smell what? What the devil? Rain!
Yes, sir.
By heavens, it's starting to rain!
By heaven may be the right expression.
Well, I don't know about that, but I know it's the only thing that can save Dodge. Well, come on, rain! Faster! Cut loose and rain, will you?
It's a going in, Mr. Dillon. Look at it. Beating down on that fire.
Rain. Chester, you know, out here on the frontier sometimes, when a thing like this happens, it makes you wonder if maybe... Well, I don't know. Come on, Chester, let's find our horses.
It's sure not letting up any, Mr. Dillon.
No. We're still quite a ways from town. Let's swing over along the bluff, Chester, and find a place to wait it out for a while, huh?
That's what I was hoping you'd say.
Come on.
Well, it took a long time to break loose, but it's sure making up for lost. Wow! I never saw lightning this big before.
Usually lets up once the rain starts. I guess it's just a freak storm anyway. What? Off your horse, Chester. Flat on the ground.
I saw it flash, Mr. Dillon. It come from that lone cottonwood tree.
Yeah. It's a bad spot. He's got cover and we haven't. Well, I guess we found out what happened to Mr. Howard. All right, Howard. Come out with your hands up. You're under arrest.
Why don't you come and get it, Dillon?
You're going to flip a shot at the tree, Chester. Roll away as soon as I fire.
Yes.
All right. Now.
Smart, Dillon. You're not smart enough.
That was close.
There's enough light for him to see. He's got all the odds. If he keeps it up, he'll get us sure.
Maybe we might just as well rush him, Mr. Dillon. We haven't got much to lose.
It's an outside chance, Chester. That he's bound to get one of us.
Yeah, but this way it's both.
Yeah, I know. All right. We'll go in on the count of 3. Fan out and move fast.
Yes, sir.
And, good luck, Chester.
Same to you, Mr. Dillon.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Mr. Dillon, what happened?
It was lightning. It struck the tree. I think Howard's lying over there on the ground. Come on. Yeah. He's down, all right.
He said he'd be struck dead before he'd ever give in. Well, he was.
By heaven, I don't know. The second time tonight. You know, Chester, I think I'm going to change my ways.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell and Lou Krugman, with Joe Duvall, Barney Phillips, and Georgia Ellis. Parley Bear is Chester, and Howard McNear is Doc. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Welcome to the Diamond K Ranch, folks. This is Ken Maynard and Tarzan. Inviting you to join us here in the tack room for another little visit. Are you folks enjoying these adventure stories as much as I am? Well, sir, I sure hope you are, because I got a mighty exciting one today about the wild and woolly West. It's called Cattle Rustling, Texas Style. So pull up your chair and make yourself comfortable.
From the tack room of Ken Maynard's Diamond K Ranch, we're bringing you transcribed stories of adventure. Stories of circus life, fascinating tales of the Old West where cowboys still follow the cattle trails. Stories of rodeos and parades, colorful legends of the Red Man, hidden gold, and buried treasure. The exciting tales from the Diamond K are told by Hollywood's champion of Western stars, internationally famous Ken Maynard. And you know, I can hardly wait to hear Ken's adventurous story today. I guess nobody ever outgrows enjoying the fabulous tales of the West, tales of cowboys and Indians and the like. That's why I'm going to let you in on my secret. Now, I bought a Diamond K record album of Ken Maynard stories. Yes, I did. Of course, I'll have to admit they were supposed to be for my kiddies because the record album stories are especially for children. But when the records arrived and they put the first one on the phonograph, I was right there listening to, and I just couldn't leave till I heard both stories. And you should have seen my son's face when Ken Maynard said,
"Hello, Charlie. This is Ken Maynard with a story just for you."
Yes, sir. He said that right on the record. And you can bet all the kids in our neighborhood have been in to listen. And buckaroos, you'll get the same thrill when you have a Ken Maynard record album for your very own. Personalized with your name spoken right on the record. It's a beautiful album with colored pictures of Ken and Tarzan on the front. And inside are two big 8-inch unbreakable records made of pure, expensive vinylite with two complete Wild West stories. So don't wait another minute. Just write yourself or get Mom and Dad to do it for you. Send your name and address to Records in care of this station and enclose just a $1 bill for the biggest Western value I'll bet you've ever seen. Now, here's Ken to tell you a new tale from the Diamond K.
You know, friends, you don't hear much about cattle rustling anymore. But a few years ago, it was a different story. In fact, out here in the West, cattle rustling was a pretty big business at times and was a full-time job trying to keep things anywhere near under control. When I was a young fellow down in Texas working on one of the big ranches, I heard a story about rustling that's so amazing, I'd kind of like to pass it on to you right now. Seems that down in Texas where there used to be a lot of fellows with big ideas. In fact, there's still a lot of fellows down there with big ideas. But that's got nothing to do with my story. Clint Brown, an old cattleman of about 70, was the owner of the Bar Double Q Ranch, and he had a foreman working for him by the name of Jones. Soft Sam Jones, I believe they called him. Since rheumatism kept Clint pretty much around the house, Sam had a free run of the ranch. And run he did. Through the years, old Clint had built up a reputation for having just about the finest herd of steers in Texas. In fact, his beef was known throughout the entire West as the best you could buy. Well, sir, at the time this story takes place, Texas was going through one of its droughts. And as is usual in the case, the cattle were the first to suffer. However, Clint Brown had many water holes throughout his big ranch, and he figured that these would more than tide his cattle through just about anything that could happen. So you can imagine his surprise while making one of his rare trips out on the range one time to find that part of his herd seemed well-fed and healthy, but almost equally as many were thin and scrawny-looking. For the life of him, he couldn't understand it. Got down off his horse and checked the brand on one or two, just to be sure, and just stood there staring at them in amazement. How could these cattle have gotten in this condition? They were an insult to the Double Q reputation. He rode around and checked all the water holes. Sure enough, there seemed to be plenty of water in them. The grass, too, seemed more than enough to supply their needs. By this time, Clint was really puzzled. He'd been in the cattle business and around cattle all his life. He knew it just wasn't natural for a drought to make that much difference. But for the life of him, he couldn't figure out what had happened. On getting back to the ranch house, he immediately got in touch with his foreman, Soft Sam Jones. "Sam," he said, "there's something mighty funny going on." "Well, what do you mean, Mr. Brown?" asked Sam. "Well, sir," continued old Clint, "I can't get over what's happening to them cattle. It just don't make sense that they could be the same ones I looked at just a few weeks ago." "What do you reckon's wrong with them, Sam? What's happened to my cattle?" "They just ain't getting enough water, Mr. Brown." "They just ain't getting enough water," said Sam. As Clint rolled and tossed in bed that night, he couldn't get the cattle off his mind. Somehow or other, the water story just didn't seem right. But what could be it? The next day, he called Soft Sam in, told him he wanted a check made on the exact number of cattle that were on the ranch, and what's more, informed Sam that he was coming along with him while the check was being made. As he went over the figures that evening and compared them with the last count, strangely enough, he found that the two checked identically. Sitting there, turning things slowly over in his mind, he suddenly hit upon what might be happening to his cattle. And if it were true, it was without doubt one of the cleverest plans ever thought up by a crooked mind. He knew that even if his suspicions proved right, that he'd have to use the greatest of care in making any kind of investigation. So Clint made no further mention of the cattle to Soft Sam Jones for several weeks afterwards. It appeared as though the whole thing had been completely forgotten. But it only seemed that way. Actually, old Clint was keeping both eyes wide open, and he was keeping them well peeled in the direction of his own foreman, Soft Sam Jones. After Sam would leave the ranch house every morning, it usually wasn't too much later that old Clint, who had forgotten all his rheumatism by this time, could be seen leaving the house, too, and usually in the same direction that Sam had gone. "What are you doing out on the range so much, Mr. Brown?" some of the hands would ask him. "It's good for the rheumatism," old Clint would reply with a funny half-smile. And sure enough, the more he got outdoors and moved around, the better he began to feel. So with this explanation, no one gave any more thought to what really might be going on during his daily trips around the ranch. After a month had gone by, Clint hitched up the team on a hot, dry afternoon and headed into town, straight to the sheriff's office. "Howdy, Clint," said the sheriff, as the two men shook hands over the desk. "What can I do for you?" "Sheriff," replied Clint tensely, "I want you to arrest my foreman out at the Double Q for cattle rustling." "Cattle rustling? What do you mean?" shouted the sheriff. "Just what I said, Sheriff. He's been stealing my cattle." "Well," said the sheriff, "how many head are you missing?" "That's just it," sputtered Clint. "I'm not short any head." "Now, folks, sit back in your chair there and relax a minute. Don't want you to get too excited all at once. I'll finish my story in just a second, and don't miss the finish. It's a humdinger. Before I get back to the story, I just want to tell you K-shirt owners how mighty proud I am to know I have so many friends. Why, gosh darn, they tell me the postman can hardly carry all your letters that come in each day asking for a K-shirt like mine. I told you the story, didn't I? How a fellow designed the K-shirt for me to wear while I'm practicing tricks with Tarzan to get ready to travel again with the circus, and how all the kids in my neighborhood wanted one like it. Well, the fellow says, and it still goes, if you young buckaroos want a real Western K-shirt like mine, made to fit you, you can get one for just a little old dollar bill. The K-shirt is real pretty, a sandy color, with my Diamond K brand right smack on front in bright red, and Tarzan and I looking right at you. So if you want to join the rest of the kids that have joined the Diamond K, just send your name and address, tell what size you wear, a 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, or 12, and enclose just one little old dollar bill. Mail your letter to K-shirt in care of this station, and you'll be wearing a K-shirt almost as quick as 2 shakes of Tarzan's tail. Well, sir, I think the sheriff thought for just a minute that Clint Brown had gone plumb loco. Here he'd come accusing his own foreman of cattle rustling, and then the next breath he said he wasn't short any head at all. "What are you talking about, Clint?" asked the sheriff. "Is this some sort of a joke?" "Well, of course it's no joke," stammered Clint. "Come out to my place and I'll show you what I mean." As the two rode off in the dust, the sheriff still couldn't figure out what Clint could possibly mean. But he's willing to learn, and learn he did a short while later. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the two of them stopped on a high bluff overlooking most of Clint's vast ranch. A mile or so off in the distance, coming toward them, could be seen a cloud of dust, and it was quite plain that somebody was moving some cattle down the road. "But," said the sheriff, "them cattle is coming to your place, not going away from it." "That's just what I mean," shouted Clint. With this, the sheriff took one look at Clint and got on his horse, obviously disgusted. "You're crazy with the heat, Clint. That's what's ailing you." Poor old Clint, he looked like he'd burst a blood vessel, he was so mad. "Get down off that horse, Sheriff," he shouted. "I didn't bring you out here for nothing. Just wait a few minutes and you'll see plenty." Well, eventually the cattle got near enough so they could see the fellow who was with them. Sure enough, it was Soft Sam Jones, Clint's foreman. As the two men crouched down behind the rocks, Soft Sam herded the cattle through an opening in the fence and into the Double Q. The two watched excitedly as several of Sam's henchmen appeared with branding irons and made ready to brand the cattle. While they were doing this, Soft Sam Jones went to the far end of the pasture and turned loose some 40 or 50 head of well-fed cattle and started them out on the road from where he had just brought the others. "What the dick is he doing now?" whispered the sheriff. "First he brings them in, then he takes the others out." "That's just it," croaked old Clint. "He's buying up them scrawny cattle there and turning them off at my good head for a big profit. But nobody's the wiser because a herd always counts out the same. Well, jumping Jiminy, if that don't beat all. That's the slickest kind of rustling I ever heard of." As soon as the cattle were all branded and the men had gone, the sheriff and Clint Brown went down to have a look. Sure enough, the brand had been changed. And unless one had looked closely, they'd never have guessed that the cattle had been rebranded. "Don't you see what he's doing, Sheriff? He's ruining my herd. And he'll be ruining me if you don't stop him pretty quick. Why, it would cost me thousands of dollars to get them ornery critters fattened up for the market." "Well, don't worry, old-timer," said the sheriff. "We'll get things straightened out, and believe me, I won't rest till this Jones feller's strung up or behind the bars where he belongs." Well, sir, it didn't take the sheriff very long before he and his men caught Soft Sam Jones pulling his cattle switch once again. In fact, they even caught him with the branding iron in his hand, which was sure proof of his guilt. With the prospect of hanging staring him in the face, Jones made a full confession. Seemed as though he'd been shipping the cattle in and out on a well-obscured railroad siding not too far from the ranch. Since he still had most of the money he had made from his dirty dealings, he offered to pay back old Clint for the cattle he'd sold in the hopes that the law would go easy with him. Unfortunately for Sam, it wouldn't have made too much difference just what he did, because back in those days, cattle rustling was just about as bad a thing as a fella could do. And sure enough, Soft Sam Jones ended up on the wrong end of a rope, which only goes to prove, buckaroos, it always pays to be on the right side of the law, no matter what you do.
See, now there's a real Western story for you. Cattle rustling, Texas style. Gosh, that's a lot of excitement. And you kids will find the same wonderful action-packed tales on the Ken Maynard Diamond K record album to play any time you want. Stories of the wild, wild West that you want to hear over and over and play for your friends. And what a thrill when you hear Ken's voice speaking right to you on the phonograph record and calling you by name. Ken will say,
"Hello, Danny," or "Hello, Gloria," or whatever your name is.
And Ken will say it right on the record. Now remember, you can't buy these Ken Maynard records in any store. This is his own private Diamond K album of 78 RPM standard speed records that can only be ordered by writing to records in care of this station. Send your name and address and enclose just a $1 bill for your Ken Maynard record album and send it to records in care of this station. Now, if you want more than one album, say for your brother or for your sister or as a gift for a friend, be sure to send the name you want Ken to make the record for, enclose a $1 bill for each album, and tell us what name and address to mail them to.
Well, it's closing time again, folks. This is Ken Maynard and Tarzan. Closing the door of the Diamond K Ranch till next time we meet, when I'll tell you a little yarn called Windmill Jones. In the meantime, be sure to get them $1 bills in the mail. One for the K shirt and one for the Diamond K record album for some real Western fun.
You've been listening to Tales from the Diamond K, told by Hollywood's champion of Western stars, internationally famous Ken Maynard. Tales from the Diamond K are produced and transcribed in Hollywood.
With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the silver spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy, the same Hoppy you cheer in motion pictures, and the same California you've laughed at a million times. Raw courage and quick shooting have built a legend around this famous hero. Hopalong is a name to be feared, respected, and admired, for this great cowboy rides the trails of adventure and excitement. William Boyd as Hopalong Cassidy, and Andy Clyde as California. What's our story this time, Hoppy?
The Phantom Panther, we call this. California and I were at the end of a long day's trek through the Mesa country on our way home to the Bar 20. We were thinking about setting up our overnight camp when I saw something I didn't like. California, hold it.
What's the matter, Hoppy?
Oh, yeah. Man by that rock holding a rifle. Let's go up easy. Howdy, stranger.
Howdy. He looked friendly enough.
He does now. He was holding that rifle as if he was ready to use it. Evening, mister.
Evening. Won't you get down and sit a while? My name's Purvis. Folks hereabouts mostly calls me Pop.
I'm Hopalong Cassidy. This is California Carlson, my partner.
Hopalong Cassidy. Sure pleased to meet up with you. Howdy, Carlson.
Howdy.
Excuse me mentioning it, Mr. Purvis, but you seem to be keeping a sharp eye on all those steers out there.
Yeah. And it may sound loco to you gents, but I'm watching for something that can't be seen.
Sure does sound right.
Wait, California. Mr. Purvis, I don't mean to be too curious, but maybe you'd like to tell us what's bothering you about those critters out there.
Sure, I'll tell you. Practically every night for 4 weeks, something's been killing off them steers. And them as ain't killed are getting skinny and off their feed from being stampeded.
Steers killed and stampeded. What's causing this, Purvis?
The Panther.
A panther? Oh, one bullet from that .30-30 you got there should stop any panther I ever saw.
Yeah, any you ever saw. But no one has ever seen this varmint. This here's a phantom panther, Cassidy. A phantom here is a ghost cat.
A phantom panther. A killer.
I tell you, in 4 weeks I've lost 40 calves and a dozen prime yearlings. Well, when it first began, I got together the local ranchers and we watched and we hunted for that cat, but he can't be seen. He can't be seen and he can't be killed.
But why are you out here watching over yourself tonight, Purvis?
No, nobody'll help no more. Folks say it's no use hunting a ghost. Fact is, they're all just plain scared.
Can't see I'd gotten to the idea of hunting a ghost, Panther, myself.
So all your neighbors have given up?
Just about. We're holding another meeting tomorrow morning at the bank over at Broken Arrow. Don't know what good it'll do.
Well, go anyway, Purvis. California will now show up, too. Right now, you get on home for a good night's sleep. We'll stay here and watch your herd tonight.
Well, now that's right friendly. And I sure do thank you. And you'll be at the bank tomorrow?
You can count on us.
Then good night to you. Gee, Jehoshaphat, if I don't think maybe we'll get that panther yet.
We'll try, Purvis. Good night.
Good night.
What's your figure, Hoppy?
I don't figure yet, California. I was thinking. A phantom panther.
What in blazes was that?
A panther, California. Let's get him. Circle left. I'll cover this side.
Cows are blocking this, but I'll try, Hoppy. Up. Them cows sure were fidgety. That panther scared them all right, but looks like we missed him.
But he didn't miss, California. Look here.
That calf? Dead. Killed by the phantom panther.
Now, back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story, The Phantom Panther. Hoppy and California have met Pop Purvis, a rancher whose steers are being killed and stampeded by a phantom panther. While Hoppy and California are standing watch, the panther strikes again and leaves a clawed and dead calf. Now, the next morning, Hoppy and California enter the Broken Arrow Bank for a meeting of the local ranchers about the problem of the phantom panther.
This looks like the place, California.
Hopalong, Cassidy. Sure glad to see you. Shake hands with Bart Lomas here. He's our banker. And this here's Thad Dixon. Has the valley spread next to my range.
Hi, Loomis. Dixon.
How you do?
This is my partner, California Carlson.
Hi, Dixon. California.
Howdy, Jack.
Purvis, I got bad news. One of your calves got clawed to death last night. Couldn't get to it quick enough to see what did it.
Again. That panther.
Oh, no, I'm sorry to hear it. And frankly, I'm worried. I certainly don't want that cat getting down the valley to my herds.
Now, this is serious, mighty serious. In a few months, we'll be driving cattle over the trail to market. This rate, you're not going to have much to drive, Pop.
Oh, I know it better than anybody, Bart. With my daughter Jane marrying up with a Gleason boy from over the valley for winter, I want to pay off that mortgage you're holding and give 'em a good start with a paying ranch and healthy stock on it. This way, all they look to get is a darn fine water hole on darn good rangeland and not a standing critter on it all.
Well, when I gave you that mortgage, I didn't expect anything like this to happen, but... well, we better get on with the meeting. Everybody's in the next room here.
Let's go, then. Come along, California.
Trouble. Here we come.
So what I say is, setting up a watch for that panther won't get us anywheres, Pop. You said yourself he strikes in one place one night and a couple of mile away the next.
But, Ben, if enough of us was to circle the herd, he'd have to cross the line somewheres to get at the steers. Stands to reason.
Ain't no reason to that panther. He can just drop out of the air into the middle of the herd.
You're talking crazy.
He does it every time.
That's right.
Sure he does.
Cassidy, you just come onto this thing. Can you make any sense of it?
Yeah, tell us what you saw last night, Cassidy. That is, if and you saw anything.
I saw a dead calf with his throat torn out.
Sure, we all seen purposes that critters, but nobody's ever seen that phantom panther.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe nobody's seen it yet. To me, that's no reason why everyone should sit back and see Pop Purvis ruined.
Mr. Cassidy, I don't think you understand the overall situation here. As you may know, this is all new range country. Fact is, Purvis and I moved out here about the same time. 2 years ago it was. And the spread Pop Purvis took up has, it seems, certain disadvantages.
A good water hole and plenty of grass range don't spell out disadvantages to me, Dixon.
I'll tell you what Dixon's been polite about saying, Cassidy. That mesa land where my range sets once was some kind of Injun holy ground. Their old medicine men did their hocus pocus up there. Bad medicine it was, supposed to drive out their enemies. Now, what folks around here are all thinking is that the panther that's killing my stock ain't a real varmint, but a spirit. The Injun bad medicine spook critter.
You mean to say all these men believe that granny talk?
You ain't heard it all yet, Cassidy. The night we all watched, why, 12 of us was riding that range. That cat caught 2 critters dead. 12 of us was there, and we didn't see it.
But just last night you was there yourself, Cassidy, and you didn't see nothing. Yeah, how about him?
There you are, Mr. Cassidy. Now, maybe you understand the situation better.
Maybe I do understand, Dixon. At least I understand there are a lot of scared hombres in this room.
And just what do you propose to do about it, Cassidy?
Just this. Phantom or not, I'm going to get that panther. It'll be dark tonight. No moon. If we keep moving around the herd, one of us might cross the track of that cat.
Just let me sight it once. That's all I crave.
Say, Pop, how come you ain't moved your cows off in this range? Seems like you're just inviting that panther to get at them.
Only place they can get enough water. The 3 adjoining ranches got barely enough for their own herds. But I won't have no problems once I sight that panther.
Well, maybe it'll be soon, Purvis. Right now, we'd better get set to watch. Suppose you swing around to the left. We'll go the other way.
Suits me. I'll look for you later. The other side of the mesa.
Right. Let's go, California.
You know, Hoppy, it ain't exactly my idea of fun, this hunting an invisible wildcat.
You don't mean you believe in spooks, California?
Well, Hoppy, once coming a fellow who showed me a hole in the ground he dug. He claimed it was the deepest well in the territory. Well, maybe it was and maybe it wasn't. I didn't tell that feller I believed him, and I didn't say I thought he was a liar. On the other hand, I didn't go jump down that well hole to find out if he was right or wrong. Same with folks and spirits. If I leave 'em alone, I never have to decide whether I believes in 'em or not.
Well, this panther is one spook we're not going to leave alone.
I wish we was back in the bar 20 right now.
Hold it, California. It's across the range, the way Purvis went. Come on!
Ain't been no shot. Reckon Pop didn't see the panther.
Those cows are moving. Let's get them milling in a circle.
They're stampeding, Hoppy. I can't spring them.
Head them into that gulch. The cliff wall will stop them.
Oh, darn. That was the wildest ride I ever took since I tried riding a range buffalo.
Yeah, luck was with us. If we hadn't been able to make the leaders veer off, the whole herd would have gone over that bluff.
Say, I wonder where Pop Purvis was doing all the commotion.
He was on the wrong side of the herd to help any.
Yeah, probably waiting for us now.
California. Look there. Pop's horse.
Huh? Yeah, and the saddle's empty.
There's Purvis on the ground. Let's get down and take a look. He's dead.
Poor old Pop. Trampled to death by his own cows.
No, California. Look at his throat. Ripped open. The panther killed Purvis.
Pop said all he craved was a sight of that panther. Well, he got it.
I wonder if he did see anything.
Now, back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story, The Phantom Panther.
I just want you to know, Miss Jane, that California and I are staying and seeing this thing through.
I'm grateful to you, Mr. Cassidy, but what reason is there for going on now?
The same reason your father had. He built up this ranch for you. In trying to protect it, he died.
Yes.
And Hoppy and me, we'll just take over from where he left off.
But I can't let you two risk your lives for me like that.
Let that be our lookout, Miss Jane. Well, you seem to have callers, Miss Jane.
Come in.
Hi.
Hi.
Mr. Loomis, Mr. Dixon, Clark, and Ben. It's most kind of you to call at this time.
Not at all, Miss Jane, not at all. Personally, I want to say that as your neighbor and friend, I hope, you know you can count on me for anything.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon.
Miss Jane, I don't guess I have to tell you how every one of us feels for you on account of old Pop. I mean your pa.
And a lot of the women folk will be coming over soon to do what they can, Miss Jane.
You're almost kind.
There's something else, Miss Jane. Maybe this ain't exactly the right time to bring it up, but all the men feel it's kind of important you hear it right off while Hopalong Cassidy can hear it, too.
You can talk to me anytime, Loomis. You know that.
Please say whatever it is, Mr. Loomis, if it's so important.
Yes, sir, Miss Jane. Your pa lost a lot of cattle to that phantom, Panther. But we say leave it alone before anybody else gets killed.
You'd see this killer go loose?
This ain't no ordinary cat, Cassidy. I seen plenty of Indian medicine in my time, and I tell you nobody'll ever see this cat, and nobody'll ever kill him.
Well, there's something in what Clark says, Cassidy. Lots of things just can't be explained or understood.
Suppose you explain just where this idea of yours leaves Miss Jane Purvis.
Yes, I'd like to hear that part of it, Mr. Loomis.
Well, it's up to you, Miss Jane, of course, but maybe you ought to sell out your herd now. At least you'd get some cash that way.
10 cents on the dollar. Would that be enough to keep you from foreclosing the mortgage on her range land, Loomis?
Well, business is business.
Nobody'd take it at any price. Not till that phantom Panther gets himself back to where he come from. And that might be never.
Well, I wouldn't go so far, Clark. Now, as a neighborly gesture to give Miss Jane some further financial assistance, I personally would be glad to take an option on this range. Of course, if Miss Jane should decide to return, why, the papers can easily be torn up.
I guess that about covers everything. Or have you men got more ideas?
Now, look here, Cassidy. We're doing this to save trouble and maybe save lives. So you'd best stay out of this till you're asked into it.
Well, I'm asking Mr. Cassidy into it because I'm staying on this range. That's what Dad would have wanted, and that's what I'm going to do.
Yippee! What a gal.
I think you've got your answer, gentlemen.
Well, whatever you say, Miss Jane. And, Cassidy, I still say this to you. If you want to go on risking your skin hunting that phantom Panther, well, just go ahead.
I intend to. Tonight and every night until I get that killer.
Or, Mr. Cassidy, until it gets you.
Just too many cows here for just the two of us to watch, Hoppy.
We got only one thing to watch for, California. The Panther.
Yeah, and where's he going to strike from this time?
Well, there's a breeze tonight, and a Panther would approach from downwind so the cows wouldn't get his scent. Let's ease over there between the herd and that gorge. This is about the right place. We're downwind of the herd here. Quiet now.
Cows are getting restless, Hoppy. Maybe something's among them, and
they may smell something. Keep watching.
Hoppy, I don't like it. Them cows is...
Listen. He's in there among them. We got to break into that herd.
We can't do it, Hoppy. They're coming right at us. Solid.
Quick, fire some shots. That may turn them.
Too late, Hoppy. They're stampeded.
And they're moving this way, fast.
Hoppy, we can't stop them. And we can't get out of this gorge. They'll smash us again the cliff.
Head for that cliff in the rocks, California. And ride. Ride for your life.
Yep, Miss Jane, Hoppy and me have had plenty of narrow escapes, but last night were only a little narrow crack in the cliff saved us from being trampled.
More ham, Mr. Carlson?
I've already... yeah, don't mind if I do, thank you.
I'm beginning to believe that Panther is everything they say. Besides stampeding the herd, he killed 2 more yearlings last night.
I'm beginning to believe we've been wrong, wasting our time.
I'm glad you think so, Mr. Cassidy, because I don't want you men to go on with it. The ranch and all the stock aren't worth any risk of lives.
It's a nice spread, though. In fact, I'd like to look it over. Mind if we do some exploring today, Miss Jane?
Well, you're welcome to, of course. And you won't hunt the panther any longer?
We won't, Miss Jane.
Just a minute, Hoppy. You really mean we're finished watching for that spook cat?
That's right, because I've got a hunch that tonight that panther will be finished.
Well, Cassidy, Miss Jane tells us you wanted a final get-together. So here we are, and we hope it is final.
All right, then. First of all, this morning, California and I did a little exploring on this range. We found 3 caves.
Caves? What's this all about, Cassidy?
If that panther's a real live animal, he's got to hole up in one or another of those caves. Now, I've drawn a map. You all can see where I marked the caves. There's 1 and 2 and 3.
Very interesting, Mr. Cassidy. Now, just what do you propose?
I want 2 men to cover each cave. If we don't find the panther, I'll agree it's a phantom and give up. And so we'll all be satisfied with whatever happens. Let's only use men who haven't openly opposed me on this panther business.
Well, that lets out me, Dixon, Clark, Ben, and let's see, Bolton, too.
Let's all understand this now, Cassidy. If no one sees the panther, but he still strikes tonight, you feel that it'll be useless to make any further attempts to stop him?
That's the idea, Dixon.
Oh, he'll strike all right. Ain't no use trying to trap that phantom. But if this thing will finally convince everybody, I'm all for it.
Hoppy, I still don't see why you didn't tell me about this 4th cave at the meeting.
Because, California, I didn't want anyone to know we were going to cover it. You see, this 4th cave was the only one that showed signs of anything having been in it.
You mean panther signs?
Well, at least not signs of any kind of panther I ever ran across before.
I wish it weren't so dark.
Yeah, it'll be darker in the cave. Now, here we are. Be quiet and be careful.
Don't worry. I ain't aiming to invite no attention to myself. Can you make out anything, Hoppy?
Eyes aren't used to the dark yet. Easy now. There's a bend in the cave back here.
I'm right behind you.
Wait, California. Hear that?
Yeah.
Come on. Don't talk.
Above you, Hoppy. Look out! Watch out, Calip. Oh. Where are you, Hoppy? Oh, what in it's getting away. Ain't sure I got him, Hoppy. Hoppy, Hoppy. Hoppy, you all right? Hoppy.
Now, back to Hopalong Cassidy.
Well, Cassidy, what happened to you last night was all your own doing. You're lucky that panther just knocked your head agin a rock. Now, suppose you'd had Jim Purvis call this meeting to tell us you're finally all through.
Yeah, we're through. And so is the Phantom Panther.
And I reckon his dead carcass is invisible, just like he was.
I didn't say he was dead, yet. As for the carcass, I'll point it out to you when I'm ready.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Please, everybody, let Mr. Cassidy explain.
Thank you, Miss Jane. When I examined that 4th cave yesterday, I saw marks on a smooth, flat ledge. Marks where something, maybe claws, had been sharpened. Something had been using that cave. And unless the panther was a ghost, it had to have a hideout. I figured that cave was it.
That don't mean nothing.
It meant plenty. I've noticed another thing. Each time any cows were killed and the herd stampeded, the Panther's cry came right from the middle of the herd. Any wild animal would have caused a commotion among the cattle as soon as they smelled it. That convinced me the Phantom Panther had to be a man.
A man?
What man could be such a low-down varmint?
The man whose ranch really had disadvantages. Not enough range and water. That man played on the old Indian bad medicine legend to ruin Pop Purvis by making it seem a ghost panther was killing and stampeding his stock.
What do you mean?
Day before yesterday, he thought he finally had scared everyone off, including Jane Purvis, and so offered an option to buy her ranch cheap. He'd never have torn up that option like he pretended he would. Yes, Dixon there is the Phantom Panther.
This
is ridiculous.
Quiet, everybody! Cassidy, you made a serious charge here. But so far, it's all talk. You ain't proved a thing.
Last night, California fired 2 shots in that cave, and we found traces of blood.
Never miss at that range.
Take off Dixon's shirt, and you'll find bullet wounds.
I won't stand for this, I tell you.
Then how about this, Dixon? You dropped that when you attacked me in the cave last night. A glove with sharp steel claws riveted to it. The Panther's claws. You want to try the glove on and see how it fits, Dixon?
Hey, run it, Bart.
There he goes for the window.
Stand still, everybody. I'll shoot the first man who moves.
Your game's up, Dixon. You might as well give in and take what's coming to you.
Is that so? Well, first, Mr. Hopalong Cassidy, you take what's coming to you.
Is he going to shoot?
Nice shooting, California. You picked his gun right out of his hand.
Sure. I didn't want to hurt him much.
Well, gentlemen, and Miss Jane, California and I leave you to deal in your own way with the Phantom Panther.
Mr. Cassidy, I don't know how I can ever thank you.
Miss Jane, when you're ready to marry that Gleason boy, suppose you just invite California and me to the wedding.
Of course I will. And will you really come?
Oh, sure. I just love weddings, so long as they don't happen to me.
Even a ghost panther on the prowl hasn't a ghost of a chance once Hoppy makes up his mind to track him down. So Hoppy puts an end to the old Indian legend of the Phantom Panther. In next week's thrilling episode, Hoppy and California take a few days off from the Bar 20 for just a friendly visit to the Wilson Ranch, but their social call turns into an action-packed experience when Hoppy plays a hunch. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Phantom Panther was written by Paul Adams, with original music under the personal direction of Albert Glasser. All stories are based on the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
The Roy Rogers Show.
Happy trails to you. It's nice to meet again. Happy trails to you until the journey's end.
Post Sugar Crisp, the cereal treat that's fun to eat, brings you the Roy Rogers Show, transcribed on the Double R Bar Ranch, with Pat Brady and the Queen of the West, Dale Evans.
Happy trails to you. Time to ride again.
And here he is, in person, the king of the cowboys, Roy Rogers.
Well, howdy, folks. Here's my good word for today. It's about a honey of a new cereal, Post Sugar Crisp. And it's my hunch you'll like it just as much as we do out here at the Double R Bar Ranch. You see, Post Sugar Crisp is just downright good eating. And it's good so many different ways. Try it real soon, won't you? And now, since we're all at the World's Championship Rodeo in Madison Square Garden at New York, here's a rip-roaring rodeo yarn.
We think of cowboys as part of the West, happy there and never wanting to be anywhere else. But when the wild geese start to honk their way south, every cowboy gets a yearning to travel east, to the World's Championship Rodeo in New York's Madison Square Garden. There, the ridingest, ropingest, wranglingest cow-waddies in all the cattle country match their skill and brawn against the sun-fishingest broncs, the orneriest steers, and the burliest Brahma bulls for the honor, glory, and fabulous cash prizes that go to the top punchers.
Look at that cowboy stick to the grunt!
Well, what is he doing? He doesn't even have a saddle.
And the winner of the bareback bronc riding contest in this performance is the mystery rider who wants to be known just as the foreman of the Double R Bar Ranch.
He jumped off that horse right in the bull's horn.
He sure did, Freddie. Watch him now. He's going to wrestle that big bruiser. Pull him down, cowboy. Pull him down.
The steer was down in 6 2/10 seconds, folks. That's the best time tonight. And here's your winner, Mickey Hiker of Smoky River.
Oh, the man's thrown already.
Sure, that's the toughest Brahma bull in the rodeo. Nobody can ride Toro Tornado.
Jack, that rain is charging the man. Get out! Oh, get out!
Scramble for that fence, puncher. Run for it.
Those are some of the rodeo contests. Thrills, chills, spills, and danger. And between the contests, some more thrills for the patrons who jam the Madison Square Garden seats for every performance. For the spotlights, pick out a lovely girl riding a beautiful light buckskin horse and a lithe, wiry, smiling young man on his golden Palomino, Dale Evans and Roy Rogers.
Shoot! Bullseye! Shoot! Bullseye! His 6 guns go blazing away!
Thank you very much.
You've been just wonderful to us, and we just love being here with you.
Whoa there, pretty boy.
There we are, Buttermilk. Say, you practically stole a show.
Golly, Roy and Dale, you sure knocked them on their ear out there tonight. 5 encores.
Well, you did pretty well yourself, Pat. 17,000 people laughing at one time must sound pretty good to you.
Oh, they love me here in New York. Broadway Brady, they call me.
Well, let's go up to watch the saddle bronc riding. Say, how's Jerry Green done so far, Pat?
Well, he won himself some more points. You should have seen him in that calf roping. 12 3/10 seconds.
Why, that's close to a record. Jerry, come on over here. Say, that was sensational time you made tonight.
Shucks, I was just lucky. Anything I can do for you, Roy?
No, thanks, Jerry. Just keep on riding and roping the way you are, and you'll leave New York with about $15,000.
You bet, Jerry. You're almost a cinch to win the all-round cowboy championship of the world.
Well, a lot can happen in 2 days. But if I do win, I owe it to Roy.
Jerry, you were the best pupil a cowpuncher ever had. I still wish you had entered as plain Jerry Green instead of as foreman of the Double R Bar Ranch.
Now, we've been all through that, Roy. I don't care about having my name splashed all over the papers. I'm just shooting for the $15,000 so I can exercise my option on that spread up in the north end of Paradise Valley. Yeah, I guess it's good country, all right, because a man I've never seen before offered to buy my option tonight for $1,000 more than I paid for it.
What?
Sure enough. The fella's a New Yorker. He introduced himself as Mr. Lally.
Get ready for the saddle bronc riding event. All entrants up to the chute.
Well, that's me. See you later, folks.
Okay.
What bronc are you riding, Jerry?
Still my lucky day. I drew hijinks.
Oh, boy, Jerry. Well, here's where you get some more points toward that grand championship. That hijinks horse couldn't throw you if you rode him standing on your hands in the saddle.
You sure are lucky, Jerry. The horse is mighty flashy, but his style just fits your style of riding.
Sure, hijinks is tough, but he isn't spooky.
Well, good luck to you, boy. We'll be at the chutes watching you.
Well, Cleland, it didn't work. Green wouldn't take our offer. You don't suppose he's wise to how much the property's worth to you?
Oh, well, that's impossible, Mike. Our surveyor was working alone when he found the gold load there, and his telegram has been in my back pocket ever since we got it.
Well, what do we do next? Offer Green more for his option?
Not a cent more. I've checked the kid very carefully. If he doesn't win the Grand Championship prize money, he can't possibly exercise his option.
Well, then all we have to do is see that he doesn't win the championship. Yeah, looks like you'll have to put on your phony veterinary act, Cleland.
I'm way ahead of you, Mike. I've been down to the bronc pens already. I told the handlers I was hired as a special vet, and none of them give me a tumble.
Fine. And you're ready to start operating tomorrow?
Tomorrow. I've started operating as of the next event. I slipped a dose of the stuff to the bronc Jerry Green's going to ride. And when he slides into that saddle, he'll find he's up on a half a ton of pure dynamite.
You sure Green won't be able to stick on the horse?
He won't be able to stick on, and after the bronc throws him, he'll be lucky to get out of the arena alive. When the dose takes effect, that hijinks horse will be a killer. And when it wears off, it'll be impossible to detect it.
Now, I want you to meet three mighty special pals of Roy's, the three Sugar Crisp Bears. They're the ones you see right on the front of every package of Post Sugar Crisp. And here they are to tell you about the fastest-growing cereal in America.
That's Post Sugar Crisp.
Say, you three honey bears really go for that delicious sugar and honey flavor, don't you?
You bet. We love Sugar Crisp. It's the cereal treat that's fun to eat.
Right. It's excitingly new and different. Better than anything else you've ever tried. What's more, you'll enjoy eating Sugar Crisp 3 different ways. Handy, Dandy, and Candy can tell you that.
You said it. As a cereal, it's dandy.
And for snacks, it's so handy. Or you can eat it like candy, right out of the box.
Yes, like the 3 honey bears say, you'll love Sugar Crisp 3 different ways. First, as a cereal. Remember, Sugar Crisp is already sweetened. All you have to do is add milk or cream. You don't need any sugar. And for snacks, Sugar Crisp is so quick and easy to fix any time you're hungry. Or you can eat it right out of the package like candy. It's the grandest treat you ever did eat. Like the 3 honey bears say.
As a cereal, it's dandy. For snacks, it's so handy. Or eat it like candy. Post Sugar Crisp.
Tomorrow, take home the genuine Post Sugar Crisp in the red, white, and blue package with the 3 bears on the front.
Roy Rogers' foreman, Jerry Green, is well up in the running for the grand prize which goes to the champion cowboy at the Madison Square Garden Rodeo in New York. Jerry hopes to win the money so that he can buy a ranch in Paradise Valley. But unknown to our friends, a plot is afoot to prevent Jerry from winning. For 2 sinister figures stalk the garden, knowing that on the land Jerry hopes to buy, there is untold wealth in gold. Now Jerry is about to take his turn in the saddle bronc riding event.
Jerry should be a cinch for this, shouldn't he, Roy? Mickey Heiger got thrown tonight.
Yeah, Mickey drew a tough one. And he's the only boy here who's even given Jerry an argument.
Well, if Jerry can't stay on that hijinks critter until next Christmas, he's slipping mighty bad.
You're right, Pat. I'm not worried about Jerry staying on.
And now, that sensational foreman from the Roy Rogers Double R Bar Ranch, riding hijinks.
Hey, hijinks is certainly full of spirit tonight. The boys in the chutes are having their hands full.
Sure, but when he gets out there, he'll just tuck his little old head down and buck straight away. Why, I could darn near ride that horse.
Why, Pat, don't be so modest. If you can stick with Nellie Bell, though, the way she bounces, there certainly is no bronco that you couldn't handle.
Well, Jerry's ready to mount.
Good luck, Jerry. All set, fellas. Here I go. Open them up.
Run him, Jerry!
Hey, wait a minute. Look at that horse.
Oh, what's happened? He's bucking like a Brahma bull.
Hey, sunfishing, crowhopping, reaching for their clouds. Man, Roy, that horse is going crazy.
Stick with him, Jerry.
Well, no one could stick on a horse that's acting that way.
Hey, Jerry's off. Oh, no, his foot's caught in a stirrup.
Roy, Jerry's in real trouble.
Trigger, come here, boy. Trigger, that bronc's going wild for sure. Let's help the pickup men.
Be careful, Roy.
Roy, watch out.
After him, Trigger, boy, quick. Jerry, get loose and run for him.
I'm trying, Roy, but his hook got my arm.
Cut in front of him, Trigger. If I can grab that halter. There, hijinks. Steady now, boy, steady. Hey, pickups, get Jerry out of here. I'll handle the bronc.
Great work, Rogers.
We're getting this horse out of the arena fast. There's something wrong with him. Steady there, Hijinks. You're a tough cookie, but you wouldn't be mean without a reason. Pat, Dale, come down and have a look at this bronc. Whoa there, Trigger. Whoa, Hijinks. Settle down here now. Hey, a couple of you men give us a hand over here.
Hey, you saved Jerry's life out there, Roy. That was wonderful.
Well, Trigger did most of it. Grab this bronc's bridle, Pat. Help him, fellas, till I hop down.
Hey, this bruiser's local. Steady there, you.
Roy, that bronc is trembling all over. And look at his eyes. What's wrong with him?
Well, he's calming down a little, but he sure was spooky out there.
I guess we can manage him now, Roy. Shall we take him to the stalls?
We'll take him to the hospital stalls and get a veterinary's report. I'm sure this horse has been tampered with.
I just can't understand it, Roy. No one was near the bronc pens but some of the official veterinarians, and the horse tested perfectly normal 15 minutes afterward.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Moore. You run this rodeo as clean as a whistle. Still, there could have been a slip-up somewhere.
Naturally, Roy and I are upset on account of Jerry Green.
Yeah, he stood such a great chance of winning the all-around championship money. And now with a broken arm...
Wait a minute. Roy, Jerry isn't going to have to lose his chance at the top money after all. Not if you'll take his place in the events for the next 2 days.
Well, I couldn't do that, Dale.
Well, why not? You're the owner of the Double R Bar. If anything happened to the foreman back at the ranch, you'd sort of appoint yourself foreman and go out and do his work for him, wouldn't you?
Well, sure, but this
Well, then is there any reason that you can't appoint yourself foreman and ride out the events for Jerry?
Dale, it would require a majority vote from the Rodeo Cowboys Association to let Roy compete.
Mr. Moore, I've got a hunch that Jerry's accident wasn't really an accident. And for that reason, I'd certainly like to take over for him.
Well, under the circumstances, I think the association will okay it.
Well, first, I'd like to call a meeting of all the cowboys who have a possible chance of winning the grand prize. If they'll agree to let me compete in Jerry's place and the association will go along, I'm going to do it.
If you want to go to supper now, Pat, I'll wait here till Roy comes back. He and Jerry and Mickey Hyger are eating together, and they haven't finished.
Well, thanks, Dale. I think I'll do that.
Was everything under control around here?
Oh, sure. One of them veterinarians went into the trailer to examine Trigger, and Bullet practically tore the seat out of his pants.
Oh.
But I guess nothing was really hurt except his feelings.
Well, why didn't you go in with him?
Well, he didn't ask me, and I knew Bullet wouldn't let him get away with that thing.
Which one of the vets was he?
I don't know. When something goes wrong with Nellie Bell, I need a mechanic, not a vet. But if you want to look him up, his trousers are torn, and he's with a tall, slick-looking muzzler with a black mustache.
Well, he'll probably be back to collect for the damage to his suit. I'll stick around, Pat.
Okay, Dale. Thanks. See you later.
Bullet, what have you been up to? Come on out here and talk to me, you rascal. Well, Bullet, when you're left to guard the horses, you do just that, don't you? Hey, wait a minute. What have you got in your mouth? Give it to me. Thank you. Why, this is a telegram. Phil Cleland, 444 Madison Avenue, New York. Well, I don't think I'll read this, Bullet. Maybe it dropped when you grabbed that fellow by the seat of the pants. Wait a minute. Maybe I'd better read it. Found definite signs of rich gold deposits on property optioned to Jerry Green, who is competing at Madison Square Garden Rodeo. Have made quiet inquiries and find that Green cannot exercise option unless he wins grand championship prize money. If you can't buy option cheap, suggest whatever steps necessary to keep Green from winning. Bullet, there's gold on the ranch Jerry Green wants to buy. And if the fellow who said he was a veterinarian dropped this telegram, Bullet, you'd know him, wouldn't you? All right, Bullet. We're not going to tell Roy about this. He's got to concentrate on winning at least 3 of the 5 events tonight, and we don't want to upset him. But you and I are going to be all over Madison Square Garden until we find a man with a pocket torn out of his trousers.
Roping event. Temporary foreman of the Double R Bar Ranch, Roy Rogers.
Jerry, you never tied a calf much faster than that yourself.
I should say not, Pat. Gee, it's wonderful of Roy to step in and try to pull me through like this.
Oh, he's having a good time, Jerry, and you sure can't do yourself much good with that arm in a sling.
Mickey Higer from Smoky River.
Yeah, Mickey's a great bulldog.
Roy, you won the saddled bronc and calf roping, and Mickey won the bulldogging and bareback bronc riding. Golly, I think that makes the points exactly even.
In that case, Jerry, your $15,000 depends on whether Mickey or I can stay on one of those tough Brahma bulls. I drew Toro Tornado.
Toro Tornado? Oh, no.
Oh, golly, Roy. He threw me in about 3 jumps the other night.
Well, Mickey drew Blue Blazes, and he looks just about as tough.
Yeah, but Mickey's been riding every Bramer he's drawn since the rodeo opened, and you haven't tried it in years.
Well, I have to try it now.
Don't, Roy. The ranch isn't that important to me.
Hey, Jerry, I taught you to ride your first Brahma, and the professor doesn't take any back talk from his pupils. You would have won the money for the ranch if you hadn't had a tough break, and I'm aiming to see that you still win it.
It's a good thing they keep the Brahmas down here in the basement. No one will bother us, but we gotta hurry.
I thought this Toro Tornado was supposed to be such a tough bull. He's quiet enough now.
As soon as I found out Rogers had drawn him, I slipped something to quiet him into his feed. Else I couldn't get close enough to give him the other stuff.
You sure it'll work on top of the sedative?
It worked on the bronc the other night, Mike. I handled him the same way.
You know, Cleveland, you should have been a veterinarian at that.
Well, I know a lot about chemistry, but there are easier ways of making money.
Brahma bull riders, get ready. Your event will be called in 10 minutes.
Okay, Cleveland, slip in the medicine.
You bet I will. 3 minutes after I give it to him, this bull will be an unmanageable killer. I just hope he doesn't go berserk before the wranglers can get him up to the chutes.
No, Bullet. Quiet.
I see you there. Don't move a muscle, because I don't fool when I got a gun in my hand.
Where is it, Mike?
It's a cowgirl. Hey, it's a dog that almost ripped your pants off.
All right. You found us, but we found out what we want to know.
Yeah, but you'll never tell anybody, lady. Hey, Cleveland, hurry up. Maybe you'd like to watch me shoot a dog.
Bullet, go. Get out of here. Get Roy.
West, don't fire, Mike. The men will be down to get the bulls any moment.
Yeah, but if that dog...
The dog can't do a thing. He's a dumb animal. All we have to do is see that the lady never opens her mouth.
I'll open my mouth, all right. I know what you two are up to. I know everything.
Yeah? Gag the lady, Phil. We let the bull finish off Rogers up in front of the crowd. And when they bring him back, we'll let him finish her off down here.
We'll return to Roy in a moment. But first, let's listen to the 3 Sugar Crisp Bears.
We're the Sugar Crisp Bears, and we want you to meet the grandest treat you ever did eat.
Post Sugar Crisp.
As a cereal, it's dandy. For snacks, it's so handy. Or eat it like candy. Post Sugar Crisp.
Those 3 Sugar Crisp Bears really know a good thing when they taste it. Sugar Crisp is the cereal treat that's fun to eat. That's why it's fast getting to be America's favorite cereal. You see, Sugar Crisp is already sweetened with honey and sugar, so you'll just eat it with milk or cream. And it's so handy for snacks anytime you feel like sitting down to some good, nourishing eating. Or eat it just like candy. Get genuine Post Sugar Crisp in the red, white, and blue package with the 3 bears on it. It's a honey of a new cereal.
Roy Rogers is poised above the chute, ready to ride Toro Tornado in the final rodeo event at Madison Square Garden. He does not know that Cleveland and Lally have captured Dale and given the huge Brahma a substance that will loose ungovernable killer instincts.
Hey, here he comes. Wow, it's taken 8 or 10 men to get him in the chute.
He looks mighty rough and mighty mad.
Well, he threw me in a hurry last Tuesday, and he was acting like a gentleman by comparison.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Brahma that hasn't been ridden during the entire rodeo. And attempting to stay with him, Roy Rogers. Watch that chute now, folks.
I'm ready, Pat.
Yeah, I know, Roy, but... Roy, if you want to back out, nobody will care. They'll understand.
Oh, I couldn't do that, Pat. I'm riding it. I hope.
Good luck, Roy.
Well, thanks, Jerry. All right, men. The bull's ready. I am.
And there he goes.
Stay on him, Roy.
Pat, that Brahma's crazy. Worse than the horse that threw me.
He's boiling over. He's fence worming. Now he's windmilling. Oh, Jerry, I can't watch.
Well, you'd better, because you'll never see better riding. Roy's still on that bull. And it's like riding a cyclone with a bridle off.
Stay with him, Roy.
Folks, that's the first time anyone stayed with Toro Tornado during the run of the rodeo.
Oh, there, he's off, and the pickup men are after the bull.
And Roy's heading back here.
Hey, Pat, what's the matter with Bullet?
Roy, how'd you ever do it? You rode him.
Jerry wins. He's got the points.
Well, never mind that now. Where's Dave?
Gosh, I haven't seen her.
I think Bullet has, and I think there's trouble. Come on. All right, Bullet, lead us to Dale.
The crowd's plenty steamed up about something up there.
The Brahma must have cut Rogers to ribbons.
How can you do a thing
Oh,
like that?
well, the lady wants to say something. Take the gag off, Mike.
Okay, for just a second. I'm warning you, lady, don't scream. I wouldn't mind shooting.
Roy'll come through this somehow. He's got to.
Put the gag back on and toss her into Toro Tornado's pen. He'll be back in a minute.
But someone else got here first.
What? Huh?
I'll take that gun.
Pat,
grab the other one.
We got him.
Oh, Roy, Bullet brought you here. I knew he would.
Get the dog off. Get him away. That's enough, Bullet. Hang on to him, Pat.
Gladly. See, I recognize this fella from the rip in his pants.
Dale, what's happening down here?
Jerry, Roy, Pat, these men are trying to get Jerry's ranch. There's gold there, and they gave the Bronco and the Brahma something that made them wild. And I've got evidence of the whole thing.
Quiet, you two. If Dale says she has the evidence, she has. And before we turn you over to the police, well, that's for what you did to the Bronco. That's for what you did to the Brahma.
Yeah, and here's for what you tried to do to Trigger. And here's for what you tried to do to Dale.
Attaboy, Pat.
Roy, did you stick on that mad Brahma?
Did he? What a ride. It got me my ranch.
I may not be able to sit down for a week, Dale. Hey, how did you find out about these men? And what were they...
And now, as the final feature of this year's rodeo...
Hey, we've got another performance. Let's go.
One more appearance by Roy Rogers and Dale Evans, the king of the cowboys and the queen of the West.
I'll second the motion. If that fellow only knew.
That's all for now, folks. This is Roy Rogers saying to all of you from all of us, goodbye, good luck, and may the good Lord take a liking to you. See you next week.
Happy trails to you until we meet again.
The Roy Rogers Show was brought to you tonight by Post Sugar Crisp, the cereal treat that's fun to eat. Fellows and girls, remember Roy's good advice and ask Mom to bring home Post Sugar Crisp in the red, white, and blue package with the 3 bears on the front. You'll love Post Sugar Crisp. The Roy Rogers Show can be heard again next week at the same time with Pat Brady, Dale Evans, and the king of the cowboys himself, Roy Rogers. An Art Brush production written and directed by Fran Van Hartesveld with music by Milton Charles. And now, Crinkles, Post's new sugar-coated rice cereal, announces the 3rd week's Name the Pony contest winner. Congratulations, Bruce Stevens of Chicago, Illinois. You've won a real Palomino pony picked by Roy Rogers. And congratulations, too, to all you thousands of other prize winners in Crinkles' exciting contest. Featured in today's cast were Frank Hemingway, Howard McNear, Ken Peters, Jack Moyles, and John Storm. This is Art Ballinger speaking for Post Sugar Crisp. Stay tuned for the latest news brought to you by Log Cabin Syrup.
It's National Wheaties Week. Yes, it's National Wheaties Week, and Wheaties present Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Tonight's case, the open range.
It is August 4th, 1948. Maury Buckler and his son Dave are driving across their ranch in a Jeep, dropping off salt cakes for their cattle.
Oh, there's the last stop, Pa.
Here. Well, drop this one here.
What's the matter, Pa?
Well, the last salt cake we dropped here is hardly touched. Look at it.
Huh? Why, yeah. No point in leaving another one.
Usually quite a few head around here. Wonder why they're not touching it. Suppose somebody could be running them off.
Rustlers, Pa? That's kind of out of date, I'd say.
Here.
I say, maybe there's a break in the fence down by the old road.
Yeah. Well, you better drive around the cottonwoods and have a look. There's a break. We can fix her right now.
We'll have to go back and get horses, though, if we're going to pick up the strays.
Yeah. We'll be able to see the fence now as soon as we get over this rise.
Hey, Pa. Pa, a big truck down there and a bunch of men with some of our stock.
So that's what's been happening to them. Speed it up. I'll get my rifle and back here.
They see us coming. You fellas better stay right where you are. Oh, me.
Dave. I'll get you for this.
Pa, come back, Pa.
Oh.
Pa. Let me help you, Pa.
Tales of the Texas Rangers will continue in just a moment.
It's National Wheaties Week, all right, and it couldn't happen to a nicer flake. Because, look, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. And you know whole wheat. Of course, the naturally sweet whole wheat flavor of Wheaties is important, too. And good? My. Come on, help celebrate National Wheaties Week. Just buy 'em, that's all. Buy 'em and see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Dave Buckler managed to drag his father to the Jeep and drive to the nearest hospital, but the father was dead on arrival. Sheriff Clyde Johnson immediately called the Texas Rangers, and Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case.
What are you looking for, Ranger?
I thought we'd find some truck tire markings here, Sheriff. The ground's plenty hard, except for the dust settled on top. That'd hold a track, but... Hey, look.
Just a big, wide mark.
Yeah. Probably some brush hung from the tailgate of the truck. Wiped the tread right out behind him. Let's go through the fence.
Yeah. Must have been operating right about here.
Yeah. Plenty of cattle tracks, but no boot prints.
Wiped out their tracks like they did with the truck.
Smart. Probably dragged branches behind them. You can see where they were here, though. Tobacco crumbs and paper where they ground out their cigarettes.
Yeah.
Looks like 15 or 20 head they run off from the marks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go back to the car for a second. How do the Bucklers brand their herd?
Oh, just a simple letter L. Buckler's wife's name was Lou.
Do you know if their brand has been registered?
I don't believe it ever was, Ranger. Why?
I've got to make a radio call to KTXA in Austin. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA to Unit 10. Go ahead, Unit 10.
Unit 10 requests headquarters to ask all commission houses to be on lookout for marketing of any cattle carrying letter L brand or any altered brand that might have been made to cover letter L.
Will do, Unit 10.
May be part of stock stolen from Buckler Ranch on 8-4. Notify Unit 10 if any lead turns up. Unit 10, 10-4.
We'll keep Unit 10 informed. KDXA Austin.
Good idea, that, Cole. Might get a lead.
Yeah. When we get through here, I want to go into the hospital and see Dave Buckler. He might just be able to describe the... Hey, wait.
What do you got?
Old cigarette lying right here near this bush. And scorched. Somebody started to light it but didn't finish.
Yeah.
That's matchbook lying in the bush. Whatever happened, it made a fella forget about his cigarette. Must have been when the Bucklers came over the hill. Feller saw him, threw the cigarette and matches down just as he was getting ready to light up.
Yeah, that could be all right.
Half the matches are still in the book. Ones that are missing are all torn off from the left side of the book.
So?
So the man who had this book of matches is left-handed. Let's get into the hospital.
No, Ranger. I'm right-handed, so was Pop. Matches couldn't have been ours.
Just making sure. Can you describe any of the stock they made off with, Buckler?
Well, yeah. And most of them were white-faced. But there was one of the calves that had a mottled face.
Mottled, huh?
Yeah.
Good. That helps.
My pa was such a good guy, Ranger. I wish I could climb out of here and help you find those dirty...
Can you give me any kind of a description of the men?
No. I never got a good look at them.
A couple of days went by, then a week. There was no sign of the Buckler cattle with the L brand. I went back to headquarters to see Captain Stinson.
No sign of those cattle, huh?
Not ahead, Captain.
Well, they might be afraid to unload them so soon after a killing.
That means they'd have to vend or alter the brands and put them out to graze. I don't think they'd want to be too close to them for fear of being spotted.
Neither do I, Jace. That's why I've got an idea. Ever think of trying Camp Hood?
No, but I should have. It's a perfect spot for them. 35 square miles of free grazing land.
Yeah. Ever since the Army deactivated the camp, a lot of ranchers have been using it. Our last check showed 15,000 head there, all kinds of brands. Fattening up until the owners cut them out for marketing.
Sure. And Buckler's cattle with altered brands covering that L could be waiting there for the thief to come back and get them whenever he wants.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's a lot of territory and a lot of cattle for one man to cover. I'm going to have Bud Kurtz come in and go with you.
Kurtz? Fine.
The commission houses are still on the alert. We got them stopped on the selling end. Now it's up to you to find those cattle. They're the only key to the killer.
Bud Kurtz and I drove to Camp Hood, unloaded our horses, and started to check the open range. In 3 days, we ran across more than 50 brands, all legitimate. But on the fourth day... Cowpokes are pretty busy, Kurtz.
Yeah, cutting out a few calves over there.
There's a branding fire and 2 men.
They see us coming.
Keep your eyes peeled. They may be all right, but if they aren't, one of them may throw a gun.
Oh, boy. Howdy, Rangers.
Howdy.
You can let that one go, Pete.
No. Hold him for a minute.
What's the matter, Ranger?
Let me frisk you.
I'll get this fella.
Why? What's wrong, Ranger? I ain't got no gun.
Just checking up. What's your brand?
Nothing on this fella, Jay.
Well, there's the iron right there.
J in the center of a box, huh?
Yeah. My name's Jack Stern. Got a ranch up in Box Canyon. Brand's supposed to be Jack in the Box.
What are you doing with this stock?
Well, changing over to my brand.
From what? An L brand?
No, Square U. Like that one over there. Ain't added my brand on him yet. Well, take a look at it. See?
Yeah, I see. It's a square U now, but it was an L. That brand's been altered. Okay, let him go.
Find something, Jace?
Yeah. Where'd you get this stock?
I bought them last night. Anything wrong?
They were stolen a week ago.
I got a bill of sale for them, Ranger. The fellow who had them was cutting them out yesterday. Said he was taking some steers to market, but he wanted to sell the calves for $60 a head. So he wouldn't have to keep coming all the way back from Rollo to get him.
Came from Rollo, huh?
That's what he said. But here's the bill of sale. Name was Vic Morath. Ranger, you must be making a mistake.
Maybe. How many calves did he sell you?
8 of them. Boys bought these 2 in here, and they're getting the others now.
Good. Is there a mottled face in the bunch, Stern?
Well, yeah, there is.
Guess that settles it, Jace. This is Buckler's stock.
Yeah. We better drive him out and have a van pick him up. Lab can examine the brands.
Now, what about my money?
Your claim's against the man who sold them to you, Vic Morath from Rollo. If that was his right name.
If he moved steers out, too, Jace, they should be turning up at a commission house in a day or so.
Yeah. In the meantime, Stern, I'll have to hold you and your boys in custody for possession of stolen property.
Ain't it enough that I lost $480?
Maybe it'll teach you not to pay cash for cattle until you've checked on them.
I didn't pay cash. I gave Morath a check.
A check?
You mean he took a check from you?
Yeah. Hey, maybe I can stop payment.
You won't have to. We'll do it for you. Where's your bank?
Ranchers and Merchants Trust in Abilene. The president knows me. His name's Chalmers.
All right, Stern. Kurt, you bring him and his boys into town with the stock. I'll meet you there. I got to get to a phone and call that bank. I rode charcoal hard into town, found a phone, and put a call through for Mr. Chalmers, president of the bank in Abilene. But I was too late.
I'm sorry, Ranger Pearson, but Mr. Morath cashed that check shortly after we opened this morning.
Did you ask Morath for identification?
Yes, but he didn't have any on him.
And you cashed the check anyhow?
Well, he asked us to call his bank in Rollo for a reference to save him time. He even paid for the call.
You mean he actually comes from Rollo and they've heard of him there?
The Rollo State Bank said he had an account there.
But you don't actually know whether the man was Morath.
Well, after all, Ranger, when the man paid for the call to his own bank in Rollo...
Did Morath endorse the check?
Yes, it was endorsed in my presence.
Will you rush that endorsed check to my headquarters? I want to look at that signature. When the check came through, Kurtz and I left for Rollo, Texas. At Rollo, we went directly to Morath's bank.
Vic Morath? Why, yeah, I know him.
This his signature?
I'd have to compare it with his signature card. Just a moment. M-A-M-A-S-M-A-U. Ah, yeah, here we are. Now we take both signatures and see.
They're not the same, Jace.
No. Thank you.
Anytime, Ranger.
Come on.
What now, Jace?
Morath's ranch is only about a mile out. We better drive out there and see him.
You won't have a drink, Rangers?
No, thanks.
Oh, so somebody's been using my name, huh?
Looks that way. You know who it might be?
No, but it's a cinch it wouldn't be a friend. Forgery's a mighty low trick.
I figure it may have happened 100 times before, Mr. Morath, but this is the first time we caught it.
I'm mighty glad you did. I don't like my name being mixed up with thieving and killing.
Of course, you'd never see the checks. They'd go right back to the man who made them out after they were cashed. Anybody ever forged your name to a check that went through your own bank?
I know. If anybody had and I knew it, I'd have taken a bullwhip to him.
No help here, Jace.
No. Well, thanks for your cooperation, Mr. Morath. We can find our way out.
So long, Mr. Morath.
You sure you won't take one of these before you go? I'm having another.
No, thanks.
That certainly led us into a blind pass.
Huh?
I said Morath was no help. What's the matter with you, Jace?
I was just thinking of that book of matches I found on the range out at Buckler's.
The ones that were dropped by somebody left-handed?
Yeah. I watched Morath pouring that drink for himself. He's left-handed, Kurtz.
Well, that's mighty thin and circumstantial, Jace.
Sure, I know it is. Just a passing thought. I better call KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 back in service.
KTXA to Unit 10. Have message for you.
Go ahead, KTXA.
Cattle with L brand offered for sale this afternoon at Tully Commission House, Fort Wood. Cattle inspector reports brand might have been L brand from Buckler Ranch.
Did Commissioner get name and address of seller?
Seller refused to have check mailed. Said he would pick it up tomorrow after stock was weighed and priced. Gave his name is Vic Morath, Rollo, Texas.
Just left Morath at home in Rollo. Unit 10 and Unit 6 proceeding to Fort Worth. We'll be there when Commission House opens in morning. Unit 10, 10-4.
Got a long drive ahead of us, Jace.
Yeah, but this is the break we've waited for.
It's not so important now, is it, that Morath happened to be left-handed?
No. Not now, it isn't.
In just a moment, we continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson.
It's National Wheaties Week everywhere, even backstage in our studio here tonight. Sure it is. We're all buying and eating Wheaties this week. And here's living proof, the man who dramatizes Tales of the Texas Rangers, Mr. Joel Murcott. Am I right, Joel? Are you getting your Wheaties?
I sure am, Frank. And not only that, I've got Wheaties written into the breakfast script for Mrs. Murcott and our 4 kids, too. Seems like eating Wheaties is little enough to do for them when they do so much for us. Folks, I hope you feel that way, but even if you don't, try Wheaties once. Just to show us you like our shows. What do you say? After all, National Wheaties Week only comes once a year.
Thank you, Joel Murcott.
We reached Fort Worth during the night and examined the cattle in the Commission House stock pens. They were part of the buckler L. Brands, all right. All next day, Bud Kurtz and I were staked out in the Commission House office. But the man impersonating Morath never showed to pick up his check.
Well, have to wait again tomorrow, Jace.
I don't think so. He won't be coming.
What do you mean?
Our man didn't show because somebody tipped him not to show.
Think somebody in the Commission House slipped up?
Maybe not, Kurtz. Maybe we slipped up.
Maybe we did. What do you mean, Chase?
I'll tell you as soon as we find a photograph of Vic Morath, the real one from Rollo. It took almost 2 days to find a picture. We went through newspaper files, breeders' publications, cattlemen and ranchers' journals, county fair souvenir books. Captain Stinson found what I was after.
Jace, look. Is Morath one of these?
Yeah, that's it, Captain. That's Morath in the center.
Group picture. Who are the others?
Picture comes from a breeder's journal. Caption says it's the Morath Ranch Rodeo team. Had the highest group score at the Rollo Rodeo in 1946, 2 years ago.
I want to see if Stern or Chalmers, the banker, can identify Morath as the man who sold those calves.
But we know it wasn't Morath, Jace. The signatures didn't match.
They don't have to. Morath is left-handed. He might have endorsed the check with his right hand just to cover up.
Hey, Jace may have something there.
It's worth trying.
Stern has been released. I'll call him at his ranch and have him meet us at his bank in Abilene. How about it, Stern? Is this the man, the bare-headed one in the center?
No. No, Ranger. I never saw him before.
How about you, Chalmers? Is this the man who presented the check?
No, it isn't.
Another washout, Jace.
And let me see that picture again.
Sure, here.
I'm not sure, but this fellow on the end, right here. You look at it, Chalmers.
Why, yes. Yes, I believe that is the man.
One of the cowpokes, huh? Come on, Kurtz. We're going to visit the sheriff at Rollo.
Yeah, I know that feller. Quit working for Morath about a year ago. Bought himself a little ranch not far from Morath's, over near Comanche Gulch.
Cowpoke has to be pretty thrifty to buy a ranch. What's his name?
Buzz Black.
Better get over to Comanche Gulch, Jace.
Yeah. Thanks, Sheriff.
Sure, glad to be of service.
Well, we're going to be able to tell Morath who's been using his name.
We don't have to tell him. I got a hunch he already knows.
What makes you say that?
Black didn't go back to pick up that check. Somebody warned him those cattle were getting hot. That means Morath.
But if he's in on it, why would he let Black use his name?
Because he's smart. False signature makes him look like an innocent victim. His reputation is good.
And as soon as we went to him, he knew we were on the trail, and he told Black and the others to lay low.
Right. Let's get Black for a starter.
hands.
Huh? Oh, you scared me, Ranger.
Drop that hammer.
Oh, sure. I don't know what this is all about, but
It's about an old man who was shot to death while you were running off some of his cattle with an L brand.
Me? Oh, you're crazy. I never...
We got 3 people who can identify you. Man who bought the calves, banker who cashed a check, and the commissioner who bought the steers in Fort Worth.
All right. So what? I found the cattle out at Camp Hood.
You don't find cattle with a brand on them. They weren't Mavericks. You better talk, Black.
I'll talk when I see a lawyer.
You wait that long and the wrath will run out, and you'll be facing it alone. That old rancher was murdered.
I didn't shoot him. I swear it, Ranger.
No jury's going to believe you, unless you tell us who did it, and we find the gun he used.
All right. It was Morath. He started the whole thing. Was his idea.
Who rode with you?
1 folks from here, 6 from Morath's place.
What's that?
Rider taking off in a brush, Jace.
Stop, you!
Too late. He made cover.
Isn't the Morath ranch over that way, Black?
Yeah, that was my rider. He must have sneaked up and hurt us.
I'm going to handcuff you to this wagon.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
We'll be back for you later. Come on, Kurtz.
They'll know we're coming on. They'll scatter, Jace.
You better call headquarters for more units. We put through the call and headed for Morath's ranch in the car, hoping to beat the rider. He must have stopped on the way and phoned Morath because the ranch was clear when we got there.
They cleared out, Jace. Better get the horses out of the trailer and start tracking.
Wait a minute, Kurtz. Look at this driveway.
Funny marks.
Yeah. Brush trailing behind a truck to wipe out the tracks. I've seen that before. And this is fresh. A branch caught in the edge of that mesquite when they turned into the road and snapped it. The brake is new.
That means they're heading for the highway.
Probably all riding together in the truck. There'll be an arsenal on wheels. Come on. Units we called for can set up roadblocks and converge on them. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA to Unit 10. Go ahead.
Subjects wanted for killing of Maury Buckler making getaway in cattle truck from Morath Ranch at Rollo. Check license numbers of vehicles registered to Morath.
Will do, Unit 10.
Subjects headed for main highway will probably turn south toward closest border point. Unit 10 and Unit 6 headed that way. Have other units converge on area and set up roadblocks with highway patrol.
Units 3 and 8 nearby. We'll notify them.
We'll make direct contacts with units as we close in. Unit 10, 10-4. Kurtz, you can commandeer the sheriff's radio car in town. Give us a chance to spread out more.
It's going to be like tackling a tank, Jace.
Yeah. Break out a Tommy gun and put it on the seat. We moved in from all points. There were no side roads that weren't covered by our units. Morath and his men were locked in our ring. I kept my foot heavy on the gas pedal. Then far ahead, as I approached the intersection of State 12, I saw the truck dip over a rise. Unit 10 to Unit 3. Unit 10 to Unit 3.
Unit 3, go ahead, Unit 10.
Subject's truck less than a mile ahead of Unit 10, nearing intersection point your area.
Ready for them, Unit 10. Unit 6 to Unit 10.
Go ahead, Unit 6.
Unit 6 now on main highway south of intersection.
Block highway at that point, Unit 6. Subjects are between Unit 6 and Unit 10 now, unless they turn off.
Unit 3 has reached intersection point of State 12. We'll block off intersection.
Good, Unit 3. Unit 8 has blocked still further south if subjects break through. I drew closer to the speeding truck as it topped a rise and headed down toward the intersection of the state highway. I could see the sheriff's car Kurtz had borrowed blocking the road and Unit 3's car in the center of the turnoff. The truck skidded and started to make a turn and come back toward me. I swung my car across the road, grabbed the Tommy gun, and jumped out.
Stop that truck! All right, let him have it! No more shooting, Rangers, no more. We'll come out.
All of you still alive, come out with your hands up.
You all right, Chase?
Yeah. How about you, Clint?
I'm okay.
All right, you men. Get over there and keep your hands up.
I got him covered, Jace.
One dead in the back there and a couple wounded. Hey, where's Morath?
Around the other side of the cab, dead. He came out shooting and I nailed him.
Ah, there he is. Better break that rifle out of his grip. Ballistics can tell if it's the one that killed Buckler.
He'll be the one, all right. Or he wouldn't have tried so hard to keep us from getting him.
Vic Morath's rifle was positively identified as the one used in the slaying of Rancher Maury Buckler. Buzz Black and the other men who had assisted Morath were given penitentiary sentences ranging from 20 to 99 years.
And now, here's the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Another triumph for the Rangers, and another grand performance by our distinguished star, Mr. Joel McRae. And here he is with a few words for you personally about National Wheaties Week.
I hope you're enjoying Tales of the Texas Rangers, and it would give me a whole lot of pleasure, partner, if I thought you'd go out and get a box of Wheaties tomorrow because of our program. Since it's National Wheaties Week, it's a pretty good time to get those Wheaties. Will you do that? Good night.
Good night, Joel. You know, Wheaties and I were going to send you a free case of Wheaties, but then we thought, oh, that's silly. Joel McRae eats Wheaties, so chances are his kitchen shelf is loaded. And what National Wheaties Week is really for is to get other people to eat Wheaties. Frankly, folks, it's to get you to know and appreciate the fact that there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's right, a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. National Wheaties Week is for you to buy Wheaties and try them and see for yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. So, no free Wheaties to you, Joel. You can buy them just like all the rest of us. Right, folks? Now, don't forget, Breakfast of Champions.
Come on, everybody, to the Wheaties party. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Dance together, cheek to cheek. This is National Wheaties Week. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Wheaties, a breakfast of champions.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae will soon be seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Saddle Tramp. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Tom Tully, Bert Holland, Joe Duval, Byron Kane, Paul Dubuff, and Bob Cole. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen on Wednesday night to Brian Donlevy in Dangerous Assignment on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then. And remember, it's National Wheaties Week.
Tomorrow, Sam Spade cuts a caper and Robert Merrill sings on NBC.
It's time now for Mr. Keen, Tracer of Lost Persons. Brought to you by Dentyne, the gum with breathtaking flavor, and Beeman's Pepsin. Tastes so good and aids digestion, too. And by Chesterfield, the only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and king size. Buy 'em either way you like 'em. Premium quality and much milder Chesterfields. Ladies and gentlemen, we present Mr. Keen, Tracer of Lost Persons. One of the most famous characters of American fiction, in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Friday at this time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Case of Murder and the Prize-Winning Bull. The story of a mysterious murder on a country estate following a quarrel over a $50,000 prize bull. Why a beautiful woman is accused, and how the case is solved by a tiny clue found by Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons.
Chiclets.
Taste the difference when you chew. Flavor on the outside, inside too.
Chiclets.
Time the difference by the clock. Flavor lingers, tick, tick, tock.
Chiclets.
Count the difference. Count 'em, cousin. Every box, an even dozen.
Chiclets.
Get the big nickel's worth. You can taste the difference, time the difference, count the difference. And whether you chew gum to keep your mouth fresh and clean, or just for the plain fun of chewing it, you'll be better off on every count with Chiclets. They're flavored on the outside, flavored on the inside. With Chiclets, you don't chew the flavor out, you chew the flavor in. That's why the goodness lingers on and on.
They're candy-coated.
Flavor-coated.
Pleasure-coated.
And more fun for your money. So get the big nickel's worth.
Chiclets.
And now for Mr. Keene and the Case of Murder and the Prize-Winning Bull. Our scene opens at night on a large country estate situated near New York City. A sudden noise inside a huge white barn near the main house has brought a tall, distinguished-looking man hurrying down the gravel path leading to the barn. The man is unaware that he is running to his death.
Who's that standing near the barn? My handyman? It's so dark I can't see. Is that you, Tom Brewer?
Yes, Mr. Stevens, it's me.
Well, what's all that noise coming from the barn? It woke me up. Tom, didn't you hear the racket?
Yeah, I heard it, Mr. Stevens.
Why, the animals sounded as if they were ready to stampede. I'd better go in the barn and have a look. Now, who left that lighted lamp on the floor? I've told Tom Brewer about fire hazards so often. Champion. My prize bull. Why, he's lying there in his stall. He's dead. You. Then it was you who... Oh, no. No! Put that gun down! Oh!
Yes, ma'am.
This is Mr. Keene's office, isn't it?
That's right, ma'am. I'm his partner, Mike Clancy. This is Mr. Keene right here.
And what can I do for you, madam?
Mr. Keene, my name is Emma Stevens. I've come here about my half-brother, John. He's been murdered. Shot to death in cold blood last night on our estate.
Please sit down, Miss Stevens.
I'm so frightened, so stunned. My poor brother. One of the finest men on earth, Mr. Keene.
Here, sit down in this chair, ma'am. I'll get us some water, boss.
Now, compose yourself, Miss Stevens. You're among friends.
I know that, Mr. Keene. That's why I came here to your office. Your reputation as an investigator led me to believe that you'd help me find my brother's murderer. The local police don't have a single clue.
Here, take a sip of this water, Miss Stevens.
No, thank you, Mr. Clancy. Now I believe I can tell you the entire story.
Please do, Miss Stevens.
My brother, John Stevens, was a retired businessman, and a very successful one, Mr. Keene. He retired very early in his career, so he could devote more time to his main hobby, animal breeding.
He was a gentleman farmer, is that it?
I suppose you might call it that. John and I lived together on a large estate just a short way up the Hudson River. I'm unmarried, and so is John.
Go on, Miss Stevens.
Well, last night, about midnight, I heard a noisy racket coming from the barns. It was the one in which John kept his best saddle horses and Champion, his prize-winning bull. As you may know, Mr. Keene, a prize bull can be a very valuable animal.
Yes, I understand that they can sometimes bring as much as $50,000.
Saints preserve us, but that's a lot of money for one animal.
Well, Champion was worth about that much, Mr. Clancy.
Did you say was, Miss Stevens?
Yes. But let me continue. The noise from the barn woke me up about midnight, and I heard my brother John hurrying down the hall and out of the house. Evidently, he was going to investigate.
I see.
A few minutes later, Mr. Keene, I heard a shot. I ran out quickly and hurried down to the barn. I found my brother John lying dead on the barn floor with a bullet in his heart.
And you saw no one on the grounds just before or after you found your brother, Miss Stevens?
No, Mr. Keene. It was so dark outside. But inside the barn, near my brother's body, I also found Champion, his prize bull. Champion had also been killed by a shotgun.
Is it possible, Miss Stevens, that the person who killed the bull also killed your half-brother?
Well, the police are working on that theory now. They think that someone who was jealous of John, or who may have wanted to hurt him in some way, shot his prize animal. John may have caught him in the act and paid with his life for it.
In any case, the killing of the bull is of no importance compared with a man's murder. Our search will be for a killer of human beings, your brother's murderer.
Then you will help me, Mr. Keene.
Of course, Miss Stevens.
Well, then I must tell you something I couldn't tell the police, because I wasn't sure. But you can find out whether I'm right or wrong.
What is it, Miss Stevens?
Well, we have a neighbor, Paul Kincaid. He and my brother John were once good friends, but they split up.
Why? Did they quarrel?
Violently.
Over what, miss?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Clancy. John was very unhappy, and he wouldn't talk about it. He just said once that Paul Kincaid and his wife were very jealous people.
Is Paul Kincaid a gentleman farmer like your brother?
Well, he tried to be, Mr. Keene, but he wasn't successful. Paul Kincaid is as rich as John and very vain. Actually, I think he went in for animal breeding just to see if he could better John.
Could that rivalry have caused their quarrel?
Well, that or jealousy over Evelyn Kincaid, Paul's wife.
And just what do you mean, Miss Stevens?
Well, Paul Kincaid saw a rival in every man he met, Mr. Keene. Although I think Evelyn's tried to be a good wife to him. She's a very beautiful woman, while Paul has lost his looks. And he appears much older than he is.
So jealousy may have been the murder motive. Well, we'll have to talk to Paul Kincaid as soon as we arrive at your estate, Miss Stevens. It is your estate now, isn't it?
Well, if you mean, do I inherit it now that my brother is dead? I couldn't say, Mr. Keene. The will hasn't been read yet.
Who is his closest surviving relative?
I am. But what has that got to do with... If you're ready to leave with me now, Mr. Keene, I'll take you to our estate.
Yes, Mike Clancy and I are ready to leave and begin the first part of our investigation of the strange murder of your brother.
Turn into this driveway, Mr. Clancy. The main house is at the end of it.
Right, Miss Stevens.
It's quite a large place, isn't it? And do you have many servants, Miss Stevens?
Well, only one, Mr. Keene. The handyman, Tom Brewer. As far as my brother John was concerned, I saw that he was comfortable myself. Most of the house has been locked off for years, and we only use a few rooms.
Where was this handyman, Tom Brewer, when the murder took place?
Well, he wasn't on the grounds. It was his day off. He told the police he only returned several hours after poor John's body was discovered. You can see the barns from here. I found John's body in that large white one over there. The animals were taken out when the police started their investigation.
Mr. Keene, there's a lady running up the path here. She looks kind of excited.
Why, that's Evelyn Kincaid. She's the wife of our neighbor Paul Kincaid.
She's seen us, but she doesn't seem to be able to make up her mind whether to come over or not.
She looks like she'd like to turn back, boss.
Hello, Emma. Evelyn, this is Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy. Mrs. Evelyn Kincaid, our neighbor.
You're Mr. Keene, the criminal investigator?
You seem to be upset about something, Mrs. Kincaid.
Upset? Well, why should I be upset?
Miss Stevens has told us something about you and your husband.
She has. And just what has she told you?
Just that you and Paul were our neighbors.
And what else? Have you been gossiping again, Emma? If you have, just remember I can tell Mr. Keene a few things about you.
Evelyn, I don't know what you're talking about.
How much money did your murdered half-brother leave you? And how badly did you want to get hold of it?
Evelyn, how dare you?
Well, there's no need for these recriminations, Mrs. Kincaid. Miss Stevens hasn't made any accusations about you.
Well, she has nothing to accuse me of, Mr. Keene. I'll admit I was angry with John Stevens, that I often hoped he'd close his house and move away somewhere.
Yes, you were angry with my brother, all right. Angry enough to wish he was dead when he got pneumonia last winter.
Wishing is not a criminal offense, Emma Stevens.
At least, not until the wish transforms itself into the deed.
What do you mean by that?
Mrs. Kincaid, I'd like to know why you felt that way about the murdered man, John Stevens, if it's true.
It isn't true, Mr. Keene. But I'll tell you why I didn't want him around. He baited Paul, my husband. He was always boasting how much more clever he was about breeding animals. How he, John, always won the prizes while Paul won nothing but laughs.
I won't stand here and listen to any more of this. Why are you here, Evelyn? What do you want?
I was looking for Paul. I thought he came over here to offer you his condolences. But I'll be happy to get off your property as soon as...
What do you think you... Put down that pitchfork, you idiot!
It's my husband's voice.
No.
Boss, sounds like a fight inside that white barn.
Hurry, Mike. Let's see what's up.
You want to do mine? You could kill a man.
Help me with this heavy barn door, Mike.
No.
I'll kill you, Paul Kincaid. Make one more move, I'll jam this pitchfork through your throat.
Mike, try to get that pitchfork away from him.
Who are you?
Let me go. Here, I'll take that big sticker. Go. That's better. Says preservers, but this thing could kill a steer.
What's the meaning of this? My name is Keene.
Mr. Keene, the investigator? Well, I'm Tom Brewer. You come here just in time. I'm the Stevens handyman. I just caught Mr. Kincaid snooping around this barn. When I asked him what he was up to, he hit me in the face. I grabbed a pitchfork to protect myself.
And you're Paul Kincaid?
I am, Mr. Keene. And this fool is exaggerating the entire affair. I came over to the Stevens estate to see John's sister Emma and to tell her how shocked I was to hear about his murder.
But what were you doing here in the barn, Mr. Kincaid?
Well, boss, that seems to be a question this fella don't want to answer.
I'm afraid he'll have to answer it, Mike. Mr. Kincaid, you'll accompany us back to the Stevens house now, if you don't mind. There's more than one question I'm going to ask you, in connection with the murder of John Stevens.
Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the prize-winning bull. Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner Mike Clancy are investigating the murder of John Stevens, a wealthy animal breeder whose $50,000 prize bull was also shot dead at the time of the murder. At the moment, Mr. Keene and Mike are in the Stevens home, now occupied solely by Emma Stevens, the victim's half-sister. Mr. Keene is questioning Paul Kincaid, a neighbor of the murdered man, while Kincaid's wife, Evelyn, waits in another part of the house. Now Mr. Keene is saying,
Mr. Kincaid, my partner Mike Clancy and I are investigating the murder of your neighbor, John Stevens, as you know.
I had nothing to do with it, Mr. Keene.
On the contrary, someone has told me that you were jealous of the murdered man, for several reasons.
Really?
First of all, you both bred animals as a hobby. And John Stevens seems to have bested you in prize competitions.
What's that got to do with anything, Mr. Keene?
His prize bull champion, worth $50,000, was shot about the time of the murder. Now, there's a possibility that the person who killed the bull did it out of jealousy. And when he was caught in the act by John Stevens, he murdered him.
But we can tell you this, mister. We're not looking for the man who got rid of the bull. It's the murderer of John Stevens we want.
So you think I killed his prize bull, then did away with Stevens? I suppose Emma, his half-sister, told you that. Well, you might question her a bit, Mr. Keene. She comes into a fortune now that John is dead.
Mr. Kincaid, what about your feeling regarding John Stevens and your wife?
My wife and John were merely friends, nothing more, Mr. Keene. I admit I may have been jealous of Evelyn once or twice, for no reason, but she'll bear me out as far as John was concerned.
Mike, call Mrs. Kincaid in here, please.
Okay, boss. Oh, Mrs. Kincaid, Mr. Keene would like to talk to you.
What's happened, Paul? Is everything all right?
Someone's been putting ideas into Mr. Keene's head, Evelyn. Someone's been gossiping about you and John Stevens. Tell Mr. Keene there was nothing between you.
I've already told him. If anything, I hated John for the way he baited you, Paul, and made you unhappy.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Keene?
Part of it. However, you still have to explain what you were doing when Tom Brewer, the Stevens handyman, caught you inside the White Barn, where John Stevens was murdered.
Tell Mr. Keene the truth, Paul. Remember, you may be protecting a murderer.
Keep quiet, Evelyn.
I can't. I think it's for your own protection. Either you tell Mr. Keene the truth, or I will.
Very well. I'll tell him myself. Mr. Keene, I was the one who shot and killed John's prize bull.
I see. And why did you do it, Mr. Kincaid?
Because he was always boasting about how clever he was as an animal breeder, and he drove me into a fury. I'd been drinking too much just before I went over to his barn, and I hardly knew what I was doing. But I didn't murder John Stevens, I swear it.
Who is the person your wife just mentioned? The one she said you might be protecting inadvertently.
Mr. Keene, I meant Tom Brewer, the Stevens handyman. My husband saw him prowling around the grounds right after he left the barn.
Well, boss, Tom Brewer said he wasn't near that place when John Stevens was murdered.
Yes, that was his alibi. Mike, it appears as though Tom Brewer is the next to be questioned. Mr. and Mrs. Kincaid, how far away do you live from here?
We have the big house at the end of the road, Mr. Keene.
You may go back there now. I warn you, however, that you're still under strong suspicion.
Very well.
Just one thing more. Why did you return to the Stevens barn today?
I was looking for my gun, the one I used to kill the prize bull. In the crazy state I was in that night, I left the revolver there in the barn.
As far as we know, the gun used to kill John Stevens has not yet been found. All right, Mr. Kincaid, you and your wife can leave. Come along, Mike. We're going inside and talk to Tom Brewer, the handyman.
Mr. Keene, there's Emma Stevens, but Tom Brewer ain't here.
Well, if you're looking for Tom, Mr. Keene, he just went out to the barn.
Oh, come with us, please, Miss Stevens. Mike, we'll follow Tom Brewer to the barn and see what he has to say now that his alibi has been cracked wide open.
Well, here's the barn, boss. The handyman, Tom Brewer, must be inside.
Would you wait out here, please, Miss Stevens?
All right, Mr. Keene.
The barn door's open, Mike. Let's go in.
Mr. Keene.
What are you doing here, Tom Brewer?
Well, I just cleaning up the barn a bit.
Well, boss, looks more like he may have been up to something.
Oh, what do you mean?
We've just learned, Tom Brewer, that you were not off the grounds the night your employer, John Stevens, was murdered. Someone saw you near this barn, the scene of the crime.
That's a lie, Mr. Keene.
I advise you to tell the entire truth, Brewer. Remember, we have a witness who saw you.
Maybe I was on the grounds. I was afraid to open up my mouth. I didn't want to get mixed up in any murder.
Then you must have something you're hiding, Brewer. Because unless you had a motive to murder John Stevens, you had nothing to fear.
Well, Mr. Stevens was going to fire me. I figured the police might think I got sore enough to do him in because of that.
Then you knew the murder had been committed even before his half-sister, Emma Stevens, found his body.
I guess I found his body first, Mr. Keene. When I heard the shot, I ran in here to the barn. I saw him lying over there near that stall where the prize bull champion was lying, too.
Was it over here, Tom?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Mike, one of the floorboards here is loose. Let's have a closer look.
Right, boss.
Mike.
Yes, sir?
There's something stuck here between these two loose floorboards. See if you can pry it loose.
Right. Well, it's stuck tight, boss, but, well, I think I can... Here, sir. Well, what is it?
Mike, it's a clue. An important clue to the murder of John Stevens. Tom Brewer, you and the murdered man's sister, Emma Stevens, are coming with me to the Kincaid house for a final showdown.
Mr. Keene.
Mr. Kincaid, I brought your neighbor, Emma Stevens, and the handyman, Tom Brewer, with me.
Mr. Keene says he has a clue, Paul, in regard to my brother's murder.
You have, Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mrs. Kincaid. Tom Brewer just admitted that he was near the barn when John Stevens was murdered. But I found something else that changes the situation completely.
I tell you, I didn't
Oh, we
have
heard
nothing-
you the first time, Brewer.
First of all, Mr. Kincaid, let me ask you this. How did your wife know that you'd killed John Stevens' prize bull?
Paul told me, Mr. Keene.
Yes, I told Evelyn when she found me leaving the Stevens property.
Then your wife here was also on the murdered man's property when the crime was committed.
I heard Paul leave our house, and I followed him, Mr. Keene. I knew he was up to something.
And where did you meet him, Mrs. Kincaid?
Outside the Stevens barn.
Then you were never inside the barn at all?
Never, Mr. Keene.
And I can prove that's a lie, Mrs. Kincaid.
What?
John Stevens' murderer was a woman, and she left this clue. It's a small leather lift, the thin section on the bottom of the heel of a woman's shoe. And I believe it came from your wife's shoe, Mr. Kincaid. She must have caught her heel between two floorboards just inside the barn. And when she pulled her foot loose, she left this leather lift in the crack.
Well, how do you know it's from my heel? It might have come from Emma Stevens' shoe.
I've noticed that Emma Stevens only wears low, flat-heeled shoes. Now, you, a younger woman, wear high heels, Mrs. Kincaid. And this lift came from a high-heeled shoe.
Evelyn, those shoes, the ones you left for the maid to have repaired.
Be quiet, Paul.
Where are those shoes, Mr. Kincaid?
Over there on the foyer table.
Fetch them, will you, Mike?
Right, boss.
Leave those shoes alone.
Mr. Keene, why, there's part of the heel missing from this shoe of Mrs. Kincaid's. Here, look here, sir.
Yes, Mike. And this small piece of leather I found in the Stevens barn just fits the missing section. It's enough evidence, I think, to arrest Evelyn Kincaid. Mike, don't let her touch that vase.
Oh, she won't, boss. Here, I've got it.
I could kill you for this.
I saw her edging over to it. Now reach inside, Mike.
Right, sir. Boss, there's a gun hidden inside this vase.
Now handle it carefully to preserve the fingerprints.
That's my gun, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mr. Kincaid. The one you left in the barn after you killed John Stevens' prize bull. Your wife found it and used it to kill Stevens himself. She evidently thought she had a perfect opportunity to commit murder and then have you take the blame.
Evelyn, I can't believe it. Why would you...
Why? Because John Stevens was a fool. I begged him to run away with me. I wanted him to help me get rid of you and...
In other words, Mrs. Kincaid, you first tried to get John Stevens to help you kill your husband. Then, when he refused, you murdered Stevens because you were afraid he'd give you away. And because you were a woman scorned, a woman he refused to love.
Yes, yes.
Evelyn.
And don't look that way at me, Paul. You should have known all along that I wouldn't have married a drab little man like you if you hadn't a fortune.
A fortune you hoped to get your hands on, Mrs. Kincaid. If your husband had got the electric chair for your crime, you'd have inherited his money.
Then I was right, Mr. Keene, in being jealous of my wife. John Stevens was handsome, distinguished. She did have designs on him.
You needn't be jealous of your wife any longer, Paul Kincaid, because she'll spend the rest of her life in prison, if she's lucky enough to escape the death penalty, for the murder of John Stevens.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the case of murder and the prize-winning bull. Every night of the week, you can hear a suspense-filled adventure show when you tune into CBS Radio. Later tonight, there's a thrilling story about Mr. Chameleon, a clever gentleman who uses disguises in tracking down a killer or to crack a difficult case. And tonight's case is a real dilly. Tomorrow night, you can hear Broadway is My Beat. You'll meet Danny Clover, the plainclothesman hero who knows Broadway intimately. Also on hand Saturday evenings is the king of the singing cowboys, Gene Autry, Edgar Rice Burroughs' jungle hero, Tarzan, and the thrills of gangbusters. Sunday nights you'll hear Escape, and Monday nights there's the action-filled drama Suspense. Tuesday nights you'll meet Pam and Jerry North, and Wednesdays it's The Lineup and the FBI in Peace and War. That's it. If you love adventure stories, tune into CBS Radio every night of the week. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummett. Dialogue by Lawrence Clee, directed by Richard Leonard. Philip Clark plays Mr. Keene. Don't miss Mr. Keene on Friday of next week, when the kindly old tracer turns to The Skull and Crossbones Murder Case. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is brought to you by Dentyne, the gum with breathtaking flavor, and Beeman's Pepsin, tastes so good and aids digestion too, and by Chesterfield, the only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and king size. King size Chesterfields contain tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other king size cigarette. Your announcer is Harry Kramer. This is the CBS Radio Network.
There's no mister. It's Higgins, sir.
The National Broadcasting Company presents a new comedy series, It's Higgins, Sir, created and transcribed by Paul Harrison and starring Harry McNaughton as Higgins.
Every summer, the entire Roberts family goes down to Uncle Percy's farm for the weekend of the county fair. This year, there's a new member of the family who's never been there, Higgins, the butler. But Higgins has learned to face the newness of life in America as compared to life in England with complete calm and absolute composure.
Me go to a farm? Oh, no.
Well, sometimes Higgins isn't as composed and calm as others. But with the children already down on the farm and Mr. Roberts off on a business trip, someone has to go with Mrs. Roberts in the car.
But, Mrs. Roberts, the farm and I have absolutely nothing in common.
Oh, come, Higgins. I'm sure you'll enjoy yourself there. Uncle Percy has simply all sorts of animals.
Animals, madam? I'm a butler, not a zookeeper.
I just know you'll enjoy it.
Yes.
Let me read the rest of the children's letter to you.
Please do.
This part is from Debbie. Boy, Mom, are there ever a lot of swell bugs here this summer. I've got
18 new ones in my bug collection, not counting a great big beautiful one that bit Tommy when he sat on the big rock by the swimming hole. I sat on the rock all day, trying to get the bug to bite me so as I could catch it. But I guess it doesn't like little girls.
New kinds of bugs that bite? Oh, dear. They always find me so delectable.
I wouldn't worry, Higgins. Apparently this bug bites only young boys.
Young boys. Oh, grand. I'll show them my birth certificate.
Well, we'd better get the bags in the car. They'll be expecting us for dinner.
Oh, very well, madam. I'll see to the luggage. My word, I say all these bags for a weekend visit?
Oh, that's not so many.
I say that's a lot of bags, you know. Too many bags.
I'll answer it, Higgins. That must be Aunt Millie.
Aunt Millie, oh, my word, there are too many bags.
Hello there, Elizabeth. Well, are you ready to go?
Hello, Aunt Millie. Yes, we're all ready to leave now.
Oh, I see you're still here.
Madam, there'll always be an England.
You'd better take the bags out to the car, Higgins.
Give me the car keys. I'll drive.
Oh, I thought we'd have Higgins drive.
Higgins? Him drive? Elizabeth, I wouldn't trust him.
I am a competent driver, madam, and this sort of thing is a man's job.
Well, I'm a better man than you are.
There must be some way I could disprove that. But it escapes me.
Well, nobody can ever say I'm not a good sport. I'll toss you for it.
Toss me? Toss me? Madam, I have no intention of getting thrown about by you.
No. We'll throw a coin up in the air. If it comes up heads, you drive. If it comes up tails, I drive.
Oh, very well, then. Toss away.
Well, here goes. All right, call it.
Call it? Call it, madam? Oh, yes. Come, Nickel. Come, Nickel. Come, Nickel.
What are you doing?
You said to call it, madam.
Do you want head or tails?
I'll take head. Somehow the other side's more appropriate for you.
Okay, there it goes. And it came up tails. I drive.
Well, I'm glad that's settled.
Here, Higgins, hold my pickles.
Hold your what, madam?
Those are Aunt Millie's pickles. She makes them every year for the county fair.
And I win first prize every year, too. Now, handle them very careful. I had a jar last year that exploded.
Exploded? My word, if they explode in the jar, what happens when you eat them?
Say, Uncle Percy, Tommy says you don't have ducks this year because they're noisy.
Yep.
You know how they are, Debbie. Quack, quack, quack all the time.
Yep.
But ducks are so much fun.
Couldn't stand ducks. They reminded me of my sister Millie.
You mean the way they go quack, quack all the time?
Nope, the way they walk.
Oh. Wait, Tommy. Look. There's our car.
Yep.
Oh, gosh, look. They're driving right down the middle of the road.
Look, they're wobbling from one side of the road to the other.
Millie's driving. Drives like a duck, too.
Hiya, Mom.
Hi. Oh, Uncle Percy, it's so good to see you again.
Hello, Percy. Things going all right on the farm?
Yep.
Uncle Percy, this is Higgins, our new butler.
Oh, yes, Aunt Millie's brother. You have my condolences, sir.
Butler, you said?
Yes, Higgins is a butler from England.
You come a long way looking for work.
No, sir. No, I wasn't looking for work. I brought Mr. and Mrs. Roberts a legacy.
A leg of what?
I said a legacy. They inherited a very old set of Queen Anne silverware, and I came with it.
Oh, yeah, all the way from England. Well, I ain't never met no butler before.
And I've never met a farmer before, face to face.
Kind of scary for both of us, ain't it?
You be careful with my prize pickles, Higgins. You better not let anything happen to them.
Madam, they're as safe in my hands as they would be in the underground vaults of the Bank of England.
She had a jar explode last year.
Really?
I was picking pickles off the walls for weeks.
Very funny, sir. Oh, very funny. Uproariously funny.
Well, how come you're not laughing?
But I am. I'm literally shaking with merriment.
Higgins, my pickles, stop shaking.
My word, I can't stop. Oh, that was so funny.
Higgins, the pickles, hand them to me.
Yes, madam, here you are.
Oh.
Head for cover! The pickles will be dropping for days! Look out! Here comes a hunk of watermelon!
My word, hit me right in the face. Oh, my word, they are sour.
Oh, that was your fault, you low down.
Now, Aunt
you
Millie,
good
please.
for nothing nincompoop.
Come on, you. We want to show you the farm.
What are we waiting for?
Higgins, I could kill you for exploding my pickles.
Quick, let's go.
Now, look, Aunt Millie, there must be another jar down in the cellar.
If I lose that prize, you're going to lose that butler.
Come on, Master Thomas and Debbie. Come along.
Right behind you, Higgins.
You know, when Millie turns bright red like that, it don't pay to hang around and try to be sociable.
Gee, Higgins couldn't help it. It was an accident.
Yeah. Hey, me and Debbie will show Higgins around, Uncle Percy.
And we'll gather the eggs.
Yeah, well, now, I wouldn't go around cows dressed like that.
You mean my clothes might disturb them?
With that derby and those striped pants and that wing collar, you'd curdle their milk.
Gee, maybe you should put on some overalls like Uncle Percy's wearing, Higgins.
Oh, no, indeed not, Master Thomas. Thank you very much. My grandfather wore these clothes all his life. My father wore these clothes all his life. And I intend to wear these clothes all my life.
That's a mighty good wearing suit. Now, if they was to come with 2 pair of pants, I'd get me one like it.
Yes.
Come on, Higgins, let's go. And we'll be careful not to scare anything, Uncle Percy.
Yep.
Here's the egg basket. We'll get the eggs first.
Eggs?
Well, sure. Uncle Percy's got 1,000 hens right in here.
My word. My word, thousands of chickens. Oh, I say, look at them milling about and jabbering to each other.
Oh, you help us, Higgins. Just reach under the hens in the nest and take the eggs out.
Reach under the hens with my bare hands? I say, after all, you know.
Oh, go ahead, Higgins. We gotta hurry.
All right. There. I'm under. I say, there's nothing here. Oh, I say, how terribly embarrassing. She laid the egg right in my head. And look at her. Look at her. She's blushing.
Okay, now get the next nest.
Yes, Master Thomas. You know I've got the knack now. Gracious, no eggs here. Come, chicken, you're a slacker. Oh, yes, you're a slacker, all right. Lay that egg instantly.
That one's a rooster, Higgins.
Well, that's a mighty poor excuse.
He's a boy chicken.
Uncle Percy keeps the rooster to wake him up in the morning.
Wake him up? Fancy that. Imagine that little bird walking all the way over to the house every morning and knowing exactly which room Uncle Percy sleeps in.
He stands right here and crows. That's what wakes Uncle Percy.
Well, I guess that's all the eggs.
No, it isn't. You forgot the egg from that hen in the barn. The broody one. She hides her eggs to keep us from getting them.
She hides her eggs in the barn?
She wants to sit on them.
Sit on them? What sort of a hobby is that?
She wants to hatch them and have a family.
And imagine knowing you're a chicken and wanting to bring more chickens into the world.
She's up in the hayloft. Hear her?
Right up that way, Higgins.
This ladder here. This way up.
Yeah.
There she is over there in the corner.
Nothing but hay up here.
Oh, be careful where you walk, Higgins. The hay chute is around somewhere.
Is that another egg? Right. Oh, over here. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Where did Higgins go?
Oh, he was standing right over there. Oh, Debbie, the hay chute.
Hurry, maybe Higgins hurt himself.
Help! Get me out of here.
We're coming, Higgins. There he is.
Help me out of here. This cow is trying to eat me.
She's only eating the hay.
I refuse to depend on her judgment.
Come on, Higgins. Now, crawl out.
My word. Now, where is my derby?
Gee, you must have lost it in the hay.
It'll be pretty hard to find.
But it's my favorite hat. It's custom made by the London Boulder Company.
Not here.
I don't see it either.
Oh, I say this is simply dreadful. No derby. Why, I've worn a derby constantly for the past 27 years. How embarrassing. I'd rather go without my trousers than without my derby.
Hi, Percy.
Hi, Danny.
Millie still making a fresh batch of pickles in the kitchen?
Yep.
Still smells bad as they ever did?
Yep.
I went in the kitchen to windward. Came right out here.
Say, how is Ermentrude?
Well, she's nervous about contesting in the fair tomorrow.
Sounds nervous.
I can always tell when she's upset.
You know, I reckon you better sleep out here tonight and soothe her a mite.
Reckon better.
Ermentrude's got her heart set on that blue ribbon at the fair. She'd feel mighty bad if she didn't get to go.
Look there. Looks like she understood you. Appears like a tear rolling down her face.
Never could stand seeing a woman cry. I'm going out for a breath of air.
I better get me a blanket if I'm going to stay out here all night.
Oh, Mr. Young. Mr. Young, is that you?
Yep.
Oh, I say that pickle-making business in the house makes the out-of-doors so desirable.
Yep. Smells pretty bad, don't it, Mr. Higgins?
It's not Mr., sir. It's just Higgins.
All right, if you're Higgins, I'm Percy.
But I'm a butler, sir.
Yep.
And it isn't proper for me to call you by your Christian name.
Okay, Mr. Higgins.
My word, you are stubborn, sir.
Yep.
Aunt Millie is your sister.
Yep.
Strong-minded woman.
Yep.
I say you have a very large farm here.
Yep.
Rather a lot of work for you and your hired hand, Danny.
Yep.
Tell me, do the two of you cook for yourselves?
Yep.
Wouldn't it be easy to have a woman about?
No.
Have you ever thought about getting married?
Yep.
Why don't you?
You seen my sister, Millie?
Yep.
That's why I'm single.
Has she ever been interested in a man?
Yep.
Amazing.
Yep. The boy was 6 and Millie was 5. The boy dared Millie to eat a worm, she ate it. Ever since then, she's hated men.
I see a psychological quirk.
Yep. Good night, Mr. Higgins.
I'm just Higgins, sir. Good night, Mr. Young. Well, I'm going to stay out here until that pickle-making party in the kitchen is all through.
Who's that standing there outside the barn?
It is I, Madam Higgins.
Well, don't you go pussyfooting around here the way you do at the Roberts. Someone's liable to take a shotgun after you.
Really, madam? Is it open season on butlers here?
It's always open season on butlers who wreck my pickles. No thanks to you, I've got another jar to enter in the contest at the county fair tomorrow.
I see. And where are you taking it?
To the stone cooler out in the barn. I've won the blue ribbon with them every year.
I admire your confidence, madam, but isn't it possible for you to lose?
Me? Lose? Why, they wouldn't dare.
You have a point there.
Now, out of my way, Butterfingers. I'm going to put my pickles away.
Good night, madam.
Oh, hello there, Higgins.
Oh, yes, Mr. Danny. Gracious, I say you're carrying a blanket.
Yeah, going in the barn and spend a little time with the old girl.
Old girl? Old girl. Oh, indeed, yes.
Yeah, she's always the same way before the county fair.
Yeah.
She's so anxious to win, she gets all nervous and upset.
Yes. She did seem rather anxious to win.
So I'll just spend the night with her out here in the barn.
Spend the night in the barn? Really?
Well, sure, I don't mind. It ain't exactly my idea of an exciting evening, but it makes her feel better.
Yeah. She doesn't exactly seem your type. Does she?
Yeah, you got a good sense of humor.
Oh, yeah. Delightful when I'm properly tickled. Does Mr. Young know you're spending the night out here with the old girl?
Well, sure, it was his idea.
Oh, I see. His idea, eh? My word, some sort of psychological treatment for the worm-eating episode.
What?
Nothing. Oh, nothing at all. Nothing at all, Ober. I'm sure Mr. Young knows what he's doing.
After all, she's pretty fond of me. I got little ways to make her happy, like scratching her behind the ears.
Say, please, I feel I'm too involved already.
Well, I better get in there. She'll be pretty anxious.
Oh, she's in there, all right. I just saw her.
You know, she's in pretty good shape this year.
I suppose so, if you like a shape like that.
Of course, I'm a little worried. She looked a little upset. Kind of a queer look in her eyes.
Oh, yes, queer look. She always looks like that, doesn't she?
She'll win tomorrow. The judges always go for the way she's built.
My word. I say, Danny, you talk about her as though she were a cow.
Well, that's what she is, ain't she?
Yes, but I wouldn't say it where everyone could hear me.
And that's from out in the barn.
Good heavens, what was that?
Oh, it's Ermentrude.
Oh, no, sir, that's Aunt Millie.
Millie? What's Millie doing down in the barn?
Well, you see, sir, she's
What's all the racket about? What's wrong in the barn?
Now, just what was you saying, Mr. Higgins?
Nothing. I'm still asleep.
All right, quiet, everybody. It's just Ermentrude. We was worried she'd get sick. Mr. Higgins, you come along and help me and Danny. And you kids get on back to bed. This is no job for kids.
All right, now come on, children. Let's go to bed. Uncle Percy and Higgins will take care of Ermentrude.
You need me, Percy?
Why, no. I can't say I do, Millie. You save your strength. You got to show your pickles tomorrow. Come on, Mr. Higgins.
What do you think is wrong, sir?
Oh, Ermentrude is Gordon's sick. I was afraid she was going to get sick. That's why I had Danny set up with her tonight.
Danny was sitting up with her tonight?
Well, sure. You didn't think he was setting up with Millie, did you?
Oh, no, sir, no. Oh, no, of course not. Why would I think of a thing like that?
You said Millie was in the barn.
Yeah.
Of course, I gotta admit that bellerin' sounded a wee bit like Millie.
Yeah.
Oh, she's bad off, Percy. Hit her real sudden like.
Well, get the liniment, Danny.
Yeah, right away, Percy.
You there, Mr. Higgins, run over to the cooler and bring some milk.
Milk from the cooler, yes.
Here's the liniment, Percy.
Yeah. Now, poor Ermentrude. We're gonna make you feel better, honey. Now, you just relax.
Oh, see? She knows you, Percy.
Here's the milk, sir.
All right, give her a drink.
Yes, sir. Here you are, cow. A drink of nice, cool milk.
Hey, she can't drink out of no glass like that.
Shall I get her a straw?
Yes, get her a straw. No, stand back.
Oh, yes, of course. How silly of me.
She's opening her eyes.
Yes.
Oh, now, Ermentrude, honey, you just tell Percy what's wrong.
My word, she did.
It's something she ate. She can't get her cut up.
She can't get her cud up? My word, that's terrible. What's a cud?
Well, now, you see, a cow's got 4 stomachs.
4 stomachs? Oh, I see, a cow has 4 stomachs. Oh, I see, yes, one for each faucet.
Yeah.
Naturally.
And you see, when she eats grass, she just puts it in the first stomach.
Oh, of course, I see him with 4 stomachs. She's forgotten where she put it.
Drink the milk, Ermentrude. Wait a minute. What's that on your tongue, Ermentrude?
Yes, what is it?
Looks like the label out or something.
Mm-hmm.
It says...
What does it say?
London Bowler Company. Now, how'd she get that?
My word, my derby.
Now, Higgins, you run up the house and get all the blanket. No, you and me better do it, Danny.
I know, but what about me, sir?
Well, you go to the cooler in there and get that jar of cud bomb. Feed the whole thing to her.
Cud bomb?
Yeah, it's my own invention.
It is?
I always perks up a cow. It's in the cooler next to the butter.
Cud bomb? Yes, sir. Dark here in the cooler. Better light a match. Ah, there's the jar. Oh, my word, what a repulsive-looking mess. That must be the cud bomb. You'll have to eat this mess, Ermentrude, and you have my deepest sympathy. My gracious, she's actually eating it. She's eating that dreadful mess. Oh, my word, my word. Oh, it's working. She's getting up. She's feeling better. She's standing straight up. My word, she's rigid. Oh, it's a miracle to think a homemade concoction like... what is it called? Oh, it's right here on the jar. Millie Young, pickled watermelon, rind, and onion. Oh, no. Aunt Millie's prize pickle mess. I fed it to the cow. Oh, Ermentrude's tail. It's standing straight up. Oh, Aunt Millie will kill me when she finds out what I've done. Oh, my word, I've got to do something quickly. Ah, the cud balm in the cooler. Here's the cud balm. I'll just put it right back in the pickle jar. It looks like the pickles. There. Now to close the pickle jar and put it back on the shelf. That's right. There we go. The cud balm looks better than the pickles did. Oh, my word, if she ever finds out what I've done. At least you're feeling better, Ermentrude. No, stay away from me, Ermentrude. Stay away. Oh, my goodness. Ermentrude, get back, please. No. Get back. Get away from me.
My land of Goshen, she's up. The cud bomb did it.
Yes, sir. And would you help me, sir? She has me backed away in this corner. Please get her away from me.
Oh, would you look at her tail? Standing straight up.
Please, sir, please get this cow away from me. She's starting to lick.
Yeah, back there, Ermentrude. Back, girl, back. Gosh, she sure likes you, Mr. Higgins.
Oh, thank you so much for rescuing
Why,
me,
you're
sir.
better with her than Danny is. Say, why don't you stay with her the rest of the night? She really likes you.
Me, sir?
Yep, she's got to win tomorrow, and whatever she wants, she gets. And right now, she wants you.
She does?
Now, you stay out here in the barn with her, Mr. Higgins.
Stay out here in the barn all night? Oh, Mr. Young, I can't do that. I catch cold in the head so easily.
Well, if I get your derby, will you stay?
My derby? Oh, yes, my derby. Say, she gave back the label. Perhaps my derby may turn up.
Quiet now, children. I think the judges are going to announce another winner.
Didn't Ermentrude look wonderful?
And now the final grand prize winner in the AAA class of producing cows, the winner, Ermentrude Van Terwilliger, owned by Percy Young.
She won!
Yep, she did it. And Mr. Higgins is the one responsible.
Higgins, I think what you did was just wonderful. I had no idea you had such a way with animals.
I didn't either, madam. But to cows, my appeal is apparently limitless.
Well, Percy, now we'll have 2 blue ribbons in the family. I think they're going to announce the pickle winner now. Here's where I get my blue ribbon. I can do anything a cow can do.
I wouldn't advise overconfidence, madam.
Well, I've won every year for 27 years. Why shouldn't I be confident?
And now for the finals of the pickle contest. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a real surprise for you. Every year for the past 27 years, Miss Millie Young has won this contest.
That's me.
But this year, the winner is Miss Violet Rensselaer.
Why, that man's out of his mind. Let me get up there and talk to him.
Now, Millie, let's not do anything rash.
Oh, yes, don't get excited.
Why shouldn't I be excited? I've been cheated out of my blue ribbon. Hey, Tolliver, stand right liar. I'm coming.
Millie, now, Millie, it ain't my fault. Not complete. There was other judges.
What kind of a crooked deal is this about my pickles?
You lost fair and square, Millie.
How come? They was the same pickles I make every year. How come I lost?
So they was good pickles, I got to admit that, but not much like pickles usually are. Something different about them. Fact is, I had about 4 or 5 spoonfuls. Mighty tasty, too. But I can tell you right now, they made me feel like going out to pasture and eating grass.
I don't understand how I could lose. Someone tampered with my pickles.
No one would dare.
And just think, Aunt Millie, Ermitude won.
Oh, boy, Ermitude won the blue ribbon. Gee, the fair was awful good this year.
Can't understand what happened to my pickles.
Now, let's all drink a toast to Ermitude now.
Yes.
In her own milk. I pour a glass for everybody, Mr. Higgins.
Yes.
Ermitude's own blue ribbon milk. And I'm mighty proud to be drinking it. A toast to Ermitude!
Ermitude!
Holy mackerel, that milk tastes awful.
Oh, why, that milk tastes just like...
Great land of Goshen, I can taste my watermelon and onion pickles.
What are you complaining about, madam? I can taste my derby.
This has been It's Higgins, Sir, a new comedy series starring Harry McNaughton, with Vera Ellen, Charles Neville, Norma Jane Marlowe, Ethel Owen, and Bob Hay. It's Higgins, Sir was directed and transcribed by Paul Harrison and written by Paul Harrison and Rick Bullard.
Join Jack Pearl and Mimi Benzel next on NBC.
Aldrich Family, based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer.
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother. Is a boy, and that's all there is to it. He gets into difficulties somehow, and he gets out of them somehow, like Henry Aldrich. But what happens in between is usually unforgettable. The scene opens at the Aldrich dinner table.
Will you have another piece of cherry pie, Sam?
No, thank you, Alice.
Sam, are you upset about something?
Who, I, Alice? No, what makes you think I'm upset?
Oh, dear, you've hardly spoken during this entire dinner.
Well, frankly, I don't for the life of me see why you had to invite Homer over here for dinner and to spend the night.
Sam, I had to. His mother and father have gone over to Abbott City. And besides, one more person certainly isn't going to make any great difference.
But, Alice, do you realize it's 20 minutes after 8, and we're finishing dinner, and Henry and Homer haven't even shown up yet?
Yes, dear, and I'm going to speak to both of them. Although the only thing I feel bad about is these potato pancakes.
And that's another thing, Alice. How did we happen to have potato pancakes?
Well, I was going to have creamed cauliflower, but Homer says he doesn't eat it.
That's still no excuse for potato pancakes.
Sam, they're one of Homer's favorite dishes. That's also why I went to the trouble of making a cherry pie. Homer loves cherries.
Then I say the least he could have done was to have been here in time to eat them. Just where are the boys? Can't we phone them someplace?
Well, I don't know where they are. They left here right after school and went out to sell war bonds.
They're selling war bonds?
Yes, dear. They've both been made Minutemen.
Minutemen? Well, they're an hour and a quarter late. Alice, how do you know something hasn't happened to them?
Now, Sam, just be sensible. They certainly aren't very far away. Oh, that may be Henry right now. He wants you to come and get him someplace.
You tell Henry that wherever he is, he's to start for home at once.
Yes, dear. Hello? Yes, Mrs. Kendall, this is Mrs. Aldrich. Oh, really? Really, this afternoon? You don't say so. Well, Mrs. Kendall, I'll tell him.
Thank you for calling. Goodbye.
Alice, did you tell him his dinner's getting cold?
Sam, that was Mrs. Kendall, and she's terribly upset.
Yes? What's the trouble?
Well, she just discovered Henry made out a war bond pledge for her to sign, and she thought it was for $100 and it was for $1,000.
Yes?
And he also left one of his fur-lined gloves there.
At the Kendalls? Alice, the Kendalls live at least 1.5 miles out of town.
Yes, dear, on the North Road. But 1.5 miles isn't so far.
I know, but it's starting to snow. It's snowing hard, and I say they ought to be here.
Did you get your folks, Henry?
No, Homer. Gee whiz, the line's still busy.
Boy.
Every time I call him, it seems to be busy.
Boys, we just had a phone call for you.
You did, Mrs. Cooper, from my father?
From your father? No, from Mrs. Snyder. She lives about 1 mile on up the road.
Mrs. Snyder?
Yes, she called to ask whether you know you left one of your overshoes at her house.
We did. Oh, boy, look, it's mine.
Now listen, Homer, you're getting more darn careless.
Well, I can't remember everything, Henry. I have to carry all our pencils and all our bond information, don't I?
Hey, aren't you boys sort of hungry?
Hungry?
I've got some nice corned beef and cabbage out in the kitchen. I could warm up for you.
Oh, no, Henry's mother has a swell dinner waiting for us. She fixed some potato pancakes and a cherry pie, just because I like them.
Potato pancakes and cherry pie.
Sure. As a matter of fact, I like any kind of cherries, just so long as they're canned.
Well, you're easy to please, aren't you?
Jane?
Yes, Will, I'll be right there.
Henry, don't you think you ought to try phoning your folks again?
Well, I'll try, Homer. But my folks know we're out selling bonds, and if they aren't worried, why should we get upset?
I'll answer it, Alice. If that's the boys, I want to speak to them. Hello? Yes, this is Samuel Aldrich.
Who is it, Sam?
It's long distance.
Oh, my goodness.
Hello?
Sam, who is it?
Hello? Alice, it's Homer's mother.
Oh, my goodness, from way over in Abbott City?
Yes, Elizabeth, Homer's fine. No, he's no trouble at all. Mrs. Aldrich made some potato pancakes for him tonight, and... You want to speak to him? Well, Elizabeth, right this minute, he and Henry stepped out for a few minutes, but there's nothing to worry about, I don't think. Yes, Elizabeth, we'll see that he wears his overshoes. Yes, goodbye.
Sam, do you realize it's going on 9 o'clock?
Well, what if it is?
But don't you realize it's snowing out and Henry has only one glove?
I know it, Alice, but you told me not to worry.
Dear, if Elizabeth Brown was worried enough to call all the way from Abbott City, it seems to me the least you can do is worry a little. Sam, let me answer it. I'll see who it is. Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Aldrich. Yes, Mr. Edmonds. My goodness, 2 hours ago? His earmuffs? Well, thank you so much. Goodbye.
Where is he?
Henry left his earmuffs at the Edmonds out on the North Road nearly 2 hours ago.
At the Edmonds? That means they're getting farther and farther away from home.
And Sam, just listen to that wind howl out there.
Well, I know what I'm going to do.
Sam, where are you going?
Get my hat and coat.
You mean you're going to look for them? But Sam, do you think you can drive the car through this snowstorm?
Now, don't worry about me, Alice. It's the boys you've got to think about. Those boys comfortable in the other room, Jane?
Yes, Will. And Will, don't say anything, but I'm going to surprise them.
Yes?
I'm going to fix them some potato pancakes and open a can of cherries.
Yeah. Was that all?
Well, one of them says it's all he ever eats.
Yes?
Mr. Cooper?
Yes, sir. I'll be right there.
Mr. Cooper, are you sure your phone works all right?
I don't know why it shouldn't. You boys wouldn't like to stay overnight, would you?
Oh, no thanks. If we don't get home before long, my folks might begin to wonder where we are.
Sorry we couldn't buy a bond from you boys. If we only had some way to get our cow into town and sell her, I'd be able to buy one.
You would, Mr. Cooper?
Yeah, but my truck's broken down.
Henry, why couldn't we help him get his cow into town?
Sure. We could walk her in for you.
Well, if you want to come out and get her someday, she's right out there in the barn.
And you'll buy a war bond?
We'll turn every cent we can get for her into bonds.
Will, where's the can opener?
Just a minute, Jane. I'll be right there.
Boy, Henry, I'll bet if we could sell that cow, we'd get $50 for her.
50, Homer. 50? Are you crazy?
Is that too much for a good cow?
Too much, Homer. Gee whiz, I heard of a cow once selling for $1,000.
$1,000?
Or maybe it was $2,000 or $3,000.
Just an ordinary cow?
What do you mean ordinary? She gave something like 5 tons of butter a year. Does that sound very ordinary?
5 tons of butter?
Sure.
Are you sure it was butter?
Homer, the point is we can sell Mr. Cooper a bond.
Oh. Well, listen, Henry, is that the wind I hear outside?
Boy.
We ought to be getting started for home.
Well, what do you say we take a look out the front door?
Put your things on first, Homer.
I'm putting them on.
Come on, let's take a look out here.
Oh, boy. Henry, do you think we ought to go home tonight?
We've got to. Don't you realize we're going to sell more bonds tomorrow, and we've got to get an early start?
Well, that's true. Well, let's get started. Oh, Mrs. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper! I wonder where they are.
Henry, don't leave that door open like that. Close it and come on.
Okay. Now, don't push me, Homer.
I'm not pushing you. I'm just hanging on to you.
Listen, Homer, I've got an idea. Boy, if we can do it.
Good evening, Mrs. Edmonds.
Good evening, Mr. Aldrich. What are you doing way out here? Come on in out of the snow.
Thank you. I understand Henry and a friend of his were out here, and I thought you might give me some information as to which way they went.
Well, as I recall it, they were here about 6 o'clock. Mr. Edmonds bought a bond from them. Oh, and incidentally, here are Henry's earmuffs.
Oh, thank you.
But I have no idea as to which direction they went from here, Mr. Aldrich.
No. Do you mind if I use your phone, Mrs. Edmonds?
No, help yourself. It's right here.
Hello?
Number, please.
Elm 303.
Elm 303.
Please.
You mean your boy's lost?
Oh, no, Henry isn't lost, but it's getting on toward 10 o'clock, and naturally we feel more comfortable.
Hello?
Hello, is this you, Alice?
Yes, dear. Where are you?
I'm out at the Edmonds.
Well, my goodness, Sam, they announced on the radio that the storm was getting worse and the cars were getting stuck. And I phoned for a tow truck to go out and find you.
Alice, why did you do that?
Because I hadn't heard from you, Sam. Did you find the boy?
No, Alice, I thought that maybe by this time you would have some word from them.
Well, I've had one phone call, Sam, from the Joneses.
The Joneses?
They live out on the North Road, and Mr. Jones says Henry and Homer had been there, and that after they left, he found an automatic pencil with your name on it.
My pencil?
Yes, dear.
Well, that's a fine thing. Alice, I'm going to have a talk with Henry.
Now, dear, let's not worry about a pencil at a time like this. Let's find the boys.
All right.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye. Mrs. Edmonds.
Yes, Mr. Aldrich.
Which direction do the Joneses live from here?
Well, you want to go on out this road about 2 more miles.
2 miles?
Yes. Are the boys out there?
No, but they've been out that way.
Mr. Aldrich, I've just been talking with Mr. Edmonds, and he's going to take his car and work in the other direction.
You sure it won't be too much trouble?
No, not at all. He went to bed a little early tonight, but just as soon as he gets his clothes on, he'll be starting.
Oh, thanks. Some night out.
Mr. Aldrich, don't you want me to get you a paper bag to put those earmuffs in?
No, thank you. I'll put them right on.
Boy, is this some night, Homer?
Keep your head down, Henry, and sort of walk backwards.
What do you think I'm doing? Boy.
Henry, look ahead. There's a truck or something.
Where?
Right down the road. It's just standing there.
Oh, boy. Come on.
I'm coming. There's only so fast I can go, though, Henry. Gee whiz, I'm not Hercules.
Look, Homer, it's a tow truck. Hey, mister!
Who's that?
It's us! Can you give us a lift, please?
Okay, if I can get out of this drift here.
Well, gee whiz, are you going all the way into Centerville?
Yep. Just as soon as I find a car I'm out looking for. Hop on the back.
Well, look, do you have room for a cow on your truck?
What's that?
We've got this cow, see? We're taking her into town for a guy, and we're going to surprise him.
You're what?
Sure. He wants to buy a bond.
Say, ain't she cold?
Oh, gee, no. We got 2 blankets tied around her.
Jane, how are you coming? Shall I tell the boys to come into their supper?
Not for another minute, Will. I want to get these potato pancakes a little bit browner.
I knew all the time we'd find a can of cherries down the cellar. Just a case of our keeping on, we located them.
Didn't I hear Bess mooing when we came up from the cellar?
Well, what if you did? She's all right.
She's good and warm out there in the barn.
Of course she is. She likes the cold.
All right, Will. You better call them.
Boys, Mrs. Cooper has a little surprise for you. Boys.
Tell them to hurry right up, Will.
Boys. Oh, boys!
Come on, Bess. Come on. Come with Henry.
You know, Henry, she isn't a bad cow, is she?
No, she isn't. And I think she likes walking better than she did riding on that truck.
Boy, that wasn't a lot of work. We just nicely got her on the darn thing, and he runs right into another drift.
That driver was a nice guy, though. It was very decent of him to promise to buy a bond from us.
Well, wait a second, Henry, wait a second.
What's the matter?
Have we gotten off the road a little?
Oh, boy, where'd this snowdrift come from? Now, wait, Homer. Get around on the other side of her, and we'll try to back her out. Atta girl.
Well, wait a second, Henry, wait a second. I think she's getting cold around the ears.
Well, what are you going to do?
Tie my muffler around her head, what do you think?
Well, gee whiz, that's a good idea. Then she'll be really comfortable.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Aldrich's residence. Why, no, Mr. Kilmer, I haven't heard a word from Sam. Yes, Mr. Kilmer, they went right out on the North Road. Well, if you don't mind taking your car out on a night like this, I'd certainly appreciate it.
Gee, Homer, it's nice and warm in here.
Yeah, boy. Imagine finding a roadside stand open this time of night.
Boy, I wish we had a little money with us.
I'll say. Something smells good, doesn't it?
Homer, are you sure you tied Bess real tight?
Sure, I tied her with a special slip knot I learned from a guy.
She ought to be very comfortable where we left her. There isn't any wind there or anything.
Something I can do for you, boys?
Oh, why, no, ma'am. We couldn't have a sort of a drink of water, could we?
A drink of water?
Yeah, we've been out in that darn storm, and are we thirsty?
Which way are you driving?
We're not driving, we're walking.
Walking?
Yeah, we've been selling war bonds, and I guess we got a little further out than we thought we had.
You've been selling bonds?
Yeah.
Had any dinner?
No, ma'am. That's why we'd sort of appreciate a glass of water, if it wouldn't be too much trouble.
Well, you certainly ought to have something to eat. I'll be glad to fix you up.
Free of charge, free of charge.
You want a hamburger and some soup?
A hamburger?
The only thing is, you don't have any potato pancakes, do you?
Potato pancakes?
And canned cherries. I sort of had my mind made up for those all day.
Potato pancakes?
And do you have any hay?
Any hay?
Sure, for Beth. She's outside.
Henry, she wouldn't want some corn, too, would she?
No, Homer. It might upset her.
Well, I can get you the potato cakes and the cherries, but I can't get you the rest.
Well, that's all right. I think Bess had a little supper before we left anyhow.
Say, boys, have either of you got a shotgun?
What's that? A shotgun?
Yeah, there's a moose outside here.
Gee whiz, a moose!
Scared the daylights out of me. First it made a noise like a cow, and then as it swung around the building here and headed out toward the road, I saw it was a big, shaggy moose.
Homer, come on.
Listen, Henry, I'm not going to chase any moose.
Where'd it go, mister? Where'd it go?
He headed right up the road there.
Homer, aren't you coming? That's Bess. Come on.
Getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry and his friend Homer, out selling war bonds, have been unable to get back home in time for dinner because of a heavy blizzard. The scene opens on a road some distance outside Centerville. The time is very late at night.
Aren't you Mr. Aldrich from Centerville?
I am.
Well, guess you're the fellow I was sent out to tow in.
Oh, yeah?
How'd you get your car sideways across the road like this?
Well, I've been out looking for my son and a friend of his, and I was driving along, and I know you won't believe me, but coming right up the road toward me, I saw a bear.
What's that?
A big black bear. He was walking on all fours, and I jammed on the brakes and swerved around like this.
Well, Mr. Aldrich, there aren't any bears in this part of the country.
That's what I thought, but I saw it with my own eyes. What's that, another car trying to get by? Hey, what's the trouble there?
There's a fella here says he was just attacked by a bear.
What's that? Look, while you're hooking on, I'll go into this roadside stand here and phone my wife.
Something I can do for you?
Good evening. You have a telephone here?
Sure, right over there by that jukebox.
Well, by the way, you couldn't be fixing something up for me that's hot, could you?
Well, I've got a special on tonight. Potato pancakes.
Potato pancake? No, thanks. I'll just telephone.
on in the house.
I'm coming. Boy, am I cold.
Mother will fix us up with something right away. Mother!
Mrs. Aldrich.
Mother! Father! Gee whiz, do you suppose they've gone out?
Come on, Henry. Let's see what's out in the kitchen.
You know, I think Bess is going to be very comfortable where we left her.
I don't know why she shouldn't be.
Look, Homer, look, in the icebox. Your favorite food.
What is it, Henry? What is it?
Potato pancakes.
And boy, do I like 'em cold.
And look, Homer, there's half a cherry pie there.
Oh, boy, we'll split it, Henry.
Here, put it on here over on the kitchen table.
Okay. Oh, boy, what a dinner. Oh, boy.
Now, listen, Homer, when you cut that pie, at least use a knife.
It breaks all right, Henry. It breaks very nicely. Hand me a potato pancake.
Don't bother me, Homer. I just found something.
What?
A note here. It's from my father. It says, Sam, Harriet called and thinks they might have gone to the movies. Have gone down to the movies to look.
Who wrote it?
My mother. Who do you think? Well, I wonder if it's a good picture she's seen.
Aren't you going to eat anything, Henry?
Here, Homer, use a fork. Remember, you're a guest.
I don't need a fork. I'll just roll them up and slip them in.
Answer the phone, will you, while I catch up with you?
Okay.
Homer, won't you please hurry?
I'm going to answer it, Henry. I've got to get my mouth emptied first, though. Hello? Who? Well, this is Homer Brown. Oh, gee whiz, is that you, Mother? Sure, this is Homer. I haven't been any place. Oh, we got a cow, see? A cow! We're going to turn it into war bonds. No, Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich aren't here. They've gone to the movies. Sure. And in a few minutes, I'm going to bed.
Yes, Alice.
My goodness, dear, where have you been?
Where have I been? Where have I been?
Where are the boys? Haven't you found them?
No, Alice. All I found were these earmuffs, this overshoe, and my pencil. Where were you when I was trying to phone you?
Sam, didn't you get my note?
What note?
Oh, of course you didn't, dear. How could you? I've been down to the movies.
You went to the movies?
Yes, dear, and I just called Harriet and gave her a piece of my mind.
What about?
She gets the silliest ideas, Sam. First she called me and said she thought she'd seen the boys going to the movies earlier in the evening. And now what do you think she says?
What?
She says there's a story going around that somebody saw a bear out on the edge of town.
What's wrong with that?
What?
I saw a bear myself.
Now, Sam.
I did, Alice. That's how I got stuck.
Has something gone wrong with the car?
No, it's all right now. I've got it out in front. And what I want to know is where I'm going to look for the boys next. Alice. Did you hear what I just heard?
No, dear. What was it?
Well, I'm not sure, but it sounded like a cow.
Now, Sam, first you see a bear, and then you come home and hear cows.
I don't know what it is I hear, but it certainly is something, and I'm going out to see what it is.
But, Sam... Hello? What's that, Mrs. Edmonds? Mr. Edmonds is back home? He had to leave his car on a hill. Oh, isn't that a shame? Mr. Aldrich left what at your place? His scarf? Well, thank you so much for calling.
Mother!
Goodbye.
Mother, is that you down there?
Henry Aldrich, where are you?
Gee whiz, I've been in bed. Did you see a good picture?
Henry, what's happened to Homer?
Oh, me, Mrs. Aldrich? I'm all right. I just have a little stomach ache.
For some reason, Mother, we weren't able to get to sleep.
May I ask where you've been?
Selling bonds, Mother. And it looks as though we're going to break all the records.
Boy, I'll say. We sold a bond at darn near every place we went to.
But, dear...
Oh, gee, look at my earmuffs. Did I leave these here before I started off today?
Henry, your father found those.
Father? Where is he?
He's outside, dear. And when he comes in, I wouldn't bother him very much.
Is something wrong with him, Mrs. Aldrich?
He's tired, Homer. Very tired. And so much on edge he even thinks he hears a cow.
A cow, Mother?
Yes, dear. He just stepped out to look for one.
Gee whiz, Henry, do you suppose Bess is calling us?
Who? Bess, Mother, Bess. Our war bond cow.
Sure, Mrs. Aldrich. We're going to surprise a farmer.
Surprise a what?
A farmer, Mother. We're going to sell his cow for him.
Where?
Where?
Henry, where is the cow?
Out in the garage.
In the garage?
Sure, we brought her all the way into town.
Through this storm?
Yes, Mother, but we kept her good and warm.
And we now have a cow out in our garage?
Sure. We even gave her some oatmeal.
Boy, did she lap it up.
Now, dear, oatmeal.
Sure, Mother, we even put some milk on it.
Milk? You gave her some of our milk?
Oh, no, Mrs. Aldrich. We drew some off of her and poured it on the oatmeal.
Well, boys, if I were you, I'd go back upstairs upstairs before your father comes in.
Right now?
Right now.
Will you promise to call us, Mrs. Aldrich, if he feels Bess wants us?
Yes, dear.
Come on, Homer. As a matter of fact, I'm beginning to feel the strain a little myself.
Same here. At least I want to lie down.
Alice,
Yes, Sam?
I know you'll say I'm seeing things, but there is a cow in our garage.
Well, yes, dear, of course there is.
What's that?
The boys put her there.
What boys?
Henry and Homer, they're upstairs in bed.
Why didn't you tell me? What did they bring a cow home for?
Well, Sam...
Of all...
Now, Sam, where are you going?
I'm going up and have a talk with them.
Now, Sam, come back here.
What for?
Don't you realize those boys have been selling bonds all day?
That's no excuse, Alice. Think of what I've been through tonight.
But dear, think of what they've been through, too. They sold a bond at every house they went to.
Yes?
And that cow, Sam, that upset you so. Do you realize what that cow is?
What?
A war bond pledge.
What's that?
Yes, dear. And they led her all the way back to town through this storm and everything. They hadn't even had supper. My goodness, Sam, don't you realize what that means?
But, Alice, they might have given us a little consideration.
Sam, they hadn't even given themselves consideration. There's only one thing that was important, and that was to sell just as many bonds as they possibly could. That's the only spirit with which we're going to win this whole war.
Well...
Mother!
Yes, dear?
Could you come take a look at Homer?
At Homer?
Yes, please. He's beginning to think the cherries in that pie weren't pitted.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone, is written by Clifford Goldsmith.
Good health to all from Rexall. Yes, it's Sunday, time for the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, presented by the makers of Rexall Drug Products and your Rexall family druggist.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, taking a little time from behind the prescription counter this Sunday evening to speak for all 10,000 of us. The 10,000 druggists who have added the word Rexall to our own store names. You can always tell us by the orange and blue Rexall signs in our windows. The sign means that we carry the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. They range all the way from aspirin to penicillin, and they're as fine and pure and dependable as science can make them. We recommend them to our customers because we know you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. And now your Rexall family druggist brings you the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Gail Gordon, Walter Scharf and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Like most housewives, Alice is concerned about the high cost of living. It's been bothering her for some time, and this morning she's decided to broach the subject to Phil.
Phil, can I talk to you a minute? It's about the household bills, and
Honey, please. I have no time for things like bills. I'm a musician. An artist, honey, an artist. My mind is filled with nothing but music. Now, if you'll excuse me, I want to listen to this record.
What's the name of it?
The Warsaw Concerto by Shostakovich.
You're going to listen to that?
Certainly, and if I like the tune, I'm going to sing it on the program next week.
That ought to be different. Now, look, Phil, I've got to talk to you about these bills. We're spending too much, and it's all your fault. You're too extravagant. Look at this pile of bills from Saks Fifth Avenue, John Fredericks, Hattie Carnegie. Whoops, I picked up my pile by mistake.
Uh-huh. And I'm extravagant.
Well, you are. Look at these bills. Custom-made suits, hand-painted ties, imported shoes, suede shirts.
All right. Watch your blood pressure. Take it easy now. Picking on me. How about this bill? $8 for manicures, $15 for finger waves, and $20 for facials, massages, cold creams, and lotions. Are you going to find fault with this one?
No. No. Those items are necessities.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. Being in the public eye, I need all them things. Besides, I'm not the only one that's extravagant. Look at these household bills. Look at this one from the grocer. Why do we need all these imported cheeses and fancy canned stuff?
You won't eat anything else.
Oh. Well, how about this butcher bill? Why do we have to have steaks, chops, and prime ribs all the time?
That's all you'll eat.
Oh. Well, how about this $40 milk bill, and let's see you tie that one on to me.
Bill, there's no point in arguing. William suggested we cut down on meat. As our business manager, he feels we can save money there. In fact, he's out right now doing the shopping for us.
Oh, Willie's doing the shopping. Fine. Ain't that ducky? I can just see him raising Mary Ned because the price of Dutch cleanser's gone up a halfpenny. Look, Alice, I'll tell you one thing. You'd better come home with steaks because Frankie and the boys in the band are coming over for dinner tomorrow night, and they'll be expecting those nice, juicy steaks I always serve. Oh, boy, I can't wait.
Good morning, Philip.
Well, if it ain't Bargain Boy Faye, the scourge of Safeway.
How did you make out, William?
I got everything you need for tomorrow night, and it was quite a load to carry. I'm all tuckered out.
Well, give Grandma your basket, Little Red Riding Hood. Come on, Willie, open the sacks. Let me see those steaks you got for tomorrow night. My mouth is watering for some of those good
Philip, I didn't get steaks. I got something much more delicious. Yes, I did.
Something better than steaks, huh? What are we having?
Creamed codfish balls.
Cream cod... Willie, please, don't say things like that. You know I'm a musician, and I just got up. I'm in a weakened condition. Cream cod...
Philip, the cuts of steak you like cost $1.50 a pound. Much too expensive. Now, the menu I prepared for tomorrow night is excellent. Creamed codfish balls are wonderful. They're inexpensive, nutritious, and positively delicious.
Thank you, Prudence Penny. Now get lost, Elroy. What are you trying to do, poison my friends? With you arranging the dinner, how can it possibly be a success?
It will be a success, Philip. It will. I guarantee that after a few cocktails, they'll...
I don't care what... Cocktails? Brother William, you may return to the fold. All is forgiven. Well, hey, are you sure you got enough to drink for all of us?
Definitely, Philip. I got 2 whole gallons of sauerkraut juice.
Is it cold? Sauerkraut juice?
Yes. Isn't it an ideal combination?
Oh, Daff. Yes, indeedy. I can't wait to dunk a codfish ball into a puddle of sauerkraut.
Really, Philip, I don't know why you're making all this fuss. Alice, do you see anything wrong with a combination of sauerkraut juice and cream codfish?
Please, Willie. I feel a little faint myself. Thanks for your help, brother, but I'll take over from here.
Very well, Alice. I'll just carry it into the kitchen for you. Shall I leave it on the table, or shall I put it in the refrigerator?
Just throw it on the floor. Maybe the cat'll get at it. Willie, Frankie and the guys are coming over for steak, and now... Come in! Frankie, I don't mind. He's like one of the family. He don't come over just for what he gets to eat. Oh, hello, Frankie.
What time do we eat, Curly?
Frankie, the dinner isn't until tomorrow night.
Oh. Well, in that case, I better take off this napkin. I could have sworn that you said tonight was the dinner.
All right. Come on in. You can have dinner with us tonight, too.
That's real nice of you, Curly.
Frankie, look, I'm glad you came over. Something's got me awful upset. And, well, you're the only one I can talk to. Seems like you're the only friend I got who will listen to me.
Yeah, what time did you say we're going to eat?
I didn't say. I told you that it's still 3 hours until dinner. You're a little over-anxious, aren't you?
Of course not.
I didn't come over here just to eat.
Then put away the knife and fork. Look, Remley, I got some bad news for you.
Yeah?
We're not having steak tomorrow night. I hope you don't mind, kid.
No, that's okay, Curly. I ain't particular. I'll eat anything. If I can't have steak, I'll eat something else. What are we going to have?
Cream codfish balls. Frankie, come back here! Now, come on inside.
All right, but if you ever say a thing like that to me again, I'll punch you right in the nose.
Close that door and come on in. You ought to know very well it ain't my fault. Willie says that we're spending too much money on meat, and he's going to arrange the menu.
Willie, that's square. Suppose that means we're not going to have any drinks before dinner.
Oh, yes. Yes, sir. We're going to have cocktails.
Good. What kind?
Well, we're going to have... Excuse me.
What are you doing?
I got to bolt the door before I lay this one on you. Frankie, we're going to have sauerkraut juice before the codfish balls.
Sauerkraut juice and codfish. Curly?
What?
I hate you. I want steak.
Stop thinking of yourself all the time. Alice says steak costs her $1.50 a pound, and we can't afford it all the time.
There you are. That's the trouble with women. They don't know how to shop. Why should she pay $1.50? Curly, why don't you do the shopping? You can buy in quantity like a guy I know. He bought a whole steer and he got it for 30 cents a pound. He had it cut up and packaged and he brought
30 cents a pound.
That's all.
Yeah. 30 cents.
That's all.
Hey, I could show Alice. With a whole steer, I could have steak every day. And...
Sure.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, what does a steer weigh?
Pretty big, Curly. They weigh about 100 pounds.
About 100, huh?
Cost you about $30 for the whole thing. If you want one, I know a guy who's got a ranch, and I can get it for you.
You can?
Uh-huh.
Hey, look, Frankie, I'm going to buy one. Look, I can't leave now. You go over and buy it for me. Get the best meat he's got. Have it cut up into steaks and charge it to me.
Okay, Curly. I'll take care of everything.
Good. Now, you buy the meat and let me know as soon as you consummate the deal.
Okay. Consommé? What does he expect me to get? Soup meat?
Gee, I wonder why Frankie hasn't called yet. He's been gone 2 hours. Oh, man, I can't wait to get that meat in the refrigerator. Just think, 100 pounds of nice, thick, juicy steaks all cut up and neatly packaged and... Hey, I bet that's Frankie now. Oh, I can't wait to sink my teeth into those ever-loving fillets.
Hiya, Curly.
Hiya, Frankie. Well, did you buy my meat?
Yeah, I got it with me.
Already? Wow. Well, don't just stand there. Bring it in.
Okay. Come on, bossy.
Frankie, what have you got there?
Your meat. Beautiful hunk of bovine, ain't it?
But I didn't want it that way. I wanted it all wrapped up so I could put it in the refrigerator.
Okay, get a piece of paper and we'll wrap them up.
Frankie, I thought we were going to have it butchered and all cut up.
Oh, this guy's just a rancher. He doesn't butcher it. Curly, it cost a little more than I expected. Instead of 30, it cost 40 cents a pound.
30, 40, 30. What's the difference?
All right.
I don't mind that. Certainly it's all right. 40 cents a pound for 100 pounds
Curly?
is only...
Curly?
What?
Weighs a little more, too.
How much?
1,100 pounds.
1,100. Remley, why do you do these things to me? I never done nothing to you. I ain't never kicked your grandmother. I never did nothing to you.
What are you getting excited about? What are you getting excited about? Instead of $30, it's costing you a measly $440. Besides that, you got enough meat here for 2 years. Still cheaper than $1.50 a pound.
Oh, I guess you're right. But what am I going to do with this animated Bull Durham sign?
Eat it.
Eat it.
Eat it.
Fine. Yeah, eat it. That's fine.
So?
I can just see him walking around the dining room table and everybody takes a bite as he goes by. Eat it.
Please, Curly, let's not be ubiquitous. Naturally, we slaughter the animal first. Let's take him in the kitchen and get started.
Frankie, we can't bring that thing in the kitchen.
Well, why not?
Alice is a little eccentric. She don't like to have strange steers running around the house.
Antisocial, huh? It's none of my business, Curly, but at times your wife is inclined to be difficult. What's the matter with her, anyway?
Well, you know how women are. She's just... Oh, shut up! You too! Why, if Alice ever saw what I bought, she'd think that I'm completely off...
Phil, who rang the bell before?
Hey, it's Alice. Quick, Frankie. Now leave that steer on the porch and come on in and shut the door. Hurry up.
Okay.
Now, not a word to Alice. She mustn't know that you've got...
Phil, did someone come... Oh, hello, Frankie.
Hi, Alice. Say, you look very well.
Well, the same to you. What kind of a greeting is that? Frankie, who's that stomping out on our porch, Phil?
Who? Oh, that's, honey, it's my lady harpist.
What is she wearing, army shoes? What is she doing out on the porch? Who brought her over?
Your wife's a nosy little blonde, ain't she?
Quiet, will you? Keep quiet a minute. Alice, listen to me. Now, the lady harpist came over to rehearse, and, she didn't want to disturb us, so she's practicing outside.
Well, I must admit she's playing it much better this week. Phil Harris, I'm going to see who's out on that porch myself.
Alice, I wouldn't go out there for...
I'm going to see... Oh, for heaven's sakes. Oh,
something wrong, Alice?
Oh, Phil Harris, what is that horrible monster you've got out there?
Oh.
Huh?
Oh, honey, it's just a steer.
What?
I bought it to save money on meat. Look, now this way it only costs 40 cents a pound, and we'll have enough meat for 2 years.
Yeah, come on, Curly. Let's take it in the kitchen, cut it up into steaks, and put it in the refrigerator.
No, wait a minute. Don't you take that thing into my kitchen. If you want it slaughtered, take it over to the butcher.
Okay, we'll take it over to the market. Come on, Curly.
All right. Hey.
What?
Hey, Remley. How are we going to get him over there?
Same way I brought him over to your house. Hey, taxi!
Frankie, you brought the steer over here in a taxi?
I had to. The streetcar was too crowded.
Cut that
out! Which reminds me, Curly. You owe me $28.75 for taxi fare.
All right. You'll get it. It's only a half a mile to the market. We'll walk it over.
All right.
Come on, bossy. See you later, Alice.
So long, fellas. Gee, I'm a lucky girl. It isn't every husband who brings his wife a live steer. No. East is east and west is west, and the wrong one I have chose. Let's go where I'll keep on wearing those frills and flowers and buttons and bows and rings and things and buttons and bows. Don't bury me in this prairie, take me where the cement grows. Let's move down to some big town where they love a gal by the cut of her clothes, and I'll stand out in buttons and bows.
We'll love you in buckskin or skirts that you've homespun.
Oh, but I'll love you longer, stronger, where your friends don't tote a gun. My bones denounce the buckboard bounce, and the cactus hurts my toes. Let's vamoose where gals keep using those silks and satins and linen that shows, and I'm all yours in buttons and bows.
Home on the range doesn't mean a thing to me.
'Cause the city's where I feel at home, and not the lone prairie. My bones denounce the buckboard bounce, and the cactus hurts my toes. Let's vamoose where gals keep using those silks and satins and linen that shows. And I'm all yours in buttons and bows.
Give me Eastern trimmings.
Where women are women in high silk hose and peekaboo clothes and French perfume.
That rocks the room.
And I'm all yours
in buttons and bows.
Hey, Remley, we're blocking traffic. Can't you get this rump roast to move a little faster?
Maybe if you got off and pushed it'd help. Hey, Curly, look, we're at the market already.
Already, he says, already. It's taken us 2 hours to go a half a mile. Now, let's get off and take him over to the meat market. I hope nobody sees us with this thing.
Mr. Harris.
Uh-oh. Hello, Julius.
Hi, kid.
Good to see you, Mr. Remley. You too, Mrs. Remley.
What are you, a wise guy? Mrs. Remley?
It's possible. I've seen you out with stranger-looking things than that.
All right, you two, break it up. Let's break it up. Hey, kid, where's the butcher that owns this meat market?
He's at the market across the street buying lamb chops for his wife.
He buys his meat across the street?
Yeah, he can't afford to buy it here. What do you want with him?
I want him to slaughter the steer.
So, you're leaving Rexall and going in the meat business, huh? Smart move, Mr. Harris. You'll make an excellent butcher.
Wait a minute. I ain't leaving Rexall, and I ain't going in the neat business either. I knew all the time he wasn't that old. Meat business. I'm not going in no meat business. I wouldn't know how to butcher anything.
I heard your program last Sunday, and I beg to differ with you. Anyway, the butcher can't slaughter it for you. You gotta have that done by the packing company downtown.
Downtown? How are we going to get him downtown?
I'll rent you my delivery truck. All it'll cost you is $20.
$20? Hey, Remley, this thing is adding up. Well, we got to have the truck. Here's your 20, kid.
Hey, he's actually got the dough. You must have got your allowance from Miss Faye.
No, I didn't get no allowance from Miss Faye. And don't worry, there's plenty more where that came from. So long, kid.
Wait a minute. There's something stamped on this money.
There is? What does it say?
This $20 bill was stolen from the purse of Alice Faye.
Stop it! Hey, Remley, let's get out that packing house.
We don't slaughter cattle for individuals as a rule, Mr. Harris, but I guess we can accommodate you this time.
Oh, gee. Thanks, mister.
I'll take the steer.
Gee. Kind of hate to see him go. I've become sort of attached to him.
Stop slobbering. Go on, bossy. Go with the man. Go on. Oh, go on, will you? This ain't no attitude to take. The man ain't gonna hurt you.
Oh, Frankie, how can you lie to the animal like that? Let me talk to him. Bossy, I know how you feel. But that's life. Horns up, old boy. You've just got to face these things and be brave.
Mr. Harris, are you related to this steer?
course I'm not related. It just breaks my heart to have you slaughter him and cut him up.
Would you rather take him to a mortician and have him laid out?
For crying out loud, let the man take him.
Come on, boy. You gentlemen wait here. I'll have him ready for you soon. Well, Mr. Harris, your steer has been slaughtered and cleaned. That will be $55, please.
$55? But Oh, well, I guess it's worth it. I still have 1,100 pounds of prime beef.
Not exactly. You realize in slaughtering there's a little waste.
Oh, sure, of course. Certainly. I expected that. What does it weigh now?
600 pounds.
But it weighed 1,100. What happened to the rest of it?
Well, in cleaning, there's a shrinkage.
What did you use, a cheap dry cleaning fluid? This thing is now costing me 80 cents a pound.
Oh, wait. That's still less than $1.50, Curly. We'll take our meat, mister.
Like this? Don't you want it dressed?
No, we'll eat it nude.
But you can't eat it like this. You have to have it dressed.
All right. Oh, that's okay, mister. That's all right. Now, how much does that cost? Wait. Whisper it to me. Lay it on me lightly.
Well, it shouldn't be too much. We can have it dressed for you for $85.
Who's going to dress it, Adrian?
We'll take it to the Star Outfitting Company. They do a cheaper job.
Quiet. Now leave the man alone. Look, mister, go ahead and dress it and cut it. Anything, just so I get my steaks and chops.
Steaks and chops? Don't you want any other cut of the
Look,
steak?
mister, please, don't argue with me. I don't feel too good. Will you just get me my steaks and chops?
If that's what you want, very well. Well, Mr. Harris, your steaks and chops are all cut and packaged for you.
Thank goodness. Come on, Frankie. Let's get the 600 pounds on the truck before we... Right. Mister, we do have 600 pounds, don't we?
Not exactly.
How much?
100 pounds. You only wanted steaks and chops, you know.
But only 100 pounds.
I told you steer weighed only 100 pounds.
Will you keep quiet? Look, mister, let's forget the whole thing. Glue my steer together and I'll take him home, will you? Brimley, you got me into all this. Buy a steer, save money, 30 cents a pound, enough for 2 years. Look, I never want to see you again. Mister, give me my meat. I'll take it.
Like this?
Oh, I know I'm a sucker for asking, but what now?
Well, for this much meat, you'll have to have it quick frozen. You'll need a locker. And for only $120 a year, we can let you have one of our best lockers.
A locker yet? Look, I just want to eat this steer. I don't want him to join a country club. I know he's a pedigreed steer, but does he have to be a social butterfly?
But, Mr. Harris...
All right. I'm too weak to argue. I'm trying to save money, and now these steaks are costing me over $7.50 a pound. Remley, this is all your fault.
My fault? I can't help it if you pay black market prices for me.
You know something? If I wasn't sick, I'd punch you right in the nose.
It's guys like you that cause inflation.
You
At
brought
a time
the
like
steak.
this, it's up to
You
every
brought
citizen.
a steer in my
try
house.
to keep the
You had him
country on an
coming all
even
over.
keel.
I need
You have the
meat
nerve
like
to
I
come
need a
into
hold
this
of
guy
him. What are you
and
trying
pay
to tell me?
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment, but first...
This is your Rexall family druggist again. In millions of American families, the name Rexall is something to count on. Of course, they haven't seen, as I have, how every one of Rexall's 2,000 or more products is tested and checked every possible way before it leaves Rexall's big laboratories, but experience has taught them that Rexall means dependability. And that's why this conversation, which I overheard just a week ago, is run-of-the-mill in a Rexall store.
Mary, how did you know this is a Rexall store? By that orange and blue Rexall sign in the window.
But what makes it so different from any other drugstore?
Why, they carry Rexall drug products here. Things like cough syrup and antiseptics and the medicines your doctor prescribes.
But why do you especially want Rexall drug product?
Because I know I can trust them. The druggist himself told me, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And that's exactly what I did tell her. See you next Sunday.
Oh, my poor head. I'm so sick.
Now, take it easy, honey.
He'll be all right, won't he, Doctor? Yes, he just suffered a shock to his nervous system, resulting in a slight case of high blood pressure. All he needs is rest, fresh air, and lots of nourishment.
Nourishment? Wow. Cost me a fortune, but at least it wasn't wasted. I got 100 pounds of meat to help build me up.
Mr. Harris, one other thing.
Yes.
No meat for 6 months. Stay tuned to this station for the Edgar Bergen Charlie McCarthy Show, which follows immediately.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Now, Anacin, the tablets thousands of physicians and dentists recommend for fast relief of pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and heat, the liniment that's strong yet does not burn, present Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks transcribed. But first, believe anything you like about what this or that way to relieve pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia will do for you. But there is one important fact you can't get away from, and that is thousands of users of Anacin have been introduced to this remarkable product through their own physicians or dentists. These people know how incredibly fast and effectively Anacin acts to relieve pain. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Next time you suffer from the pain of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, don't wait for relief. Try Anacin. You'll be delighted with these tablets' incredibly fast action. Try Anacin on this guarantee. If the first few Anacin tablets do not give you all the relief you want, as fast as you want it, return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. All drug counters have Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. I'll repeat the name for you, Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Most female teachers at Madison High School think of Mr. Boynton, the bashful biologist, as an extremely handsome, virile, irresistible individual. But our Miss Brooks, who teaches English there, can take him with a grain of salt.
In fact, I could take him with a whole spoonful. But why waste salt on a fellow who's too shy to toss in a little pepper now and then? Last Friday at breakfast, I foolishly provoked a discussion of the matter with my landlady. Honestly, Mrs. Davis, he's more attentive to his animals. Why, yesterday he hardly noticed me because he took his dog to school for the day. It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. What can a dog learn in one measly day?
Serves me right for mentioning it. May I have some toast, please?
Oh, here you are, dear. It's like I've always said. If dogs could learn things as quickly as cats, this would be a much better world to live in.
For whom?
No, I'm serious. Take our cat Minerva. For the past week, I've been teaching her mathematics, and she's become a whiz at it.
Mathematics?
Just you wait and see. Minerva! Meow! Tell me quickly now, how much is 2 and 2? Meow! Ah, that's a good girl. Well, I'll gather up the dishes now.
Just a minute. 2 and 2 equals meow?
Certainly. There are 4 letters in meow, aren't there? That's her way of telling me that the answer is 4. 2 meows equal 8. 3 meows equal 12, and so on. Oh, it's funny, though. She isn't so hot on the odd numbers.
Look, Mrs. Davis, I started this conversational maze with the simple statement that Mr. Boynton brought his dog to school yesterday.
Well, Connie, then it's simple.
What's simple?
You should do something to show Mr. Boynton how much you love animals.
Like what?
Well, why don't you take Minerva to school with you today?
Oh, let's not be ridiculous, Mrs. Davis. I couldn't possibly take Minerva to... Well, come to think of it, Mr. Boynton is extremely fond of cats. It might make a hit at that. You think she'd behave herself in my classroom?
Of course she would. She can stretch out on the seat cushion I ordered for your classroom.
Seat cushion?
You mentioned how trying it is sitting on that hard chair all day. So I thought I'd surprise you.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Mrs. Davis.
Don't mention it. I mailed a letter last night telling the store where to send it, along with another note to the place where I ordered Victor's gift.
Your brother Victor?
Yes. He's every bit as fond of animals as Mr. Boynton is. That's why I bought one for him yesterday.
Oh, that's nice, Mrs. Davis. What did you get him?
A cow.
A cow?
Yes. It's a female.
Those are the best kind. But why on earth would you
Victor just moved into a little farmhouse on the edge of town, Connie. It's only a 15-minute drive from here. By and by, he'll be adding more livestock, of course. But right now, with just the one cow, I figured he'd have his hands full.
He will if he plays his cards right. Well, I'd better dash off to school, Mrs. Davis. I'll have to use all my powers of persuasion to get Mr. Conklin's permission to take Minerva into class with me.
All right, dear. Just put Minerva into this valise I bought for her at the pet shop. It's a cat carrier. You might leave the lid open for her, though.
Oh, that won't be necessary. There are holes in the side through which she can breathe. In you go, Minerva. Here, I'll give you a hand. Oh, that's what I like about Minerva. She's so polite. Whenever you help her out, she always says 4.
You may be principal of this school, Osgood Conklin, but as long as I am head of the Board of Education, you will take orders from me. Is that clear?
Quite clear, Mr. Stone. Crystal clear. Couldn't be clearer. You are also...
Silence!
My lips are sealed.
Why, when I saw that dog running loose outside the biology lab yesterday, I was shocked beyond words. You know that animals aren't allowed on school property, Osgood. How did it get in here? Answer me.
Well, I haven't the slightest idea, sir.
Well, let's make certain that no dogs invade this school today. First, you will make an early inspection tour of all classrooms. Then I want you to post a guard at the front door throughout the day.
But, sir, why commission someone to do a job for which I myself am ideally suited? I'll keep a weather eye open, sir. You may be sure no animal will get past me. Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin. Oh, hello, Mr. Stone.
Good morning, Miss Brooks. Are you, going somewhere?
Going some... Oh, this valise. If I may ask your permission, Mr. Conklin.
Permission for what?
Well, you'll see as soon as I open the bag. It'll just take me a minute. Excuse me, Mr. Stone.
Go right ahead. Glad you dropped in, Miss Brooks. Perhaps you can shed some light on the identity of the culprit who dared to bring an animal into this school yesterday.
An animal, Mr. Stone?
Specifically, a dog. When I saw it romping around outside the biology lab, I came in here to report the incident to Mr. Conklin. When I returned to the spot, it had vanished.
Good. Some of those spots stay on forever. I'm afraid I can't be of much help to you, Mr. Stone. You see, mine is an English class, and I'm not one of those who are, I should say, in the habit of hanging around other labs. The labs of others, I mean, so I couldn't really shed any light on the identity of which the dog belonged to who. Whom?
And exactly how long have you had this English class, Miss Brooks?
You bet. Well, please forgive my faulty syntax, Mr. Stone. The thought of a beast on the premises has frazzled my nerves a bit. Well, goodbye now.
One moment. You were going to open that bag, remember?
Bag? What bag? Oh, the bag. Oh, well, you really wouldn't want to look at what's in this bag, sir. It's nothing but...
What was that?
I said I'll run along now and meow. Meow, that's a new expression some of the kids use. It's real cool, I think. Meow. Instead of saying goodbye, they say meow. Silly, isn't it? Sometimes I stretch it out with a little western drawl. Well, meow now, Mr. Stone. Meow, Mr. Conklin. Meow.
Now, that was mighty peculiar behavior. She galloped out of here like a frightened antelope.
Yes, and it's my guess that right now she and her western drawl are loping over to the old bunkhouse in Mr. Boynton's lab.
Oh, hello there, Miss Brooks.
Howdy. Please sit down, Mr. Boynton. We've got a little palavering to do.
Well, can it wait, Miss Brooks? I was just on my way to the cloakroom to feed Geraldine.
Geraldine?
You know, my dog. She's a boxer.
And if Mr. Conklin drops in, she'd better come out fighting. That's what I came to warn you about.
Warn me?
Yes, he's on an anti-animal kick. Mr. Stone happened to see Geraldine in the hall yesterday, and he was furious. Luckily, he doesn't know who her owner is yet.
Gosh, I guess I should have asked Mr. Conklin's permission. Oh, but there's little chance of my dog being discovered in here, Miss Brooks. Mr. Stone rarely comes into my lab. The same goes for Mr. Conklin.
Oh, well, then maybe my cat can hide out here for the day.
Your cat?
Yeah, I'll let her out of the bag. I certainly wouldn't want Mr. Conklin to find out I'm a cat rustler. Out you come, Minerva. You won't mind taking care of her for me, will you, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, not at all. Come here, baby.
All righty. Oh, you mean her.
I'm crazy about cats, Miss Brooks. Why, the minute I see one, I can't resist nestling it in my arms and stroking its little head.
Meow. And Mrs. Davis ordered a seat cushion sent to my class today, Miss Boynton. I'll bring it over so that Minerva can stretch out in comfort.
Oh, that'll be dandy. I saw Mrs. Davis at the movies last night, and she told me about her brother Victor's farmhouse and that she's buying him a cow. I just love cows, don't you?
Madly. Oh, I love all animals, Mr. Boynton.
You know, sometimes I get to thinking about my childhood days on Dad's farm, Miss Brooks. Oh, I miss those days a lot. I hope Victor asks me out to his farm someday.
We can both go out someday. Some night, I mean. Some night when Victor isn't home. We can stroll in the meadow, hand in hand, with the moonlight pouring down.
Sure, that sounds pretty thrilling. Do you think Victor would let me milk his cow?
We can both milk her. You take the left side, and I'll take the right side, and I'll be homogenized before you. Oh, great. Speaking of milk, has evidently whipped up Minerva's appetite. Steady, Minerva.
Mr. Conklin.
Yikes.
At ease. I hope you'll forgive this intrusion, Boynton. I just dropped into... Oh, hello, little pussycat. I say I just dropped in to make certain there are no dogs in here. Not that I suspect you, Boynton, but I just thought I'd take a look around. Well, I don't see any dogs on the premises. No dogs at all. Sorry to trouble you. I'll just run along now. And hello, little pussycat!
I have it. Let's all play charades. I mean, there's still a few minutes before first class, so just for kicks.
That will do. Out with it now. To whom does this cat belong?
Cat? What cat? Oh, the pussycat. It's quite a pussycat, isn't it? Silky. It's a girl cat, no doubt. Mr. Boynton and I hadn't noticed her.
Oh, that's right. She must have strayed in, sir.
Nonsense. Miss Brooks, I'm beginning to understand those phantom meows I heard in my office. Now then.
What are you doing to the cat's collar, Mr. Conklin?
I'm removing it, Miss Brooks. It'll be an easy matter to determine the person who owns her by simply checking the number on this license tag. That person, needless to say, is a dead duck. Goodbye, Boynton. Meow now, Miss Brooks.
Meow now. I don't quite understand that, Miss Brooks.
That's the farewell expression the kids use.
Meow? That's merely the cry of a cat.
So it is. Well, quack, quack, Mr. Boynton.
Quack, quack?
That's the cry of a dead duck.
Friends, when you suffer torturous pain from rheumatism, muscle strain, or backache, you want relief fast. That's the time to reach for Heat. H-E-E-T. Heat, the liniment that's strong yet does not burn. The moment you apply it, you can feel Heat's soothing warmth working to relieve your painful miseries. That's because Heat penetrates deep, brings immediate relief to sore, aching muscles. Wherever you ache, just brush on Heat. Heat penetrates deep, keeps working for hours to bring wonderful, soothing comfort to the painful, aching area. Your pain seems to disappear. Heat isn't oily, sticky, or messy. You just brush on Heat with a handy applicator that comes with each bottle, and it dries in seconds. So remember, when pain of rheumatism, muscle strain, or backache makes you miserable, Heat's penetrating warmth gives you fast, long-lasting relief. Get Heat, H-E-E-T. Heat, the liniment that penetrates deep to bring immediate relief.
Having heard nothing from Mr. Conklin during my morning classes, I presumed that he had not as yet traced the number on Minerva's license tag. As I left my classroom for lunch, however, the figure of a sentry armed with a BB rifle loomed up before me.
Halt! Step forward and be recognized.
It's me, Mr. Conklin.
Oh. Step back and be unrecognized.
Aye, aye, sir. And so, having been honorably discharged, I hiked down to the school cafeteria and ordered chow. It was then that Walter Denton beckoned me to his table.
Over here, Miss Brooks. Wilt thou not visit me? The plant beside me feels thy gentle dew, and every blade of grass I see from thy deep earth its quickening moisture drew.
I ordered meatballs. What have you got?
The same. I guess you didn't care for that bit of poetry I quoted, huh, Miss Brooks?
You guessed right, Walter.
Well, how do you like this one? You'd never have let the cat from the bag if you knew Mr. Conklin would grab her tag.
You're either psychic or a sneak. How'd you find out I'm up the creek?
Oh, that's a very provocative question, Miss Brooks. You will recall that shortly before first class this morning, our beloved principal invaded Mr. Boynton's lab and trapped you dead to rights with your furry friend.
With two furry friends. Mr. Boynton lost his razor.
Yeah. Well, at that time, I happened to be standing in the hall just outside the lab, and presently I heard excitement-laden voices wafted through the transom. Now, that was a moment of great decision for me, Miss Brooks. I could have either hewed to the path of dishonor by remaining in the hall and eavesdropping, or I could have taken the glorious avenue of decency by closing my ears and leaving the scene.
Well?
Yeah, I took the dirty road out.
For shame. But you still don't know all the details, Walter.
Au contraire, Miss Brooks. I was about to say that some minutes later, I confronted Mr. Boynton with the juicy morsels I had overheard, informed him that I should like to be acquainted with all the facts, and requested that he sing.
And he sang?
Ezio Pinza would have envied him.
Well, this is no laughing matter, Walter. When Mr. Conklin traces Minerva's license tag...
He didn't have time to trace it this morning, Miss Brooks, and it's too late now. Here is a little gift as a token of my esteem.
Walter, it's the tag. How did you get it?
Like I said, Miss Brooks, I'm pretty perfidious at times. When Mr. Conklin left his office for a few moments, I sneaked in, made off with the tag, and ever since then he's been flipping his lid wondering what happened to it.
But that's stealing. That's a dreadful thing to do, Walter, and thanks a million.
Yeah, well, you're entirely welcome. Only one thing worries me, Miss Brooks. Since Mr. Conklin can't establish ownership, he'll probably confiscate your cat and send her to the pound.
Oh, no. We can't let that happen to Minerva. Somehow we've got to spring her. I have an idea, Walter. You've got to sneak her out of the biology lab through the window and then take her to Mrs. Davis's brother's farmhouse. It's only a 15-minute drive from here, so you can report back to me in my classroom before the end of lunch period.
Check. I know a shortcut to the farmhouse, Miss Brooks. I helped Victor move some furniture in day before yesterday. Oh, before I go, I'd better stop at the steam table and get Minerva some milk.
That won't be necessary. If Minerva wants milk, why get it now? She'll get it at the farm, direct from the cow.
Miss Brooks will return in a moment. CBS News has always attempted to keep up with your need to know. As months of international tension have lengthened out into years, as America's position of world leadership has moved it into the forefront of decision and action on a global scale, CBS News has remained on the job with eyewitness observers in every strategic world capital. And CBS News has continued to build its reporting corps as well as its observing staff. Today, America listens most to the evening news broadcasts of 4 great newsmen, every Monday through Friday evening on most of these same stations. These men are Lowell Thomas, noted world traveler and lecturer; Edward R. Murrow, Dean of CBS News, recipient of numerous awards for his reporting, his integrity, his courage in world events; Douglas Edwards, one of America's most popular voices for CBS News; and Robert Trout, for years still another great name in CBS News. Tomorrow and every weekday evening, listen for each of these renowned reporters broadcasting world news at the Star's address.
Well, after Walter promised to sneak Minerva out of school to Victor's farm, the only problem remaining was what to do about Mr. Boynton's dog. In my classroom shortly after noon, I told Mr. Boynton what Walter had done.
Well, I doubt that he'll get back here before the end of lunch period, Miss Brooks. It's almost 1 o'clock now.
Excuse me, Mr. Boynton. I want to steal a little peek into the hallway. No sentry. Mr. Conklin apparently ducked out for a bite. Now's your chance to get rid of your dog.
Oh, I've already taken care of that. I simply lowered Geraldine out the window and told her to go home. She'll be lying on the doorstep waiting for me after school, Miss Brooks. You see, she's been trained. No matter where she is, she knows how to get to my apartment house.
So do I, but what good does it do?
Hiya, folks. I got your cat to the farm okay, Miss Brooks.
Nice work, Walter. Did you turn her over to Mrs. Davis?
Not exactly. She was out shopping when I got there, but I left Minerva with her brother Victor as soon as he got through with the delivery man.
Delivery man?
Yeah. Some guy was delivering a seat cushion.
What? But that cushion was supposed to be delivered to my classroom. Good old absent-minded Mrs. Davis.
Miss Brooks?
Yes?
A sign here.
For what?
For this.
Oh, no. Wait a minute, mister. This is a cow.
You got good eyes, lady. We give you the bucket free.
Gosh, a real cow. I haven't milked a cow in 14 years. Hand me that bucket, Walter.
Oh, no, you don't. This is no time to improve your handshake. Listen, mister, my landlady evidently got confused. There's been a dreadful mistake, but you'll simply have to take back this cow.
Oh, I'm sorry, lady. That'll take a separate order, and our company's jammed up for the day. Give them a call, though. Maybe we can take her tomorrow.
Well, you've got to be reasonable. You can't leave a cow here overnight. This is a public school under the supervision of the federal government.
Let's keep politics out of this. I gotta be going now. So long, lady.
Uh-oh, I just caught a glimpse of Mr. Conklin and his daughter Harriet coming up the school steps.
What'll we do? Mr. Boynton, cut that out.
Sorry, I lost my head.
Look in the bucket.
I'll see you later, Daddy.
Fine, Harriet. I'll be right here on sentry duty. No silly cat or dog is going to get past me today.
Boy, he's sure going to get a surprise from some silly cow.
Not if I can help it. Quick, close the door. Now listen carefully, Walter. I want you to stay here with the cow and see that absolutely no one enters this classroom. Then after school's over, when the sentry leaves, we can escape with the cow.
Yeah, okay, Miss Brooks. You can depend on me.
What can I do to help, Miss Brooks?
Just hand me that valise. The other one.
Steady, girl, steady. You're in good hands. 10 after 3, Walter. As soon as Miss Brooks gets back, we can...
Who goes there?
A friend. I'm unarmed.
Wait till I pull the chair away from the door.
Hi, Miss Brooks. See anybody in the hall?
Just Harriet Conklin. She was on her way to a dramatics club meeting. I saw Mr. Conklin getting into his car, so now's our chance to make the break. You men bring up the rear. We girls will lead the way. Come along, Bossy. Now keep your eyes peeled, Walter. You too, Mr. Boynton. If you see anybody...
Holy smoke! Quick, push her in here. I'll open the door.
But Walter!
There's no time to explain. In you go, Bossy. Come on. In.
All right, Walter. Now would you mind explaining what we and a strange cow are doing in Mr. Conklin's office?
Well, I just saw Harriet Conklin coming down the stairs. Oh, but we're safe in here. She never comes into Mr. Conklin's office when he isn't around.
Quick thinking, Walter.
Hi, Daddy. I thought you'd gone home.
I forgot something in my office, Harriet.
Whoops, he's around. Pipe down.
What on earth is going on in there? Well, I'll soon find out.
Back the cow into the closet. Hurry.
Come on, Bossy. Back.
Come on, in you go all the way. That's it. In.
Oh, now she'll only stay quiet until Mr. Conklin...
Moon over Miami.
Oh, hello, Mr. Conklin.
Miss Brooks, Boynton, Denton, what are you doing here? Well, sir, we were just... Moon of Manacura. I demand to know what you are doing in my office.
Well, sir, we were just... Moonlight and
Is the song fest over now?
No, not quite, Mr. Conklin. Somehow I feel more coming on. I'm in the mood of love simply because you're...
Oh, shut up! You all sound like a herd of sick cattle. For the last time, what are you doing here?
Well, sir, we just dropped in to say goodbye on our way home.
I left here 5 minutes ago, but I forgot my hat. I'll get it out of the closet, and we can all go together.
What an awful way to go. Oh, surely you don't need a hat on such a lovely day, sir. Why not skip the closet?
Step aside, Miss Brooks.
Yes, sir.
Pardon me, please. Take it easy. Take it easy. I just want to get my hat. You take a second. Seems to be on the floor. If I can just reach it. I've got it now. Oh, I am sorry. Now, if I can... Now I've got it. Now I can... Pardon me again, please. Will one of you kindly tell me that I didn't see what I just saw in that closet?
You've had a rough day on sentry duty, sir. Overwork very often causes one's mind to play tricks that are...
Oh, yes, of course. It's absurd. I'm convinced the whole thing was a mirage, notwithstanding the indisputable fact that my hat here, as you can plainly see, is half filled with cream. Just to reassure myself, however, I'd like to take another look in the closet. This time you will follow me, Miss Brooks.
Oh, it's rather late, Mr. Conklin. Let's do it in the morning.
You'll follow me now, Miss Brooks. And I do mean now.
Yes, sir.
Holy cow!
And you do mean cow.
Our
Miss Brooks, starring E. Martin, transcribed, was produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Joe Quillen and Al Lewis, with the music of Lud Gluskin. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, Joseph Kearns, Joel Samuels, and Billy Gould. Be sure to be with us next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.